We got a bunch of stuff to do. Today is the first full day that I am a Twitch partner now. So for anyone watching the VOD, hello. And I have to have some time here. I gotta do a couple of things. One, I gotta set up a bunch of commands. And two, I really need to thank two people specifically so far. MCS Mike. Yesterday, I didn't even realize this is a thing. I was like taking care of some work or whatever, and I look over at my screen and I see in chat it says MCS Mike has just subscribed. And I refresh my own page and I don't even have a subscription button. So I ask him, "How did you do this?" Actually, I have the conversation. Let me find this. Wait, where is it? Yeah, this. He said he got an email at 21:39, and I think based on the time zone that he's in, that was 5 minutes before this conversation. So I said, "Was it from Twitch? Was it from a bot of yours?" And he said he wrote a bot just to find out when I had this link available, and then used it and subscribed. So I want to thank MCS Mike, and I also want to thank Hideo, who also has a black star next to his name. Just so you know, you may or may not be receive some private messages written while in a bad mood. And hey, man. Wait a second. So Hideo, did you really set up that program? I was joking with Mike about it yesterday. I didn't know if you did. You did, really? I wasn't sure if that was the case. Okay. So I am pretty sure that the reason, Spurtman, you're able to use that command is because you're a moderator. And I think moderators are able to use basically every command. Oh man, Hideo. Oh man. Wait, did I do the permcom thing? Oh, I didn't. Hang on. Okay. Let me try that. Okay, yeah. So it works for moderators no matter what, because subscriber is considered to be higher than moderator, apparently. That's fine. Yeah. And then I tried to subscribe, but at 3:37 failed 3 times. Enter my PayPal password. Went back to sleep on my desk chair. Oh, damn. Ah, that sounds so bad. I feel bad. Oh man. Well, thank you still for subscribing. You are now a viewbot. I was given official permission that I can call my subscribers viewbot. Okay, so we're gonna say edit com today, Wednesday. Um, Adam just got partnered with Twitch. He'll be working on improving the state of botland. Maybe bugs, maybe refactoring, maybe small features, but nothing big. Yeah. Hey, Observer. Hey, Spurtman. You are now a viewbot too. Thank you for subscribing. We have the first 3 subscribers. MCS Mike, Hideo, and now Spurtman. Yeah, Observer Ward, it was you. It was you. Do you mind helping me test the new command I set up? Try viewbot and there's something else I wanted to do. Oh yeah, that's right. Sound. So okay, cool. You don't have permission for that. Oh, an echo. You are also a viewbot now. Thank you for subscribing. All right, and observer, thanks for testing that out. Um, okay, so I wanted to know about sound. I have a sound that plays when people subscribe. This might get annoying. I don't know, but let me test if audio is working. So let me find this. Can you guys hear anything from this? That might be super loud. I don't know. I have no idea. So let me know how loud is that relative to my voice. And hey, Fettermaster. The sound is good? Okay. And yes, it's working. Can confirm, heard it on sub already. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's something I made a long time ago, and I just trimmed it down to like 8 seconds for the subscription sound. So cool. The problem is, anytime someone sends me a YouTube link, I won't even know that it's... Actually, let me just turn on my sound. I guess I'll do that. Let me see how loud this is for me. No, that way at least I know that there's some sound, I guess. Not as loud as you are, that's perfect. And Merlin, thank you too. You are also now a viewbot. Oh man. This is great. Thank you guys for all the support. Really, I'm going to sound like I'm pandering all day here, but it's been a year that I've been streaming now. So I started on September 8th. I'll write it out the unambiguous way, 2015. It is now September 28th, 2016. And obviously you guys know this, but in case this ever gets archived or something, I want people to know when I'm saying this. So partnering happened last night at like 6:45 p.m. or something. So yeah. And thanks, Merlin. Thank you. Congrats on the partnership. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about was what to do for subscribers. So I wrote out some notes here, and I want to go over it with you guys, at least the 4 subscribers who are present. So here are some sub ideas. Now you can pay for your next Amazon paycheck. Yeah, no sub icon. No, so Observer Word, the only way to get a sub icon is apparently to email Twitch. And given that there's a lot of like new things to handle, I don't want to send them an email just yet. Worst channel to sub to. I'm going to make a shortcut alias for this text that'll avoid some of the welcome spam. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Is it like one person should type welcome and the other should copy paste it? But yeah, thank you, Echo. A lot of today is gonna be like partner related stuff and non-botland stuff necessarily. Anyway, here's some sub ideas that I have. So I eventually want to vote on some of these, and it won't be mutually exclusive, but I'll always give subs lunch BRB for free. Actually, not even for free, just always give it to them. I'll just write for free in parentheses. Free without having to type the command. So I guess the thing is, like, you subs show up permanently on lunch BRB without having to spend points. So this isn't stuff that I've done yet. They're just ideas, and I want to ask you guys what you think is good. So there's that. There's hey Sensius, it's going well. Wait, what is this? Is this spam? September 21st. This guy was made a week ago. No, I don't know. Weird. Huh. So flash the lights in the same color as the subscriber's name when they sub. Yeah. And yes, that's just partner. Or around 6:37 p.m. for you if I check my logs. Wait a sec. Let me check these logs. Partner. Where did that happen? The partnered thing. Anyway, cool. Inevitable bug emote since this is a dev stream. I actually don't want to add that. At some point I will I will get to emotes. So I haven't done that yet. Oh, weird. Huh, Hideo. Yeah, I didn't see that in the logs. And then add a command for every sub with their name. The subscriber gets to choose who has access and what it does within reason. E.g., typing Hideo could automatically give Hideo one of your points. Typing, I don't know, Echo 9 Hotel might link to an image, something along those lines. So, okay, these are all the ideas I could come up with in about half an hour. And then there's the usual sub stuff, which I don't think I can do, like extra streams where I play games. I think that'll be pretty tough given that when I stream, I really should be working on Botland. Did you get the button? Yeah, Captain Sparkle fan. Yep. That is as of last night. So this button is not even 24 hours old. And Hideo, I don't know how many people will subscribe. I could always limit this to like the first X number of subscribers. Quick quiz, which color is my name? Well, it's Furman. If it's random, then I could just flash it a random color. But yeah, it shows up like a dark green to me. I think you should focus on something that you can automate, like the second or first one. Well, so this is the kind of thing where the way I look at it is subscribers are supporting the stream monetarily as well. So I think doing something in return is not so bad. Also, the whole part about validating this stuff, like, I think most subscribers are not going to be huge jerks and try to link in, like, you know, a bad image or something. Then I would just take this away from them. Or I could have moderators validate this stuff. Does this mean you're a professional game developer now that you make money from developing Java games? No, I don't think so. Okay, well, anyway, I can take a vote on this. And then what else did I mean, there were also emotes and everything else. So here are some ideas. I'll bring these up kind of throughout the day, and we'll talk about some of these. And I'll put 1, 2, and 3 in case we need to refer to these. So today's work, we are going to be. Oh yeah, it's JavaScript. Yes. We're going to be, like I said, doing some sort of touch-up work essentially. Yeah, see? This is exactly the kind of thing that you could have. Alright, so where did I leave off? Let's find out. Oh, also, didn't I started this up because I wanted to increase the brightness of the lights in the room just a little bit at least. Where is brighten lights? There it is. Ooh, do that one more time. There we go. That's slightly better. Okay, so there's no outstanding code. So refactor the client and main functions on edit defense. Yeah, I wanted to do this yesterday. When did you get the subscribe button? I got it about 14 hours ago. But hey, Wasabi. Yeah, happened at like 6:45 last night. So, no, hang on. I gotta brighten those again. It's gonna happen like every 5 minutes. So, yeah, I should just write this down. MCS Mike had written a bot to email him when people were able to subscribe. And Vito Gaming, thanks for following. He was the first subscriber within like 3 minutes of the product becoming available. Twitch calls it a product. I call myself a person. And thanks, Wasabi. Yeah, so it'll be probably within about a week. I'll have the sub icon figured out, and then probably a little longer after that, I'll have the emotes figured out. I'm probably gonna need to ask for some help with the emotes. Maybe, I don't know, because I've got them in Better Twitch TV, which means that they might already be the correct size and everything. So let me write this down. Get sub icon figured out. Whew, okay. let's go check out on Edit Defense. So part of what was happening here that I think was necessary first was consider the 3 arena classes and whether I really need multiple while on the client. The server is already working totally fine. So I just need to figure out whether the client can just use an extended version of that. It would make it way easier since there are 2 copies of everything right now. Hey Mike. How many subs so far? It's been 5. I mean, I think right now it's so I mentioned how Mike subscribed yesterday and then everyone else subscribed today. So it's just count how many people there were. So yeah, 5 so far. And Wasabi, you're now a viewbot. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, there are 2 sub commands already. Sub only commands. Viewbot. Proves that you're a subscriber. You should automate the welcoming. No, that's something that I definitely don't want to ever automate. The sub name is no longer using Adam. Go for new subs. Yeah. But yeah, awesome Wasabi. Thanks. I think today will be a fun day. I think it'll be a fun day. Oh, wait a second. Should work for subscribers. Yeah, that's weird. Let me write this down. Also, this is probably what we're gonna end up working on today. So this stuff is fine. This I'm gonna delete. Welcome isn't working for subscribers. So I set the permissions of that to 3, so it should know. Would it require a refresh? Wait, yeah, because Echo what? Just subscribed? I'm not sure exactly. Let me look through Phantom Bot for a second. Phantom. Yeah, well, this is not something that I'm necessarily doing. Welcome works for you, Mike, because you're also a moderator. So it works for all moderators. Yeah, okay, it's not working for subs yet. Let me take a look at this. Because something here has to know, maybe, so what would I search? Phantombot.net. It's a delay issue? Okay. Because I want to see if there's any way to know whether someone's a sub via this thing. Sub. Doesn't even help. Enable or disable if subscribers get moderated by that filter. Sub message. Set a welcome message for new subscribers when a reward is given. Oh, I didn't even know about these things. Twitch API doesn't force an update on new subscribers. All right, wait. Let me try this out. Subscribers. No, that's not what I want. Subscribe reward. Does this tell me anything? Is this thing turned off? Silly Phantom Bot. Yeah, it's disabled. Sorry for the spam. So what is this set to right now? Subscribe handler. Gain percent? Whoa, what's going on here? Okay, here we are. So subscribe reward is 0 right now. Hey Varenz, yeah. And hey R1 No. R1 No, didn't you have turbo as of yesterday? And now you don't have turbo? Yeah, Mike, that's too bad then. Hang on, let me set some of this up. So when you subscribe, I I don't know. I'll give you, I guess, 15 points. I don't think the amount of points matters. I think it's the message that matters. So I want to take the welcome message that I had. Actually, the reward, yeah, this doesn't really matter. So subscribe message, how do we set that? Sub message. Can you get 15 points then? Yeah, I'll have to handle this later if I... Oh, you can choose to have the icon on. Oh, interesting, R1. No, I didn't know about that. Huh. Clever. Okay, then resub message. Set a message for resubscribers when a reward is given. Resub message. There. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Is there anything else in this database? Yeah, cool. All right, nice. So we'll see how that works. Yeah, and then welcome isn't working for subscribers. Oh yeah, that's what I was, that's the whole reason I went over there, to try to figure out if this thing worked or not. So they have in their core, this will probably be pretty hard to find. Where do they have this? Permissions, sub users, is sub, is Twitch sub. What's the difference between these things? Is sub and is Twitch sub. Is GW sub. That's GameWisp, I guess. But I don't know the difference between is sub and is Twitch sub here. Huh. And yeah, Mike, there might be something like that. I'll have to take a look. Users group. Man, it'd be nice to know who is in this group. I guess I can go modify. So I have a command that I wrote called info, but that's in my token bot. Phantom bot doesn't have a way of listing subscribers. Ah, that's too bad. Phantom bot lists subscribers. Because I think there's a problem with... I think there's a problem with that. No resubs for at least a month lots of times. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything for subscribers here. Like to figure out what permission somebody has. Is there anything with permissions? Users, mods, permission. Get your current permission or optionally set the user permission. Let's try this. Yeah, so they have... Okay, thank you, Hideo. So let's check this out. If we say permission... Adam13531, it should say that I'm... No, that doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. Hey, Darkstorm. This subs will require special permissions for the Twitch API. I wonder, I probably need to make my bot a subscriber at some point. I need to figure that out too, actually. Figure out how to make my bot a subscriber. Gives you all the P permissions with their IDs. It's terrible. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well, we'll have to take a look at this. So I'll just write this down. Test if welcome and viewbot work for non-modded subs. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to look into this later, I think. I heard you might be able to ask Twitch support to make your bot a sub without paying. Yeah, I heard that you can do that too. And then it checks if the user is a sub, so it should work. Yeah. I'm gonna need to let's print that out then. How about that? What do I have? I guess I need to go make a command for this. Okay, let's go into handlers, Adam handler. Alright, so got a whisper from Adam. This is from me. Let's just make a command, right? This is silly. Let's go find a different one apparently. Commands Adam. Here it is. So giveaway is only runnable by me. Let's make a test command. Test doesn't currently do anything, does it? Right, it doesn't. Okay, so when we run test, where is the giveaway command? Yeah, here. So let's just print out all of the users who are subscribed, because I'm pretty sure this thing is wrong. So let's use the things that Hideo linked in. Sub icon is barely oh man, I can't even speak. Barely visible in dark mode. Yeah, you're right, Kairaz. And that's because I haven't actually put in the real sub icon yet. I didn't even know. I was like, why is there a blank space at first? And then I realized, oh wait, it's just really dark. So is Twitch sub. We should be able to call this. But do we have to precede it with a $? Yeah. Oh, Thesars, thanks for following. Add the bot icon instead. Yeah, I need to do that. I just haven't gotten to it yet. So this is exported in $, so we should be able to just type this. Is Twitch sub, and then let's try Echo 9 Hotel. So what is the command? Console line? Echo is sub. So let's try this. Where is it? That didn't print out, did it? Didn't do anything. Confirmed. Let's try this. That doesn't work either. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? I set this up for myself. Command dot equals ignore case test. Is it not $.say? It is. Huh. Command isn't doing anything. And this certainly shouldn't fail. Sorry, these are going to be the growing pains of trying to figure things out so that this will finally work eventually for subscribers. Let's just put this up to here. I guess this isn't modifying the commands that I've written. Oh, that works. Okay, so for some reason test doesn't work. Let's just get rid of that then. And let's try this now. Yeah, so is Twitch sub isn't even a function apparently, because this is not returning anything. I wonder how other commands use this. So if we go to Phantom scripts find stir /snc is Twitch sub. Nothing outside of this uses it. How are you supposed to know? I mean, there's also is sub. Is that used outside of this? Is sub v3? What? Is that in here? Why would they make such silly... Alright, let's try is sub v3, I guess. Event.getTags. We're not going to have that, though. Oh, this is the new way of checking if someone's a subscriber, I guess. This is silly. Duck of Doom. Only is sub is exported. Are these like manually exported at the bottom? Oh, they are. Oh, man. No, is sub v3 is also exported for me. But is Twitch sub is apparently just never used outside of this class. Yeah, it's not exported, so that wouldn't have worked. But is sub should have. And even that, I don't think... Time to update Phantom Bot. Oh god, I hope not. Oh, cool. It says echo is sub true. So then something's just wrong. And what if this works with, if I try it with someone who is not a subscriber? So let's just pick a random name here. Yeah, okay. Huh. Well, we can put this back to being a giveaway. We can get rid of this. So it knows when someone's a subscriber. Hey, noob. Hey, Monetic Bind. What's the button for? As of about 14 hours ago, I am now a Twitch partner. So, yeah, we'll see how this goes. But I'm trying to get some things figured out with these commands. So, there are people who are not able to run these commands, and I have them set up for subscribers, but for some reason these people aren't marked as being a subscriber. And thanks, Monetic Vine. And yeah, noob, it's nice. It's definitely nice. I was very surprised because yesterday MCS Mike signed up within 3 minutes of this becoming available. He set up a bot that would email him when it happened. And I thought this probably doesn't happen very frequently in non-programming channels. So is sub Echo 9 Hotel returns true. So let's go back and look at their GitHub and find out what's going wrong. If there's a database that tells whether or not they're subscribed, and this apparently doesn't have it. Seems like a bad way to do things. No, what? AnyDB.exists subscribed subscriber. Doesn't say what table it's in though. Is your group ID correct? That's a good question. I think so because it said mods are higher. So these groups are all the mods in the chat. Then there's groups. Moderator, yeah. So subscriber is 3. So subscriber is what I set these permissions for. And then the permcom has, oh wow, I have a lot of commands. Okay, well let's just filter by these, the ones that say 3. Yeah, viewbot and welcome are both 3s, which is what subscribers are. Subscribers are not mod or higher. Yeah, it shouldn't be that way. Hey, Pro Sam. Yeah, so like I said, 3. I'm not sure what's going wrong there. Because, yeah, obviously moderators can use it. Subscribers can't. No, it's not that. So the name AnyDB, which is what they call it, right? Yeah, AnyDB. The reason why it's called that is because they used to have a bunch of ini files that would just say something like Adam13531 5, and then, you know, Duck of Doom 12 7 or something like that. And that was it. Now they finally switched to a proper database, or well, proper enough. I guess it's just a flat file from probably SQLite, I think. And thanks, Pro Sam, and hey, Texio. When was the last time you updated Phantom Bot? I think I wrote this down. Let me go find out. Yeah, April 12th of this year is the last time I did. So, a long time ago. I don't know if I should update it again. That would be a very painful time. But alright, consider updating Phantom Bot again. And Riser, thanks for following. The problem is every time I update this bot, it's just so frustrating. It breaks more things than it fixes. Also, I think I'm going to turn down the follow sound now. What's this thing called? Streamlabs. Sorry, I know this is a lot, like, I haven't even gotten to programming yet, and normally that would have happened by now, but today is a very unusual day so far. So let's find out. Alert box, follows, I'm just going to turn the sound volume down to 25%. Oh, that doesn't even work. I have to turn it down in every single variation. I mean, like 6 different follow variations. That way you guys could see different pictures. So hang on a second. I got to click this like 18 times. Because for every one of these variations, there's 3 clicks. Okay, there. So it should be lower. Hey, Demon Wolf. Phantom bot update stream? No, thank you. That does not sound like fun. But hey, Lepko. And yeah, Demon Wolf, sub button as of less than 24 hours ago. Alright, so consider the 3 arena classes and whether I really need multiple while on the client. Server's already working fine, so I just need to figure out whether the client can use an extended version of that. So if I were to do this, then I would move all of the data structures to the base class that store entities, players, etc. When did the sub button happen? Yeah, it happened at like 6 o'clock last night, 6:30 last night. So it is very, very new. It has not been clicked many times yet. How does it feel to be part of the cool kids? Just check if your get group ID by name function has a 2 lowercase in it, 4-line function. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Hideo. So find stir / snc get group ID. It is right here. Equals ignore case. Yeah. Why do they even do a 2 lowercase if they have ignore case here? What's a perk of subbing to you, Adam? A Java Autonomous and exclusive extra on botland. So I was trying to work those out. I mean, obviously there's the normal stuff like emotes and whatever else. Ooh, Digite. You are now a viewbot. Hang on a second, hang on. All right, sorry to bolt like that. Thank you for subscribing, Digite. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, man, Echo. You'll just have to copy paste for today, I guess, until I can figure out this problem. The whole welcome message. All right. PM Twitch, ask them to give. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. And actually, I gotta write this down. So there's another question I had. Whoa. 2 new subs. Thank you, new viewbots, Monetic Bind, and EJ. I'm still gonna do this. The pleb has subbed. I'm typing in the correct way and seeing that message with your punishment for not fixing. Okay. Yeah, sub train indeed, man. Well, so now that we've got several subscribers, I do want to find out what you guys think of these ideas that I had here. I know they're not like great or anything. These aren't. Yeah, I don't know. I can't do things that take like 8 hours of time, let's say. So the whole, I'll play a game with subscribers or something. I have a game to make, right? So I'd like to do something to recognize subscribers, and I'd like to put in some time or some effort for that. It probably won't be the same thing that other Twitch streamers do. That's what I'm trying to get at. Purchase a sub with a Subway gift card. What a time to be alive. Oh, man. But yeah, sub hype. Oh, I've been trying to keep track of subscribe order here too. Hang on, let me go find this. Yeah. So Wasabi. And then Monetic Bind and everyone. Oh, well, thank you everyone. Permanent lunch BRB sounds pretty sweet. Yeah, that was your idea, Monetic Bind. Although you had said that you should buy it, I'm wondering now if I should just do it for subs. Perhaps as an in-game bonus for the game, a pack at launch for each month sub. That's interesting, I think. I never thought of something like that. So some Botland related reward, e.g. more Botcoin or something for each month subscribed. Yeah, I could at least ask people what they think about that. Right, access to a Git repo. Okay, I'm unsubbing you, Spearman. And nice, Pro Sam. See, it only took 3 days. Now you don't have to worry about it any longer. So if I were to do this, I'd move all the data structures to base class. MCS Mike says, I want a command. Actually, so there's already one person, I think, in chat who has a command. And he's not a subscriber. Oh, whoops, I typed it wrong. Can I ask a question? I mean, sure, you can ask another question. I'll sub if every time someone types Kappa, Botland bot will type hair for me. Yeah, the hair command is only around for very short amounts of time. I don't know why it's such a hot topic. Okay, so let me think. Before doing any of this, I want to see what the fallout would be. This may take the whole day to implement, but it would be pretty nice if this worked. Man. Rigs.js. Welcome, Viewbot. Who owns the Rig.js account? Is that Digite? I think it's Digite's, right? So Digite, you subbed to me on 2 accounts. Oh man, well thank you. I really appreciate it. I have to get back to work for the day. Just want to stop by and say congrats. And yeah, thanks EJ. And thanks for stopping in. Have you actually noticed a difference in wrist strain to that keyboard? It seems to be awkward to type on. I never used a curved keyboard before. So it's not awkward to type on at all unless you're used to typing. So let me bring up a QWERTY keyboard. If you are used to pressing this column of keys with your right hand or this column of keys with your left hand, that's going to hurt because you have to stretch your pointer finger away from your middle finger to do that on this keyboard. So as long as you don't do that, everything else is fine. The curve is natural, I think. Your like wrist strain, that's all doable. And every time I talk about this, I bring up the GameCube. Oh man, I cannot talk today for some reason. The GameCube keyboard controller, where if you've ever played with this, it feels like a normal controller once you're playing. Your hands just happen to be much farther apart than they are normally. Okay. Wait, let me see. Can you change the welcome message to use AtomBot? I can once I have it as an emote, I think. Until then, I think I'll use Mr. Destructoid. But point noted. So change welcome to be AtomBot. Did you get a definitive answer regarding the Viewbot term for Twitch? Yeah, I did. I emailed Sophie about it, and she said that she and Monkey on Strike were laughing about the term, and that I'm totally welcome to use it. So cool. So I can call you guys Viewbots. I can say that I have Viewbots as long as it's facetiously. Do we have emotes? Not yet, you don't. So this happened less than 24 hours ago. I wasn't expecting it to happen before Friday. And even then, most of the Twitch staff is involved in TwitchCon in some way. So I didn't expect to have to do anything yet. All I was doing was planning out what the emotes would be. And I was going to ask you guys more as the week went on. But then this happened in like less than a business day. I just wasn't expecting that. They estimated 2-3. Hey, Olo. Oh man, I don't think there's going to be a lot of work getting done today. This is going to be like a hangout day and also just generally celebrate, I think. You had to use it to type in chat on PSO. Yeah, oh my god, that's actually the only thing you could use it for too. If you tried typing in codes on GameShark, you couldn't use that keyboard for some reason. GameShark had a separate keyboard you could use. No emotes, what kind of 2-bit stream is this? Kappa13531. I don't know how emotes work in other streams, but I think you have to have prefix and then like emote name. So for example, if Atom wasn't already taken, I could do things like AtomBot, Atom whatever, Atom programmer. but I don't think I have that prefix available to me. I'm also pretty sure, because I don't think it gave me a suffix. Like I say bot13531, foo13531. I don't know how it works. So I got to look into that. A perfect time to ruin the day, yes. Adam realizes. Yeah, I don't even know how to find out about this stuff. So these are things I need to look into. Definitely, I want to do that. I just, obviously now is not the time. I'm not going to email Twitch on stream, but sometime I will look into it, probably tomorrow. Only already owner remote start with Kappa are allowed to keep them. Oh, I see. No, Mike, you don't have to do that, because I'm gonna ask them, hey, what do I have to go through to get this sort of thing? Actually, yeah, I could start with 13531 for all these things. You're right, because no one's real username starts with 13531. They're all fake names at this point. Adam thanks is a good idea. Adam, I subbed for 6 months. Hopefully, Botland Dev lasts that long. Wait, what? You can do that? Digite, do you mind filling me in? I've never subscribed on Twitch. I mean, I see a kappa at the end of your message, so I'm assuming that refers to the second part, not the first part. But when you subscribe, you can choose how long you subscribe for. Does it cost 6 times 1 month's cost? Or is there some kind of discount? You can sub for 1 or 3 or 6 months. 1 month, 6 months, or a year. I didn't know about that. So does it cost a different amount? 1, 6, or 12? Is it just $5, $30, and $60? 1, 3, or 6. Oh yeah, so they just multiply it for you. Now, that's strange though, right? Do I even know how long someone subscribes for? Oh, thanks Lefko for looking into this. Wait, well, I don't... Okay, so I'm going to be upfront with you guys. Botland development will almost definitely last at least 6 months. But beyond that, I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. Alright, well, cool, Digite. You actually subscribed for 7 months, right? Because you are the owner of Rig.js, aren't you? Find out about the prefix. Well, too late. Okay, yeah, one of the other things I want to ask about is emotes. So I mentioned some emotes the other day. People really wanted a programmer emote. And then Adam Troll, Adam Art. And then I don't know what I would do for the other ones exactly. So we'll have to figure those out. How much is that keyboard? I'm not sure how much it is, so you can check it out through that link. I think it's about $50, $40. I sub for 10 minutes. Yeah, so the programmer thing, pretty sure this should be an emote. Adam Troll and Adam Art are already in Better Twitch TV, so you guys can check those out. And then what's the last one? Adam Bot, I guess. And thanks for the follows, guys. Man, it has been quite a Twitch journey and quite a Botland journey as well. Don't know if I already told you that. Remove them from Better Twitch TV. Yeah, you did tell me that, and I will have to do that. If I had that keyboard, I would have linked it faster. You only get 2 emotes to start, I believe. Yeah, I think so. And the 2 emotes that I get at first, I'll probably take this one and this one. Like, this is the order I'd probably do them in. I think. I don't know. What language do you use? So Botland is coded entirely in JavaScript. Okay, let me take a poll really fast. The welcome message should use which emote? Mr. Destructoid or AtomBot. Hang on a second. What's the keyboard shortcut to move a line? Whoops. Sorry. Hang on 1 second. Keyboard shortcut by default is, I believe, Control Shift up and down, but I've remapped it to Alt up and down. I will give you the code for that. It's not really code, it's just Jason. Okay, I want you guys to, yeah, hey Venrix. Yeah, first day as partner, yes. Well, first full day. It happened about, I don't know, 14, 15 hours ago. Can we get a keyboard emote? I mean, I do want to vote on these things eventually. So then other people, so suggestions. I don't know if this is sarcastic or not, but I'm still going to put that there. And then like an Adam realizes, and I don't know what else. In the past, you couldn't get an emote identical to your sub icon. Oh, I'll have to ask about that too. Ask if I can get an emote identical to the sub icon. Okay, yeah, so observer ward, check this out. Let's go over to key bindings user, Alt plus up. So this is what you want in Sublime at least. So I'll paste this for you and send this your way. Turn on cheering. It's not on by default. Oh, what? This changes everything. I thought this was something that you couldn't turn off. I was under the wrong assumptions. 80% use streaming to spell it with an S. No, because this is a 100% American streamer. Actually, not really. It's off by default. Once you turn it on, you can't turn it off. Really? Okay, well, I'm gonna let you guys decide this, I think. Okay, so 6 votes for AtomBot. Okay, then we'll probably do that. The only problem is that I think my sub icon should be AtomBot. So if well, we'll just switch to Mr. Destructoid, I guess, in that case. Well, no, I'll probably ask you guys about this. So should I enable cheering? It's a one-time thing regarding cheering. So I was talking about this yesterday. The biggest reason I pursued partnership is for the success of the game, not for money for me as a streamer. And I think that there are a couple of psychological impacts of spending money and of seeing other people spend money on a stream that would make the game more successful. So whatever you guys decide is what I'll end up doing here, I think. Who said no? Well, I mean, many people said no. So this is the kind of thing where, like, should I use a mechanical keyboard? If even a few people say no, then the answer is no. This is the kind of thing where I think its majority will win here. Okay, so let me keep track of some of these things. And I'm going to save this on my hard drive too. Actually, you know what? Let's put this here. Cheering. And this would be for what? Which icon to use in the welcome message. Yeah, observer ward. I don't think it's going to be like tons of money or something, but like I said, that's not the point. At least not for me. So we should save this as like partner stuff, public. Okay, let's go change a couple of things. Mr. Destructoid, unless AtomBot will be available for non-Better Twitch TV people too. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Mr. Destructoid can be seen on phones. I think I'll leave this for a bit for right now, because the other problem is that I probably won't be able to use that image unless it's an emote. Yeah. Did you pay for Sublime? Yeah, I did, like 4 years ago or something. Maybe regarding cheering, take the poll into account, but decide for yourself later in a day or two. So, Hideo, I appreciate what you're saying, and I respect that you'd consider me in that. I think that I needed to change my mentality in order to apply for partnership. So originally, I applied twice for partnership, Then I stopped applying. I decided I didn't want you to have any way to give me money whatsoever. Then I reconsidered partnership because I didn't know you could turn off the monetization options. I had to convince myself that money was good for this. I don't know. Like, I know this sounds silly, but in doing this, now I don't really care about this part any longer. So I don't know if that's unfortunate or if it's not unfortunate or if I'm lacking principles or being a sellout or I have no idea. I don't We all find ways to justify how we act. So you can do something wrong and find a way to justify it. So in this sense, have I found a way to justify why what I'm doing is fine? Yes, of course. But does that mean that I'm objectively looking at it? Not necessarily. I don't think this is like evil or anything. I think most people on Twitch have a subscription button and enable cheering, and I think that's totally fine. It's a voluntary thing to spend money. But just my brain spew, just some thoughts. He'll do a dance for cheers. Okay, Nader. Some people want to support you. Yeah, yeah, and I recognize that, and I think about that when I watch other people stream sometimes too. Well, anyway, I will take this into consideration. I will probably make a decision maybe after lunch or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. Will you switch when it comes out? Kyra's probably not. I think if I'm going to switch text editors, it would, unless Sublime 3 is amazing, then I think I would probably switch to Atom or just stick with Sublime 2. And thanks, Realityo. All right. So, want to see what the follow will be. This is an exciting day, I think. It's the first day that I've been a partner for while I'm streaming. And so I want to still do programming work, but today is mostly like a hangout and get whatever I can done. But I don't have lofty goals for myself today. 13521. I have a funny story to tell you, actually. So I was talking to my wife last night about the subscriber things, this whole sheet of paper that I was mentioning. And I said, hey, what do you think would be a good thing to give subscribers? And so we talked about it for a bit, and she came up with some ideas. And then one of her ideas was, I still think this is funny. It can't really work. But she said, what if you finally told subscribers who, oh, hello, thanks for subscribing. You're now a ViewBot. Welcome, welcome, welcome. She said, what if you gave subscribers my Twitch username, which is currently only known by, I think, one person in chat, and it's not even like a special thing. And so I told her, I'm like, look, if I did that, then the expectation is that then I guess subscribers would, whisper you, because they can't just talk to you in chat. Otherwise, everyone would know who you are. And it wouldn't really scale, right? As you get 10, 20 subscribers, you just have a bunch of people messaging you. So I thought, oh, that's funny, but I don't think we can really do that. And Early's, thank you. But yeah, thank you for subscribing, Ola. Spend the money on honey sticks. This old bear would get great pleasure from that. Hey, Basic. Yeah, sub button. Thank you for all, Adam. Well, I hardly did anything, but you're welcome. Watch Adam's wife. No, and the other thing I said that was kind of weird about that was, like, using someone's spouse as an incentive for subscribing is kind of fundamentally weird. But I thought it was a funny idea, so I said I'd share it with you guys, but that's not going to happen. Okay, so. Is he standing? I'm not right now. I'm sitting, but I will be standing in a bit. Actually, my legs have been feeling like jelly lately. I think I'm going to stand now. So I was saying this stream can't extend much longer than 8 hours because I've got plans tonight, and yeah, so I think next week things will return to normal. we'll see what happens as of this week. Dex. Alright, yeah, what would change if I did this? So right now the client arena also keeps track of a bunch of stuff. Is that desk adjust? Yeah. Hey, Wraithy. Actually, I think Wraithy was already saying something, but I think I'm just saying hi now. When's sub Sunday? I mean, I think the natural answer is Sunday, but I actually don't think that's going to happen. I think sub Sunday is a reasonable thing for people who stream themselves playing games. Like, I try to be as transparent as possible when it comes to Botland. I know I don't share certain details about my personal life, but when it comes to Botland, like, yes, I'm making a product and I need to make sure that I finish that product. So sub Sundays, I think, would kind of get in the way a little bit. We'll see. I still want to do celebrations where I play games or something with the stream, but I've got to keep Botland in mind here. So width and pixel, height and pixel, that makes sense. Game state, that should just be saved in the base class. What's the difference between JavaScript and C++? So I'd say there are two big differences. There are actually a lot of differences, I guess. So this is statically typed, which means that as you type out a variable, you give it a type. So this can only ever be an integer now. Also, you manage memory yourself. So you can use things like malloc or new, delete and free. Malloc/free, new, and delete. So JavaScript is kind of the opposite of those things. Dynamically typed, memory managed for you. This is a compiled language. And there are a lot of differences. So C++ is like, it's classically been an object-oriented language. JavaScript has some functional elements to it. So if you're new to all of this, this might not mean a lot to you. So I can clarify any of these things if you want, but I would say if you're getting started, it doesn't really matter which language you pick because you'll eventually learn more than just one. So there are people who start with C++ and then they go on to learn a lot of things and they're totally fine. There are people who start with Python or JavaScript and then they go on to learn a lot of things and they're totally fine. So I don't think you can screw up by picking the wrong language at first. Unless you're picking like Fortran probably or some totally like dead language. Instead of sub Sunday, just make February. Oh, see you, Merlin. And yeah, thanks again. Thank you. Now we can legally call you a scammer if you won't give us special botland accounts. If you're using new and delete in C++, you're doing it wrong. Well, it is a superset of C, so you can use whatever you want, I guess. But yes, you... Or wait, no. You were saying... Oh, you said that backwards. Never mind. Hence the kappas. I will stop talking. Thanks for doing what I wouldn't. Yeah, what? Fortran is still useful? Is it? Does it? I don't think it's very widespread at all. It still has a use. I will grant you that. So client has its own game state. I don't even think this is used anywhere anymore. Let's go take a look. Set game state. Yeah, it's not even used. Here's what I recommend. What is that? Check my previous message or at least copy the link I gave. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's been a lot of chat stuff going on. I had to create an account on their forum, but I may have found the issue regarding Pentabot. It was an issue they pushed to fix, so you need to update. Also, you need to regenerate. Alright, well, thank you, Hideo. I'm only groaning because obviously this is just more frustration with Phantom Bot. What about a guaranteed account on Botland with a certain username as a sub reward? That's interesting. Or it could be a guaranteed account name. Yeah, and I'll eventually have a vote on this as I get more ideas. And really, these ideas should be things that, like, obviously, I shouldn't have to say this, that they can't be offensive and they can't violate any other rules that already exist. So for example, add a command for every sub with their name. You can't have this linked to something bad or say something bad. Same thing, your account name can't be something profane. All right, yeah, Magnetic Vine. It's that time of morning. And thank you. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for dropping in. And no, I appreciate it, Hideo. I'm going to probably tomorrow. I'm probably going to devote, well, it's always been 2 hours in the past, to updating Phantom Bot. It's just a frustrating time. Okay, so set game state. Is this called anywhere? This is, but only once and only here. I don't think game state's even used for this stuff anymore, is it? And either way, it would have to be known by the client so that we don't just send this stuff over arbitrarily. Oh, hey, Endoran. MCS mic doesn't work. Was that ever a command? Do you plan to write a Bitcoin to Botcoin translator? No. I think that's a very shady thing to do. If ever there's a currency, I mean, imagine if you had... Oh, Endoran. Thanks for subscribing. If you ever have, let's say you had US dollars and you had US dollars and this was worth, well, I guess you can't really say this, and this was worth like this much. And that's how Botcoin and Bitcoin are, is Botcoin would be worth like nothing and Bitcoin is obviously worth a lot of money. So you can't ever really do that. Which number am I? Oh yeah. So I have the subscribe orders here. Let me write yours down and then tell you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You are 11. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think I'm going to get the majority of the subscribers that I end up getting in like the next 2 days of streaming. And then I think it'll drop off very quickly. And that's totally fine. I really appreciate this, and I don't know, it's been a journey. It's been a great journey. And I'm still enjoying what I'm doing and everything. I have a lot left to do, and I want to get to that at some point. I've made enough money to buy lunch. Hey, Double T's. So client has his own game state, but it's not really used anywhere. Don't bring us like prisoners. Well, when you ask for your number. So create spawner. A lot of this stuff was what exactly? We had... Oh, entities would have to be created differently. So entities would have to be created differently or augmented after creation so that they have the right components. Spamming is starting, yeah. Now you're getting emails about it. So we add in a sprite, and that's pretty much it. And I bet a lot of these work this way. Oh, and a life bar component. So we add in sprite component and life bar component. No, that's not what I wanted to say. What else do we have here? Oh, cosmetics component. This doesn't exist at all on the... Wait, does it? No, it must exist. Yeah, this exists. What else do we need though? Compose bot. This gives us a sprite. This sprite is what we put into a sprite component. Life bar, shield bar component. I guess that's another life bar component. Yeah, so right now subscribers don't really have a lot of stuff available to them. And that's why I have this sub ideas thing. Right now you have 2 commands, but actually moderators can use these too. Alright, we add in spray component and life bar component. This can be done, let me think about this. So serve arena, we call create bot We have create CPU. We would have create, I guess, anything else here. Unsubscribed. Welcome and view does what? So you can just try them out. There you go. And actually, that's a good idea, Endoran. I should I'll write myself a note for this. Change welcome to accept an argument for the person to welcome. It says their name. No permission. Oh yeah. Sorry, Digite. Yeah, there's a bug right now in Phantom Bot that I'm gonna have to fix. Sorry. Yeah. No, these only work if you are a mod for now. There's a bug in Phantom Bot. Alright. Okay, so create entity, we have creating spawner, landmine, all of these things, and really all they do is associate a sprite. Yeah. This shouldn't be too bad. I shouldn't even have to serialize these entities. This is gonna, if I do this change, it's gonna take all day. And in the end, what's gonna happen is I'll have deleted like 1,000 lines of code. But the code will be so much more manageable than what it is now. Oh, nice, Hideo. No cooldown on the no permission message. I think I could add one, but in general, if people are spamming a command they don't have access to, I usually just ask them to stop. Okay, so we would need to change how this gets constructed. Let's go take a look at how this is done. So create entity. Everything gets routed here. Create entity. So let's go take a look. This should only, yeah, this exists in very few places. There's one in landmine. This doesn't even need to be there. Send entity to all players. I guess I should just do that. We send it serialized as though it's the owner every time. Send entity to all players. Landmine entity. Yeah. This is the kind of stuff that just shouldn't even be necessary. Yeah, there we go. So now there's one place where create entity happens. Send entity to player. So this can be overridden on the client to inject whatever sprites we need to inject. And I guess it can work the same way that the client's currently doing this right now. Oops, this isn't even the client. Yeah. Yeah, this would be fine. At this point, entities have certain components that need associated sprites. What? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, MCS Mike, I think as of last year, I was reading a blog post, I think it was last year, that Twitch had something like 15,000 subscribers, or partners, I mean. Yeah. Okay, I think this is fine. So entities would have to be created differently. What else happens in this class? Let's just do the old search for functions by doing this regex space slash w plus slash parenthesis dot star parenthesis space curly brace. Cool. So here are all of our functions. Hey, Jim Lee. Well, they probably, like I said, that blog post was from last year, so they probably have more than 15,000 partners now. Okay, so subscribe on PubSub. A lot of this will just be totally removed, I guess. No, it wouldn't be. Some of it would be removed. Something like tapped in camera. but a lot of the pub sub stuff would just be gone. A lot of the pub sub subscriptions would be gone as we would have more direct communication. Well, it wouldn't even... Alright, well, let's take a look. So that's fine. So dispose, is this even needed? Dispose an arena. We should probably just use one arena. How's it going? What's the challenge today? It's going well. The challenge today is getting the code into a more usable state. My goal today is just to make things better. It's not to go work on crazy new features or anything. It's like just get the code to a point where it's in better shape. I can iterate faster. And it might even mean writing tests at some point. I'm not sure. I'll write this again. Consider rewriting my test framework now that we've changed so many assumptions. I think the important thing too would be putting CPUs into the defense. That way there's an amount of life and the position is saved. Into the defense. Be really helpful. Have another to do somewhere. When you hold the mouse shift, does it change the color too? No, it doesn't. I don't know if you can have it do that. There's a color section here. No, I don't think you can. Oh wait, select mode. I don't know what these modes even are. Cycle lighting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can do it. Subs get 1 free light token a day. I think... So I was thinking about that, and I was thinking that's probably a little too much. Because let's say there were 50 subscribers, and I mean, you control the lights for roughly a minute, so that's like an hour of lights changing throughout the day. And that's if all the subscribers are here. I don't have 50 subscribers, so it's not like that's even a thing yet. But I think I'd rather... So yeah, here's the ideas that I'd had, and then this is Zilly's idea. Zilly's suggestion. So I think a botland reward would be interesting. I think special like testing levels at the very least could be interesting. So maybe I do something where if you're subscribed, like where the pseudo money system is based on sub status. So then subscribers would progress faster through the beta, I guess. Something like that. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. And so yeah, this is all very, very new. And I think after about a month or two, once things have settled and we kind of have expectations around this, be interesting. Is there a partner stuff private? I think there's something like that. So there's a contract here, and there's stuff that I need to be aware of that I can't necessarily share with you guys. It's like there's a parrot in the room. Hey Puka. Yeah, I did get a subscribe button. It is very fresh. It's less than a day old. Also, I wanted to say, you linked in a video 2 days ago, I think. It was programming music, and it was pretty good. I liked it. I don't even know if you linked it to me necessarily, but I ended up listening to it while I was doing some work the other day. So thank you. All right, so dispose. Do we even need to dispose of arenas anymore? Here, set up title screen arena. So the way that this works now is we just keep destroying this every time we need to. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, I think I like that idea. I think that subbing and resubbing can give you tokens equal to your subscription longevity. No, so like I said, I think I want to avoid there being like millions of light tokens out there. Otherwise, it's not as fun anymore. Could you make a command for subs to give away a light token using their own points? While I could do that, you could always just give someone 25 points. As a sub, I request a Phantom Bot upgrade stream. Okay, maybe. Uh, okay, here's what's happening tomorrow. Like Thursdays, I normally don't stream. Tomorrow, in particular, I need to drive to the airport, and I think it's at like 1 o'clock or so. So unfortunately, this bisects the day. And so if I was gonna stream, I would have to do it after this time, probably more like 2 o'clock. But since this is important work for Friday, I think I would just make sure that I get it done. So yeah, I'm not sure about that, Mike. All right, see you, Puka. People would fight for their color. Well, so I was thinking about this stuff, and I was thinking like, what if there was an overlay on the stream, and like people could play a game, or there was something you could watch, or there was, I don't know. And I think that if I was to do anything like that, what I would do is the BRB screen that I have. Like if I just type BRB, for example, if I were to, whoops, hang on, I have no idea what I just clicked. Okay, anyway, I would probably make something like this be controllable, if anything. But even then, I thought, is that really worth it? Plus, if I'm ever gonna run ads, I would run it when I'm not even at the computer. Let it hit 0. That's never gonna happen. Okay, so dispose. I think this is still fine. Entity is no longer on fire. This is called because the client used to not have information about some things. So there are certain messages that exist solely because the client used to not have full information. For subs, please. This sounds like a little kid who's like, but I can't go to school, I'm sick, see? Digitate's like, but I'm a sub. You should do everything. Maybe a bonus in points is a number of months times 100 for subs. So with points, I think since there's only 2 things to spend your points on, and since I would consider giving subs one of those things permanently, that I would probably need more things for you to spend points on for it to matter. All these subs want stuff already. No, that's fine, and I want the ideas, definitely. But I have reasons for why I'm doing things the way I'm doing, and I think with points, like I said, if there were, let's say, 10 things you could spend points on, then yeah, I think giving subs more points would probably be interesting. But I think that right now, with only 2 things, and with one of those possibly being on all the time, it wouldn't matter as much. So yeah, same thing with what you said, Olo. Multiplier by 2. That's possible. I could set that up. That's actually built into Phantom Bot. But what do you do with all the points you have? So yeah, I'll probably not do that sort of thing. So, e.g., what is it? Entity is no longer on fire. Yeah, this. So how would this change? Because this is sent from code execution system, actually. Update fire duration. And if it's off, then we need to tell... Yeah, we remove the component from it. So we wouldn't even need to do this. We shouldn't even need to do this in the future, since there will only be one set of entities. That's the first sub. My name should always be on the launch BRB screen. Sending 1,000 points to time someone specified out for 1 second. But, and Jordan, that has, yeah, I think it's interesting, but that has repercussions because I think on mobile, you can't see deleted messages. So if someone times someone else out because they're just like, oh, haha, you said something that was, I don't know, whatever. Like, oh, Adam is the best editor. And then someone's like, no, Sublime is the best editor. And then you time that person out, and then you lose all the messages that someone else might have been trying to read. I think that can be dangerous. What about second and first from you? Oh, you know what? I should check out my dashboard at some point too. Check out dashboard and see if I have more tools available. Every point means you need to do one push-up. I think I'd get pretty buff pretty fast. Or I'd just pass out. Okay, so that's fine. What else do we have here? I'm going to go through all these functions. That's okay. Artillery landed. What does this do? We get the thing that landed. Actually, a lot of this was... Oh, that's what's going to be a problem. Yeah, life. Life was one of the key things that differed between client and server. On this server, it reflects the true value. On the client, it reflects the display value. I would need... Yeah, I would probably need to separate. Yeah, actually, this is going to be one of the big problems here. No commercials, please. I'm pretty sure you don't even get commercials. Yeah, I don't think subscribers see ads, do they? I think that's one of the benefits of subscribing. Twitch subscription benefits. Oh, yeah, see? It says right here. This article doesn't have translation for English. Why? Why is that the case? Twitch Turbo. Why do people subscribe to a player's Twitch? I think they mentioned something about ads in here, right? No ads. Yeah, get a shout out recognition. Yeah. So you don't get ads no matter what. No, Jim Lee is not going to be a thing. Yeah, okay. So it says here, with limited exceptions. I don't know what those exceptions are exactly, but this ad-free part is... It should mean that... So here's my plan, is that, you know, I use the bathroom, I go get lunch during the day. When I do that sort of thing, yeah, I'll probably play an ad. And we'll just try this out, right? I don't think it's going to be intrusive because it's not like I was doing anything anyway during those times. And I'm pretty sure you guys already saw ads when you joined the stream before. Like, I didn't have any control over those. I probably still don't. I think you still probably see ads when you join the stream. Is it me or is the screen flickering? Hey, Mr. Cheap. Thank you. Yeah, that is a very, very new thing. Hence my stream title today. But yeah. Alright, this is actually a huge problem. Probably need to separate display / real values on the client. The exception is ads automatically randomly played when joining a stream. It's only ads played manually. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. The bigger problem here is that clients that die on the server are immediately removed. On the client, we may have dead entities that aren't removed immediately. Now we have 2 special chat modes. What about sub mod only? And XX Blod, thanks for following. It's actually not that exclusive of a club, is it? Let's see, how many people are mods and subs? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so half of the people who are subscribers right now are also moderators, I think. Don't try to get away. Why is physical exercise good for computer workers? Subs have 20 more seconds to play with the lights. That is interesting. I'll write it down. I think I want to leave like control alone mostly, except for this. I think this one's pretty cool. So like if my lights are white right now, and let's say Hideo were to subscribe, they would flash pink because his name is Pink. So I think that'd be interesting. But Endorn's idea: give subscribers longer light control time. Subs have to play with the desk. Yeah, I was talking about that too. That'd be really frustrating for me if I'm like, guys, I really want to sit down, and you force me to stand up. Bigger problem here is the clients that die on the server. There's entities that die on the server. On the client, we may have dead entities, but they can't be removed immediately. That's gonna cause problems. This may also impact how projectiles work. Restrict specific light colors to sub only. No, I'm not gonna do something like that. It's a very interesting hypothetical though of can you make a color valuable? This is like purple long ago when dyes were not very common. Purple was a color worn by royalty. Subscription. You'd have. I don't know. It's just weird. Jim Lee. There are people who do that on Twitch. I think, isn't that how there was a Hearthstone streamer who used to do this? Push-ups whenever people subscribed, I think. I don't remember. Trying the Mac for first time and finding Safari. 10 minutes. So, Vito Gaming Command Space is going to be one of your best friends on Mac. Command Space is, what do they call it? Spotlight? Or, I don't remember what they call it. Anyway, it's the thing that lets you search your computer for anything. Subs can change your Sublime theme. Subs can change the editor. Alright, I'm coding in Notepad today, guys. Alright, this may also impact how projectiles work, how projectiles / landmines work. What else do we have here? Yeah, and this is actually a big problem. White text on white background. Twitch plays programming. All great ideas, guys. Great ideas. Okay, so life stolen. So how would this work? When artillery hits an entity, you would have so when a missile hits an entity on the server, its life goes from 100 to 50, let's say. Or let's say 100% to 70%. On the client, we can't show the life value change until the missile actually makes contact. So we would need a display life component. And no, Mike, this was to be expected about not getting a ton of stuff done today. What about air conditioning control? So this air conditioner is a floor unit, and it's got an exhaust thing that goes outside. So if I don't have the window open, then it's actually not good to turn it on. And if I have the window open and it's not on, then my neighbors can just hear me. I'm sure they can hear me already. I know you say you don't have enough time to do something like Sub Sunday, but would you ever consider a single day a month for playing with subs like Minecraft Monthly? I would consider it, definitely. I will write that down. EJ suggests 1 day a month of playing games with subs. Yeah, I'll write it down. And see you, Vito. Thanks for following. And yeah, Echo, this is what I would have to do here. Update it only on the collision event. But I think there's going to be some kind of weird things that can happen there. Like, what if healing a target has no... Healing a target is instantaneous, let's say. And what if missiles take 2 seconds to reach the target? And now the order of events that we get is 1, missile was fired, real life goes from 100 to 50. And then 2, heal takes place. Real life goes from 50 to 75. So the client may animate this as 1, heal hits first. So life goes from 100 to 125, and then 2, missile hits. Life goes to 75. So in the end, they both end up at the same life value, but it might not make any sense to the client. And I think this is what would be like, yeah, I think this is going to be weird no matter what I do. So either, and remember this happens at time 0, and then this happens at time 2, or I guess I should write time 2000 ms, time 0 ms. Isn't it, and Pat, thanks for following, isn't it possible to make the client animate this properly? I don't know about voting how much you're going to eat. So I've thought about, there's some, let me see. I wrote a note a long time ago. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, wait, hang on a second. I'm like floating around in the wrong notes entirely. Long term to do notes to file. Okay, so here's what I wrote on this a long time ago. Let's see if this is still applicable. Are you going to do casual eating on stream during next month to try to get more work done? I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. I still have to plan that out. So I said I don't think there's a perfect solution to the animation problem on the client. If we fix it on the server, then that means we've changed the game design. You'll no longer be acting on the truth of the game state. You may fire a laser at a target that's already doomed because its killing blow is currently traveling toward it. Yeah, so this is not, you can't fix it on the server, I guess. And there's no problem on the server. So it isn't possible to totally fix it on the client. Imagine a scenario where you have a 100% reflect shield bot, or on BotX. Bot A fires a laser from far away while reflect shield is on. Then, while the laser is traveling, the reflect shield turns off, and bot B fires a laser from nearby. The nearby laser will hit first, but it won't be reflected. This will be confusing on the client. Yeah, this is just something that you have to hide things with animation, I think. Yeah. And I wrote that too. I think the best way to address this is with having an animation. For example, when reflect turns off, we animate it flashing its opacity. So what we could do is what Spurtman suggested, and just have life bars change immediately, but they change slowly. So they just tween from where they are to where they have to be. You stated healing is instantaneous, so isn't the animation correct? You just have to add a tooltip or line in the description saying it's in the case. No. I guess what I'm getting at is like, okay, so in the actual game, both of these are instantaneous, and both of them would have an animation probably. But imagine if it works like this: a missile was fired, and then immediately after. So let's say this is like time 0 ms, time 1 ms. So if you could perceive events instantaneously, you would see, oh, a missile was fired. Okay, cool. Yeah, I can process all that information in 1 millisecond. And you'll know that its life went from 100 to 50, even on the client. But since you can't perceive events like that, yeah, it might take some time for it to travel to the target. So I don't think I actually added information to what I just said right there, but yeah, I'm not sure. I think tweening life values could just be that solution here. We actually could show life changing immediately. Well, noob, that's because I have word wrap on. If I turn word wrap on, it's very obvious that these are all single lines, but then you have to scroll all the way to the side to read them, and it's really annoying. Well, this is a big problem. I'm going to need to address that. And I need to look through the rest of these functions to figure out what else I need to address. But first, whoops, knocked over a trash can. If you heal at 0 milliseconds, then heal first, then missile hits. Well, so the problem with that is you have a maximum amount of life. Let's say your maximum is 100. So if the heal hits first, then you're actually going beyond your maximum. And to a player, that might be confusing of, wait a second, like, I got up to 125 life somehow. Isn't my maximum 100? And let's say you see the heal hit first and you stay at 100 max life. And you're like, what, the heal did nothing? What order did these things happen in? It would just be confusing as a player. I think this is a more realistic way of showing you this because it only involves like one thing. So imagine if you have a bot here and it's got reflect shield on it. So this is bot X and it's got a reflect shield. And so there's a laser over here that's fired from far away. So this has to travel this distance. And then there's a laser here that's fired from very close. And this has to travel this distance. So the order of events is X casts reflect on itself. It will reflect all projectiles. Then a laser is fired from point 1 far away. And then a laser is, and then reflect's duration ends. So this will be reflected. And a laser is fired from point 2, close. This will not be reflected. But it will reach X before the first laser does. So this, I think, demonstrates this a little bit more closely. This is just difficult to understand because on the server, lasers are instantaneous. They should always be, your bot should be acting based on the state of the game. But as a player of the game, you can't process things instantaneously. So you need to have it animate for you, and it'll just be a little bit confusing. I think that's it. Can you make healing and damaging animated differently rather than a health bar animated? I was a player to check in my script or Blockly if my health is not at maximum. No, Hideo, that's not the problem I'm getting at here. The problem is that you so a missile was fired at you and your life is 50 by the time you get to the point where heals happen. So when you cast heal on yourself, you actually are at 50 life and you're going to 75. The problem is just an animation problem on the client. On the client, you should still end up at 75 life. It's just it's like this problem, I think, where anyway, I think just animation is the solution here. If you heal something that's fully healed, then I would say it is obvious not much will happen. Yeah, okay. I think I'm doing a bad job of communicating this. But either way, I still have to use the bathroom, so let me go. Let me try the run ad button for the first time. I'm gonna put up my BRB screen as usual. Um, let me try this. I want to give myself some time here just in case I screw this up. All right, we're gonna run a commercial. I'm usually back in like 2 minutes, but we'll still see how this works. Adam slash commercial runs a commercial. Told me failed to start a commercial for obvious reasons. So how do you control that though? I need to look into that. Find out how slash commercial works. All right, what did I miss in chat? Antimatter tape. You need editor permission or to be the streamer. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll have to check that out because I can, well, I don't, probably shouldn't talk about commercials too much, but yeah, I'll have to figure out how I'm going to do that. Okay, and by the way, this is already a problem in the current game. If I show you what's happening here, and like maybe this works, maybe it doesn't. I don't actually know if I'll be able to show this off too much. Well, not at that speed, I can't show you. Shouldn't be considered, I think I understand the issue, but shouldn't be considered correct what you're showing to the user. I would expect a missile is animated, that the damage is happening when it arrives, like you're showing it to me on screen. But if the server thinks that it's instantaneous, wouldn't that be a problem or an issue that people would raise? Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at, I guess, is like imagine if healing is a projectile that moves at speed like 9999999, and imagine that missiles move at speed 1. So now events are a missile is fired from A to B. It will take like 1 hour before it hits the target. And I'm using really exaggerated numbers here to try to show how this works. And now heal is like fired, I guess, or heal is used from C to B. It will take 1 millisecond before it hits the target. So what's happening is target will go from 100 life to 50 life on the server immediately, because missiles only have a travel time on the client, and target will go from 50 life to 75 life on the server immediately. On the client though, the target won't get hit for an hour. So I think the solution here, like I said, is to just kind of fudge values a little bit. You animate it so that, oh, missiles obviously don't take a whole hour to work. They take like a second. And so if it looks like the life value appears wrong for a little bit, well, that's okay, because that's kind of just what you expect. Can't you queue that event on the server? So it already, remember, this stuff is happening instantaneously on the server. So it is working in that order. The server sees it as missile, then heal. The client sees it as heal, then missile. So that's where the core of this problem is. And so from my point of view, the server doesn't have a problem here. The problem is that there's a difference between the server and the client. So one solution could be to make them act the same way, e.g. make the server not have projectiles be instantaneous. I think this is a problem. This is a problem from a game design perspective, in that your bots aren't acting on the true state of the arena. So imagine this. Imagine that you have bots like this. So imagine if all of your bots tried firing a laser at the same target. So you have 3 lasers in transit. And let's say this amount of life that it has remaining is only enough so that it can take 1 laser's worth of damage. Well, now your bot's just overkilled this bot. And given that this is a game about writing automation, having to deal with cases where you're going to overkill a bot is incredibly frustrating, because now you need communication between all of these different bots saying, Did you just fire a laser at a target that's probably going to die? Did you just fire a laser at a target that's probably going to die? Do you know that it's going to die? Do you need to do any sort of regression to find out that no, it had reflect and it's actually healing itself, so the rate at which its life is changing is such that yes, I do want to fire this laser. That kind of decision making is not the decision making that I think is important in botland. So I don't think changing the server to get to the point where it's simulating projectiles over a longer period of time, I don't think that's correct. So I think the correct solution is just get this so that clients aren't super confused. And I don't think there's a way to totally avoid that. And no, I didn't skip your meme, EJ. I read it. I was just... So anyway, I think the other solution is to try to ease confusion a bit on the client. And it won't totally be possible. This is something that people have pointed out originally, which is like, hey, that target's on fire, but it dies from... Anyway, I don't know. There's some weird stuff. But does it mean that if I have 50 HP, someone launches a missile at me doing 100 damage, I'm already dead and I have no way to heal myself? No. So yeah. You as a bot that's executing... So, as a bot that's executing code, you always have up-to-date information. So if your life is 50% when you start your turn, and you don't do anything during your turn, it will be at 50% at the end of your turn. So your code gets executed in an instant of time where nothing else can happen other than the things that your code did. So for example, if you step on a landmine, that's something your code did, and yes, your life will go down. If you heal yourself, that's something your code did, and then your life will go up. So you won't have any, like from a game design perspective, I think this is good because the code you're writing is more straightforward. From a replay perspective of like, hey, what happened during all that code running? It's slightly more confusing because it's like, wait, what? Just because the projectile moved slower, I don't know the order that things happen. All right, see you, Zoe. Yeah. Well, anyway, so what I was going to show off here is this. Not that. Hang on a second. I got to set this to something. Okay. So we can take a look. The way that things are working right now is that, yes, when the projectile hits, that's when it's doing damage. So this looks fine. But then you can see lasers are getting shot as well. And they have a kind of a special case on how they work too. So would it be bad to have the client verify and send what happened to the server? The client doesn't ever have to do that. So those are things that you would need to do in maybe a real-time game. But this game is not real-time. Or at least not in the sense of how the game is simulated. So the difference is not only between the client and the server, but also between the server and the bot executing code, I guess. If not, I'm lost and watch silently until you find out how to deal with it. Yeah, I don't think that's really the case. So the server is like where the bot's running the code. So for example, a missile's fired from A to B. This is because someone ran their code saying shoot missile. And then immediately the target will know, just immediately, they'll know that, oh, my life is only 50 now. So I know that I should repair myself. So if you ever run into, let's say, so with everything I've said here, this flow is possible. Where bot A fires a missile at bot B. It takes, and like, bot B loses 50 life. Bot B heals itself for 50 life. Repeat ad nauseum. Like this, the bots will never die. If this keeps up, the bots will never die. Hey, Tomkus. Yeah, auto host is apparently like a brand new feature, right? I just set it up yesterday. So anyway, my point here was that this all happens on the server. What's going to be really confusing about this? So now, okay, this is the server's perspective. From the client's perspective, with everything I've written out, the client will see a bunch of heals hit for seemingly 0 damage. Then they'll see a bunch of missiles hit for seemingly 0 damage. Yeah, but in the case of me having only 40 HP, I'm considered dead after the first action. What happens in this case? You'll die. Like, if a missile's fired at you and you have 40 HP and it's going to do 50 damage, then yeah, you're just dead. You won't get another turn after that. So that's what I'm trying to say. The server has the true state of the game. And because the client can't, because you as a human can't absorb information instantaneously, we need to have animation times in here. Well, animation times make it so that, oh, it's not exactly the same as what's happening on the server, because now the order of events can be different. And there are two solutions to this, I feel. One is you make it so that, well, animation times are kind of baked in on the server too. And that's a problem in my mind because, like I said, I think it makes coding harder for the user, not for me. And then the second thing you could do is you make it so that, like, yeah, there's just this. You try to reflect things as well as you can, the state of the server as well as you can, but knowing that you can't do that, you do these little tricks of like tweening life bars or something. And by the way, MCS Mike, I don't know if you have Better Twitch TV, but if you right click someone's name, a chart will come up and you can click purge at the bottom of it. Hey, Kanka. Yeah, there's no betting. The only things you can do with points are that. Gambling addiction won't continue. All right. Well, anyway, this is one of the things that I'm going to have to address here. So, yeah. We've got to not remove dead entities. Also, isn't there a /purge command? Conclusions, can't remove dead entities immediately. And when the client modifies life, it needs to modify a different component in addition to the original one. How's my day been? My day's been pretty good. So as of yesterday, I now have a subscribe button on my stream. And yeah, it's been a very interesting time today. And yeah, the Leppy Sync accounts are antimatter tapes from that leprechaun thing that he did. Okay, so what else do we have here? We got to keep looking through this. I'll probably leave this open actually. Well, actually, that's fine. Now let's do that. Okay, so artillery landed. Why are we getting botted now? No, that's antimatter tape. Yeah, there you have it. And so this person has, what, 8 emotes dedicated to just that leprechaun? Wow. Alright, so artillery landed. Create artillery shell. What does this do? This figures out how long it should travel for. And the vector. Guess I'm just not used to this real state of the game design. If a missile doing 50 HP is launched at me when I have 40, I would not expect to be considered dead until the missile hits me, so I had time to heal myself. Next turn and the missile didn't hit yet, but that's a game design issue, I guess. Yeah, that is the game design issue. Is because think about from a code perspective. So from a user perspective, how about this? From the perspective of a user writing code, what code would you write to deal with this? Well, you have this constant like update equals function, and then a whole bunch of stuff happens here, right? So you need to say something like, if projectiles traveling to me will bring me to, will kill me, then repair and will repair, or can repair, I guess, then repair. So there are a bunch of changes you'd need to be able to even deal with this. One is, wouldn't you want to get the amount of damage that these are going to do? So you'd really want to say something like damage equals get damage of projectiles traveling to me. If damage, and like if repair amount is greater than the incoming damage and damage is fatal damage, then and can repair. Like the code you write as a user is just so annoying, I think. And yeah, thank you, Can. I really appreciate it. I am pretty amazed by how this stream has progressed too. Especially because I think it was relatively lucky that, yeah, when I started, there just happened to be people there. That was incredible, and that just led to a lot of momentum. So you can see all of this on Twinge if you want to. If you go to here and click growth, it started at actually the highest point it's ever been and then dropped to the lowest point it's ever been, and since then it's pretty much been consistently increasing. Except for this. This is like, yeah, this is summer for you. It starts out, more people are free, then people start going back to school, and now we're back into winter viewing. Still not working for me for some reason. At this point, I think it is just you. It is creating the token and it's trying to whisper you. So there's this. So I'm not sure what's going on there. No, Pickle, I think what I'm the part that's lucky is that very first day there were even people in the channel. I do think there's a certain amount of how to keep people viewing and how to be entertaining and engaging. And that part I don't consider to be much luck. But the part that I think is lucky is, like I said, just people were there. It could be that no one clicked my channel and then no one would even know, am I a good streamer or not? So that's the part I'm grateful for. The rest, I don't say this to pat myself on the back, but I did put in a lot of work into the stream. And I feel like that is a component of this too. But I also recognize the luck that I had. And no problem, Hideo. I appreciate that you're trying to help come up with a solution here. That's great. I think this is what would happen if you had the server have projectile speed in them too. And so the server actually does have that to some extent. So the server does have projectiles that have travel time, and it's artillery. And there is no way to get artillery shells in the air. So you might die next turn and you might not know it. But that's, you as a player of the game know that that's possible, so you're willing to work with that. But if every projectile worked that way, it would probably be frustrating, I think. Can we get purple lights? You could buy a light token. And did I miss anything else in chat? I don't think so. But thank you, Can. No, this is why I appreciate it. And I think what naturally happens for Twitch streamers if they get to be like way more popular, so once they have a chat that's sort of unmanageable, so 2,000 people, let's say, they stop voicing so much that like, oh, thank you followers and thank you normal viewers, and they mostly just focus on subscribers and donations. And I think that makes sense when you have 2,000 viewers, because you can't say thank you to everybody, you can't address everybody. And if the stream ever got to the point where there's like 150 people consistently, I think it would change the tone of the stream. I wouldn't be able to talk to every single person. And I think what's been happening lately, there's been a combination of things. One, the game design's been changing. Two, I've had like more non-botland related stresses lately. And three is that chat has been more interactive. So I think that combination of things has led to my productivity dropping a bit. And today I'm totally fine with that. Today is like a, hey, let's celebrate. It's been over a year of streaming. Just hit partnership. Like, I think I'm fine with that. But obviously I gotta finish the game at some point. How does the light system work with multiple people having access at the same time? So it's just events. So like let's say person A sets all lights to red, and then person B sets all lights to blue. You'll see them change red really quickly and then blue really quickly. So they get processed in whatever order they happened in. Well, whatever order they're received in. Also, what was that? That was weird. Oh, you guys are hearing... No, wait, what? Never mind. Alright, what else did I miss? Demon Wolf, you should whisper the bot. Have you done that before? I think if you whisper the bot, then you'll be able to get whispers back from it. I'm not sure. New viewer here, what game are you making? I can show you. So, making a game called Botland, and this is a game about, it's a strategy game about automation. So you make bots first, and here's one I've configured already. So it's got melee, it's got artillery. I can put a bunch of different things on here. You can see this bank of hardware. I've got reflect, regen, cloaking, lasers, missiles, teleport, shield. There's a whole bunch of different stuff you can use. And so you fill up these 7 slots of hardware with whatever distribution you want. And level 3 is the maximum of any given thing. So if you want a really offensive bot, an aggressive one, then put level 3 weapons on it. If you want a really defensive bot, put level 3 armor or reflect or shield or teleport, something like that. So cool, you customize your bot, and then the automation part comes in where you can make a script. So your script might be something like, okay, fire artillery, cool. And then I want you to use melee actually before doing that. So I want to prioritize short range over long range. Then I want to go find enemies. And if I can't do any of that stuff, then just, move around. So cool. That could be a script that you make. You could ignore this completely, and you could say, hey, just figure it out for me. You could go with pre-made scripts if you want. So here's a pre-made script that does a whole lot of different stuff. You can write this as JavaScript if you want. So there are lots of different ways to accommodate this automation for different skill levels of users. So this is not supposed to be a programming game, despite that you can program in it. It's an automation game where you don't have to program. You don't even need to write these scripts. If you don't write a script, it'll just say, it'll have a default script basically, where it says like, okay, yeah, if something's close to me, I'll use melee. If something's far away from me, I'll use artillery. And yeah, Demon Wolf, I'm not sure what's going wrong there then. The octopus bot design is sick. Yeah, I really like it. And especially you can see it when you have, let's type octopus here for all of these. When you have the different colors in play too, I like this about the artwork, that you can change this however you want and come up with just interesting looking bots that maybe no one's ever had before. And so there's a lot of different designs. You can have scary looking bots and cute looking bots, and I like that. There'll be a lot of customization. Did you create that script engine, or is it something, or is that from like Scratch or something? Yeah, so it's an open source library called Blockly that was inspired by Scratch. How many JavaScript features does the coding in the game have? I have heard you say something about some ES6 compatibility as well. So it doesn't have a ton, and part of the reason for that is because I wrote this, and I wrote my own like parser for all of this stuff. So if you were to try to make an object, let's say, this wouldn't work because there are very few use cases for objects in the game. Like, there are times when you might want this, sure. And yeah, you can set variables if you want. So a = 5 is totally fine. But you don't get full access to anything you want. In fact, you don't even have like var. You can't say var b = 5. There's no reason for this to exist. Instead, you have a equals 5. You just set it, and it looks like it's a global. And the reason for that is because you have an init function that you can write if you choose to, where you can say something like, okay, my behavior equals 0 or attack or something like that. And then you could say here, if my behavior equals attack, then do attack stuff. And then you'd have to write this function, of course. So I'm going to put this over here. And I don't know, you can just imagine what this would look like. So now you can do more advanced things, like you could say this. So if not exists shared A equals 0, shared A plus plus, my behavior equals shared A %5, or something like that. Now, what does this do? This is a very different construct that I have here. What this is saying is there's a shared variable between all of your bots in the battlefield. And it won't exist at first. So when you first bot down, you're going to set it to 0. And then you're going to change the behavior of your bots based on which one is down. You could also use it to share coordinates between bots of like, hey, there's an enemy that I think everyone should target. Cool. Set a shared variable. All your bots can read it. And if it's defined, then they'll all go pursue that thing. So my goal, Can, was getting it to the point where you have all the tools that you reasonably need to be able to make a good AI in Botland. Is there a reason for the name of the bot? They're all just, well, Botland bot's not a pun, but Botlad is a pun. It was just Botland without the N. I thought it was funny, but I don't think people care. Why so many bot names, not just one? So there are 2 bots in chat. Botland bot, which is like the chat moderator, basically, and then Botlad, which is the token giver. This used to grant access to the pre-beta version of Botland. So basically, you would whisper one of my bots, and it would take points from you and then give you access to the game. The reason why I needed 2 bots for this was because I couldn't use node modules from Botland bot. This is a Phantom bot, which is written in Java and has JavaScript scripts, but they're vanilla JavaScript. And also this thing is super buggy. So this one was here to do some custom stuff. But yeah, Demon Wolf, if I were to combine these two, I would need to make Botlad be the chat moderator. And I didn't want to write my own chat moderation bot. You can use the same OAuth token to 2 bots. Oh, you can? Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's news to me. Wow. Yeah, hey Wouter. Yep, there are subscriptions now. Okay, so apparently you can use the same OAuth token on 2 bots. Alright, I didn't know that. Yeah, if I had known that, then yeah, there never would have been 2 bots. Well, sorry guys. There's no reason for Botlad to exist, I guess. 1 bot will be easier. Yeah, I'll look into this. So, try to remove Botlad from chat entirely. Yeah, my bad. Can you make it into 1 next stream? I don't know about next stream, but the goal is, yeah, make it into 1. Okay, what other functions do we have? So create artillery shell implementation. So when artillery shells are created, we figure out which speed they should travel at. Yeah, and a lot of this is, yeah, okay, so fine. And artillery was fired. This is what's going to create the shell, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh, this is when you log in and there's already artillery shells. Oh my god. This isn't needed at all. So create artillery shell is not needed anymore. It was when you logged in and there were already artillery shells in the air. Man. When I'm Sure. No, you don't have to sub at all. I'm not. All right. See you, Can. All right. So artillery was fired. Entity took damage over time. When is this used? It's probably used for fire, I'm assuming. Damage over time effect. Oh yeah, there used to be acid in the game. Now there isn't. Yeah, damage over time. Okay, great. So that wouldn't need to exist anymore either, but it would because. Hey, Dodge Wheel. Yeah, subbing is a thing as of yesterday night. Yeah, so by the end of this stream, it will be about 24 hours that you could have subbed for. Stream is black. Huh. So wait a second, did I miss something else here? Hang on just a second. Okay. Oh, weird. Alright, so entity took damage over time. Entity regenerated life is kind of the same thing here. Be nice to have not all these things flying around. So if I have these be messages that result from... Okay, so yeah, one of the ways I could change the design. One of the ways that I could change the design is to still have these topics. No, the topics don't need to get published out. Is to call functions directly in the arena class that just don't exist for the server, but are overridden on the client. Do you have an Ethernet cord snaking around your dwelling? Yeah, I do. Wait, so can people see this stream? I'm back? That's weird. Because for me, I never was gone. Let me take a look at something. What? Okay. I think this is a Twitch problem. Oh, there we go. That was weird. You guys just saw that, right? Never went for me. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is probably a Twitch problem. Also, yeah, you guys will have transcode options all the time now. Nice. So I could actually increase my bitrate that I'm streaming at. Am I using a Mac usually? No, I'm not. The only time I ever consistently used a Mac was at my last job. So it was about a year. And it took about, I think, a month or so to get used to it. There are some quirks on Mac that you just never get used to because you, like... Okay, so here's an example. If you are on a web page that has scrolling, so let's go to the FAQ, for example. So on Windows, and I really like this feature and I use it, but it doesn't exist on Mac, you can drag this scroll bar, and I haven't let go of the mouse yet, so obviously I'm dragging. I'm still not letting go of the mouse. Now if I drag the mouse too far to the side, it'll snap back to where I dragged it from. That's really useful because you can be like, oh, here's a question, is Botland your full-time job? And just scroll down to it and read the answer and then like snap the mouse back to the side and you'll be back where you started. Or that works the opposite way of like, I'm here and I was like, wait a second, what question did this come from? Oh yeah, okay, cool. And then go back to where you were. There's just no way to do that on Mac. And I looked and I looked and I looked and there's no shortcut. There's no one else complaining about this on the internet. Actually, there are a few people. And it's just something you don't have. You just have to get used to. It's annoying. And yeah, no, Mike, it definitely works both ways. There are some things on Mac that don't exist on Windows, and it would have been nice to have those. One of those features was multiple desktops. Now that actually is on Windows, although it's not the exact same implementation. I didn't even know about that feature. Oh yeah, for some people it's annoying because they don't know that it's a thing and they're scrolling around a page and they're like, "Wait, what? Why can't I scroll anymore?" And then they're like, "Oh, I went too far away from the scroll area." But that's a feature I like and I use a lot while I'm programming. Like I'll scroll down to here and be like, "Okay, cool," and then just scroll back to where I was. I always thought it was a Windows bug. Well, I like it. I like the feature. All right, so let's see what else. Entities zapped. If bot states applied, yeah, some of this stuff was just so obnoxious. I think this is really going to clean up the code in the end. Do I even need to? Do I even need to keep looking through this? Add display fire component. There was display fire. Why was there not? This component is only used to tag entities that should render that they're on fire. This only exists on the client side since it has to do with rendering. This is added to a bot only when the source of fire actually reaches the entity on fire. For example, the server knows that an inferno laser will light a bot on fire, so it sends a message saying so. The client will immediately add the on fire component, but it shouldn't render that the bot is on fire until the laser hits it. Yeah, these are all these weird things that happen where, okay, imagine, so like I said, on the server, so you have bot A, and then way over here you have bot B. On the server, projectiles are instantaneous. So when you fire a fiery laser at this bot, this one will immediately be on fire. Well, on the client, that shouldn't happen. So when this projectile has only made it this far, you don't want to see this thing ignited because you'd be like, what? Like, you might be zoomed in to just this section, and if you just see this ignite, you'd say, that's not right. So that's why I have this, and yeah. One customer's bug is another product owner's feature. To what degree are subscriptions implemented? So, Wouter, they're so new that you don't have a subscription icon yet. You don't have any emotes. There's no real subscriber perks yet. So, all of that stuff's going to be rolled out in the next like week or two. And hey, Stintonic, I know you don't drink coffee anymore. Do you have any interest in dark chocolate plus coffee chocolate? Oh man, that's quite an offer, Syntonic, but I have to say no. If it has coffee in it, then I don't consume it. Man, what a nice surprise though, huh? You got if this happened to me with honey sticks, do you guys remember that picture I showed you? Let me find this diabetes inducing picture. Where is this? When did I get honey sticks anyway? This was what, like 7 months ago? If I can find this quickly, then I'll. Oh, this is gonna take forever to load. Never mind. This is probably gonna kill my bandwidth too. And hey, Fade. Wouter, you are now a ViewBot. Thanks for subscribing. And Marty's, thanks for following. Welcome to the Leppy. Okay, yeah. Well, anyway, if I had gotten an extra like 500 honey sticks, I'd probably be dead now. Because I wouldn't have shared those with anybody. Move the component while the client is animating the projectile so the bot appears to be on fire forever. And hey, Hyanar. Haven't seen you in a while. When did I get a sub button? I got it about 15 hours ago. Yeah. A server may tell us prevent a possible race condition where we only add the on fire component when the projectile hits, but the server may tell us to remove it while the client is animating the projectile. So the bot appears to be on fire forever. I don't think this is a problem anymore. Who was the first subscriber? It was, yeah, it was MCS Mike. He set up a bot to email it. Excuse me. So he got an email saying, you can now subscribe to Adam. I didn't even have a subscribe button. He went directly to the page that should have existed and that happened to load for him. So he subscribed within like 3 minutes. All right, so we have display fire component. How does this eventually get removed? Entity is no longer on fire. Okay. Yeah, these are things I'll still have to do. That's fine. Entity activated zapper. Let's take a look at this. Yep, sounds fine. Inject sprite. Yeah, this is unfortunate, but needs to exist. What sub number were you? Oh, actually, I stopped keeping track of the order. Hang on a second. Let me go find this again. So after Endurn, it was you next. So you were number 12, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. Now I have more icons in the Digitake again. Hey, Luculus. How's it going? Oh, whoa. My view count just like cut in half. That must have been from the that black screen earlier. Entity deactivated zapper. We just remove his zapping. Okay, I think some of these are going to be really straightforward. We can probably get rid of these and this and maybe some of these too. Is there anything else that's interesting? Oh, build wall. What? Build wall is not going to be a thing. Make wall assemblage. I still have this code in the game. We're going to have to delete that entirely. Build wall. Yeah, actually we should get rid of this, right? Wall.texture, wall position. EMP, missile, projectile, melee attack. The player entered arena. This is the other kind of thing that I just shouldn't even have anymore. I probably don't need 2 player depots any longer. Consolidate everything into one. What are those stars in front of some usernames? Yeah, so I'm now a Twitch partner. And the star is because I don't have a sub icon yet. I'm pretty sure you need to email Twitch, and I think that's the only way to get them right now. Like, I don't think there's a UI where I can just set it up myself. Is that Trump bot? Did I miss something? Oh. All right. Whenever I think Trump and I associate it with Twitch, I think of Trump SC. The guy who plays mostly Hearthstone despite the SC in his name. Player entered arena is probably a useless function. Alright, move bot, sure, that's fine, that's fine. Change waypoint, that's going to be deleted, I think. The rest of this stuff. Get text component, what does that do? Oh, that's fine. Create tile. Oh, this is just to create the right tile class? What does client tile have? Wait, what? Oh, it has a sprite. And that's it. Wow. Yeah, alright. Set up entity component system. So there were different ones that this thing was tracking. Chase target, chase tile, that makes sense. EMP, landmine, so all the sprites, yeah. Fine. And yeah, thanks, Luculus. Yeah. Yeah, I had stopped applying as of, what, like 6 months ago. And then a bunch of stuff happened that made me think I should probably reconsider this. And as they say, the rest is history. Update game logic, is this needed anymore? Chase targets, oh yeah, this is needed. Update explosions, update, yeah. Cool. Set up Pixie. What's this for? This is for just putting in textures into tiles, right? Yeah. Render tiles, render everything, basically. These are all fine. These can stay there. Yep, cool. Okay, so the rest of this is okay. So this is everything I need to know that I just wrote down about doing this major refactor. Now, I've already also changed some code that needs to stay changed. Add this. Minor change to how refactored how landmines are sent to players so that I'm not duplicating code. I can't move these without doing this. Alright, fine. We should move this one too, I guess. Okay, so I kind of want to make a new branch for this. I like never end up doing this, but I think this is necessary now. And the Skylord, thanks for following. Speaking of Skylord, I've been playing Terraria and I keep trying to beat the Moonlord and it's too difficult for me. I'm on expert mode and I got pretty close last night to beating it, but I couldn't. So I'm thinking maybe I'll do that on stream sometime. It'll probably be too frustrating to watch. I still cringe every time I think of how I played Super Mario 64 on stream. Man, what a bad time that must have been for viewers. It's a bad time for me toward the end of it. Okay, so let's go make a new branch. And we can get rid of this thing. So there should be no changes here now. Why is this showing up red? I reverted this. Thought I reverted this. That was a great day. Wait, what? The Super Mario 64 one or the Terraria one? The Terraria one was a good day. I think that was true. But the let me check this out. The Mario 64 one was bad. Yeah, this. How many views did this get? 8. Yeah, today good. Let's keep it that way. Day. I'm not linking this video to you guys. Wow, antimatter tape. That's pretty crazy. Both. I think the Super Mario 64 stream started great. I think any stream where I'm playing a game, it always starts great because games start out being fun. But I had set out to beat the game that day, and it took 4 hours and 45 minutes because I am by no means a speedrunner. Man, the quickest you can beat that game is like 7 minutes. Of course, that's glitching a lot of stuff. And the most reasonable time to beat it with, what, 70 star? That's a world record for that now. It's probably like 45 minutes or something. So yeah, it took about 4 hours too long. Forgot how to bulk select. Oh, you got it. Okay, good. I decided to use you and the little incident yesterday night with a partner alert to make me cook tonight her favorite meal. Alright, Deo. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for the feedback earlier too. Okay, let's go make a new branch. Although, why is this still not green? Oh, it should be green. So let's create branch. Branch, we'll call this Arena Refactor. I can make a description. So I have server plus client plus shared versions of the arena. And while I want to keep that structure, I don't think that the client should have both a server arena and a client arena instantiated at once. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I wrote that correctly. Okay, good. Okay, so now I should be in a totally new branch. Let's go into the botland code base and type git status. This should tell me my branch, right? Uh-oh. That's not right. Do I have to switch to it? Ah, cool. But everything should be working exactly how it was. So my code should be the same. Yeah, this is all fine. Does the game work? Yeah, it looks like everything's still fine. So cool. We didn't break anything. Cool. Hey, Japanese spider crab. What happens if you press that button? You lose somewhere between $5 and $60, and something will pop up on my screen. Hey, Micah. And yeah, Antimatter Tape, I've been playing through the new update. I think it's great. I like most of it. I still think the progression is thrown slightly off by the amount of grinding you have to do. Okay, so we're gonna change this. Why aren't you sitting down? I don't know, my legs have been feeling like jelly lately. Oh, Dalsy. You are now a viewbot. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Oh, I gotta write your name down on this list too. Dalsy. Nice. T-Vlad said something that got me yesterday. Something about 90% of my messages ending in kappa. Oh, I don't think I saw that. Hey, Tasokan. Congrats on unlucky sub. Oh yeah, you're number 13. This chat was quiet once upon a time. I wanna welcome new subscribers, definitely. You should get your bot to add them to a list or do a count instead. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna ask about if whether showing subscriber count is frowned upon at all. Ask Twitch, is showing sub count frowned upon at all? Can I have my bot report which number subscribe? Hey clowns. Just glad I can put some money toward the development of the game, especially since the pivot. Yeah, well, I appreciate it, Thelzy. Pretty sure a lot of people will subscribe just to get around your no donating policy. Well, there's a straw poll that I had from earlier. Let me see if I can find this. Did I close it? I did close it. Okay, hang on. Let me go bring it up again. Partner stuff. Yeah. So it's this. Wow, dude. Publicly because they can work out your income, and I think you're not allowed to do that. Yeah, I think so. Okay, there's something new on my dashboard. My dashboard used to look like this. It used to have view, like concurrent view count, then view count, then follower count, and then I think nothing after that. How do I even see this myself? Oh yeah, chatter count. And now there's a new button, sub count. And if I can't ever show this on screen, like there's no way to hide this thing. And I'm worried I'm going to accidentally show this. And if I'm not allowed to do that, then I've got to be really careful because I have a mouse button bound to just moving windows around. And every once in a while I accidentally press it too much and I'll move a window onto the screen that you guys shouldn't see. So I've got to know whether I've got to be really careful about that or if I should just write a Chrome extension to hide my sub count. Yeah. Wouter is not a valid amount of time. Good rule of thumb might be to not have the dashboard open all the time. Yeah, the dashboard is helpful though. because I can tell who's hosting me. I can change the title of the stream easily. I know I can do some of this stuff just through chat. I'll have to figure this out. Plenty of streamers share their subcon. Well, still, this is the kind of thing. All I wrote in my notes was ask Twitch if it's okay. If they say it's okay, then yeah, I don't. It doesn't matter to me if I share with you guys, but I'm not the one who's concerned here. It could be that that's not kosher to do, and then I won't do it. We're investors now. Oh yeah, the overwhelming majority said turn cheering on. I'll probably end up doing this in the afternoon. Yeah. And then there are some other things. I've been writing down some sub ideas. I haven't actually done any of these yet. Hey Skynet, yeah, there's a sub button. And so I like this idea. This is what Zilly suggested earlier, that you get something in Botland for having subscribed. And I like the idea. I don't know exactly how it'll manifest. So yeah, if the game comes out, like, one of the things you need to consider is, let's say I always use this as an example, but let's say I was making World of Warcraft. If I release the game and I say, okay, people who subscribed, I'll give you that many levels worth of months. So there's been someone who subscribed for, let's say, 24 months and they start at level 25. That kind of throws off part of the game, right? Because now the auction house will have items in it that it shouldn't have really had at that time. And you could go on a PvP server, you can go killing everybody at first. And like, you can actually make the experience worse for other players because I would have boosted you in the game. And again, I'm not making World of Warcraft, so obviously that in itself is not the problem there. What a problem could be is you guys will have probably sort of practiced the game a bit. And one of the things that I wrote in here was upgrading your computer. Where is that? Here it is. And so I mentioned all these things about levels. Well, if you guys have, defenses with 10 bots in them and everyone else has like 7 because you're 1 month ahead of them, then it might be harder for other players to get acclimated to the game until there's a lot more. So that's why I've got to be careful about this. But I would like to do something along those lines. What was the command again? Oh, yeah, streamer times, which we're looking for. Working on procedural project. Oh, nice. Jimly looks good. A cool new hat if you're subscribed. When are you gonna get a whiteboard to write sub names on? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna devote more thought than what I have in here to what I'm gonna do. I really like this idea. Like, this is a very unique thing about this stream, I think, is that I'm wearing lights on my neck. I don't think I've seen another Twitch streamer do that, but I think this would be a really cool thing to do. Yeah, Wouter, I'll have to think about what the rewards would be. Wouldn't having Botland rewards for subs be kind of pointless because when Botland launches, you're not sure if you'll be streaming? No, I don't see it as pointless. The way it would work is Botland would be released, and then if it's very successful, I'm going to need to look into hiring, and that's something I can't stream myself doing. So that's what I meant. I'm not going to stream. If it's not successful, I'll be streaming myself trying to make it successful, and if I can't do that, then eventually I just won't have a livelihood, and I'll need to stop streaming altogether. So is anyone working on making emotes yet? I've got some emotes that I want to use. This is kind of the order that I want them in. And these are already Better Twitch TV emotes. So I'll show them over here for people who haven't seen them. So let me take a picture because I don't know if I can show my sub count. So these are the things that I want to be emotes. There's Adam Troll, there's Adam Art, and there's Adam Bot. This is actually probably going to be the sub icon. So let's just go over here. And I don't think you can have your sub icon also be an emote. I'm not sure how that works. So I gotta talk to Twitch about this stuff. And RayMD says, when I'm programming, I usually listen to music. What about you, Adam? Good evening, by the way. Yeah, Good evening to you too. I do usually listen to music, and it's weird because the last, 96% of my programming time or something, I have not listened to music. So that's frustrating for me. And I don't know. There's two problems. One is that I don't have the copyright to play the music, and two is that I'm distracted by too many things at that point of music and code and chat. If you get Adam Kappa, I'll sub right now. What would Adam Kappa even be? Just a black and white Adam face? Having your own face as a sub icon. Do people ever do that? What's the reference material? Can prettify it if you like. Walter, I'll probably get in touch with you about that later if I need that to happen. But for now, I think those emotes they look good to me in stream. Adam art especially. That's a very pretty emote. You know the emotes are coming if those emotes are removed from Better Twitch TV. Yeah, and I will almost definitely have to do that. You can play non-copyrighted music, but your vlogs will be muted. No, so remember there are two problems there. Two problems with music, and they're both pretty important. Copyright, and the second is distraction. Of like, I have enough things to already listen to and pay attention to. I don't know if I could also deal with music. When I'm coding and I'm listening to music, then the music takes place of chat, essentially. There's like something else to focus on, I guess. Anyway, back to this. So in the end, what we need to have is, so conclusions, instantiate only one arena for the client. This is a client arena, but it inherits from the server. Then change most pub subs to a direct function call. You can play any kind of music as long as it's not the primary thing in your stream. You can't actually do that. I mean, I think there's a difference between people getting punished for something and them not being allowed to do it. So for example, most people speed, but most people don't get in trouble for speeding. I think it's the same analogy with music on Twitch. Most people stream music, but most people are not getting in trouble for that. But they are violating a copyright. If Adam had 30 subscribers a month, that'd be enough to buy like 3 honey sticks. I don't know how expensive you think honey sticks are, but I could buy a lot of honey sticks with... How much do honey sticks cost? It was $500 for... I want to say like $50 or $60 after shipping. I don't know if you can guess the color of my underwear, I'll subscribe. I'm not doing this. One of the things I don't ever want to do is I don't know how to say it. I guess pandering is the word. Yeah, I don't want to pander for subs. I think having sub counts and stuff, like if I eventually do that, I think that's fine. But if I'm ever like, I don't know, people are making demands and then they'll subscribe. I've seen that in other streams. I don't think I like that. Wow, dude. I'll share this with... Oh, by the way, Programmer D, I gotta... Oh, darn it. Hang on a second. Oh, wait, that's the sub music. Dodge Whale. I didn't even guess the color of your underwear. Welcome, Viewbot. Thanks for subscribing. You are now subscriber number 13 for the day, I guess. Sorry, hang on a second. I still have to read the rest of chat. Copyrighted music can be muted in VODs. No, so RayMD, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's actually allowed by Twitch, or that they're not the ones who have to enforce copyrights, so they don't do it. they don't have to enforce it while streaming. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. And this is something that I think is really not my area to talk about. But either way, it all comes back to there were two reasons I don't want to do this, and the second reason is still the distraction thing. And I know you agreed with that. I'm not trying to like stir up any controversy here or anything. Oh, that broke. I'm guessing this is Ray MD subscribing. Is it? Oh yeah, it says in chat. Yeah, Ray MD to subscribe. Okay, cool. Yeah. Welcome to ViewBot. Sorry your name didn't show up on screen. I guess it can't handle Unicode characters. Finally, you take my money. Well, thank you. I'm gonna write your name down as Ray MD. Nice. Wow. There's been a good amount of subscribers today. Then again, it's day one that you guys can subscribe. Thank you again. For anyone new to the stream, I've been streaming for a year and 20 days, and I got partnered last night. And so that's why you don't see a sub icon for anybody. I know chat is like, you don't typically see this in another person's chat where they've got these black stars here. Those won't be there hopefully next week. But I didn't know this would happen today. So I haven't had time to email Twitch, and I'm going to hopefully figure out a lot of this tomorrow. Sub only. I don't want to change it to sub only, although that's actually this entire chat that I see here is just subscribers right now. Other than Botland bot, which I gotta figure out how to do that. Change most pub subs to a direct function call, and then we're gonna need to add tests. I think definitely consider adding tests. Oh man, another ViewBot. Antimatter tape. Thank you. Day one and already 33 subscribers. I don't have 33 subscribers. I feel excluded. No, I don't want to use sub-only chat unless there's a real reason. I think if there was a problem with spam, or let's say there was an event and I somehow had like 600 viewers or something, then yeah, I might consider doing sub-only chat. But otherwise, I think I'd like to keep it open to everybody. And by the way, this is what I mentioned earlier today. For anyone, again, who's coming here, not even necessarily new to the stream, but just new for today, I said today is probably not going to be a time of a lot of productivity. I think there's going to be a lot of talking about being a partner, a lot of like thanking subs, a lot of just reflecting on things and keep subbing so we can't focus on Botland. I actually just addressed that, yeah. You can't have non-sub chat if everyone subs. Oh man, I have 2 cups of water over here and I just ran out. Hey, hang on a second. I'll be right back. This will be really fast. Oh no, I missed the sub. Japanese spider crab. We're now a ViewBot. Nice. Ignored. No wait, I didn't miss anyone else, did I? I want to say I appreciate this message. This chain here. Hang on, now I'm missing what's happening in chat because I'm pasting this into another file. Alright, cool. Unsubbed. Hey, Pure Photon. Well, now you are a ViewBot. No, Mike, really, like, you've already subscribed. Please don't resubscribe just to keep a sub train going. Or subscribe on MCS Bear. Also, hey, I have a question, you guys. So on other people's streams, I see something like, Adam just subscribed, and then there's a message underneath like, "Hey man, love what you're doing," whatever. Like, how do you, when you subscribe, do you have a way of officially putting in a message? How do these actually make it to the streamer? Because yeah, I've seen like people usually have a text to speech or something enabled, but do you have a sub message you can type in? Because I don't know if I haven't been seeing those. That's only for resubs? Oh. Okay, cool. Can you subscribe yourself? I am subscribed to myself, but I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what that does. Also, whoa, chat's moving like super fast. Hang on a second. Envision that said, how many subs have you got? I think so. Today, here's I've been keeping track of the subscribe order for today. So here's the subs who have subscribed today. Mike is the only one who subscribed yesterday. So I don't know. I think it's 15. No, 17. Ridiculous. Can't handle all the new memes. Well, use sub mode would prevent Leppy sync. Okay, so consider rewriting my test framework now that we've changed so many assumptions. All right, well, time to get started on this. So I make a new arena and a new simulation server, and the simulation server has the client arena. Or what is it, game server that makes a new arena? Yep. I think this is a mistake. I probably need to stop game server from instantiating its own arena. How would I even do this? And does this matter? Is this used anywhere? Get arena, start a new game. Oh man, this does matter. There's a Twitch server issue. New channels can't go live. Yeah, and I dropped some frames too. And I had a problem a little bit earlier today. Well, at least I'm still online. No, antimatter tape. Honestly, these are the kinds of things that like I was saying earlier, I don't want to support this whole, oh yeah, people feel like they need to spend money because I said I'd do something. Like if you want to subscribe, you can subscribe. Totally cool. It's appreciated just that you guys are even watching. Botland meetup for subs at Adam's house. Wow, that rumor spread really fast. 11:35, 11:35. Huh, I heard there's going to be a pizza party. Oh, by the way, EJ, Programmer D wanted me to tell you he is in LA today, and he said that you should meet up with him. He's also going to be in LA tomorrow as well, I think, and he's got the day off of work. So he said, relay this message to EJ for me. All right, so how do we get rid of this? This arena is used in a few places. There's also get arena, which I don't think is ever used anywhere. No, it's not. So we can delete this code. So now this .arena is only used in 3 places. Debug player keyboard press, which could just be called somewhere else, could it not be? Simulation server. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this isn't needed. And then what else? This one. No, that's it. Oh, start a new game. What is start a new game for? When is this ever called? Simulation server, start a new game. There's that. And that's it. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Huh. Oh, because I already... Oh, man. Okay. This is like, what's that? What's that movie? A Beautiful Mind, I guess I'm thinking of, where what's his face? Russell Crowe is looking at, I forgot his character name. John, I guess John Nash, right? He's looking at the whiteboard and he's cracking the code and he sees things like coming together and bits of cryptography popping out at him. That's how I feel right now. This is all falling into place. This is like that picture that Horforia linked in yesterday. Do I still have that? I don't know. I put it somewhere. Oh yeah, I know where it is. I can show you guys. Yeah. This is me right now, guys. So yeah, EJ, if you want to meet up with Programmer D, just let me know. What does a pizza cost in USA? Is it $5 worth? It's usually on average, I'd say $9 or $10. Are you saying you have schizophrenia? Yep. Darn right I have. No, I don't know where that connection comes from. Oh wait, not the Matrix one. Okay, never mind. We're going back to A Beautiful Mind. Yeah. I thought that was about the Matrix picture. All right, anyway, let's go do this. So the nice thing about this is that the game server was only doing this for the sake of the simulation server. The problem is that I'm also instantiating this here, which is used all over the place. Yeah, in fact, how many references are there here? 23. I'd rather not drive 4 hours today. Okay, no, that's fine. Although it could also be tomorrow. I talked to him on the phone. I said, "Oh yeah, I remember that day you really wrecked EJ." And he's like, "Yeah, and I'm about to wreck him again because I'm going up to LA and he's probably not going to meet with me." So I guess you've just been wrecked. All right, so start a new game. I don't even think this function needs to exist. Yeah, some of these are just pointless, like scrambled teams, for example. All right, let's write these down. Let's start this place up over here. Arena refactor. So all of this needs to happen. Instantiate only one. So get rid of the game server creating its own. Get rid of, yeah, the code where creates its own. Cool. I'm waiting in the city and I'm on this commute side of traffic, so it take me at least 2 hours. No, that's fine. EJ, I mostly say this in the same way that we were joking about like MCS Bear, pretty much, which is you should do what you want to do. I don't ever want to convince any viewer to like drive 4 hours if they don't want to. I think that's out of the question. So I like that there was a meetup in the Netherlands. I think that's a pretty cool thing. And if you two were to meet because you wanted to, then yeah, I think that'd be cool too. But no, I don't want to force you to do anything. Are you sending the replay journal to the client and the client renders the journal, or is the journal running on the server? So yeah, you've got it right in your first question. I am sending the replay journal to the client and the client renders it. That's what happens. First non-sub message in 2 minutes. You should have an emote that's a variation of Mr. Destructoid. Yeah, I think it'd be cool to have something like that. I don't know what it would be. Actually, you know what? There's a picture I should share with the subscribers. Share. So I told this story earlier. I'll tell you very briefly now because EJ is here. I was asking my wife for ideas of what I should do for subscribers. And she said, eventually, this wasn't her first idea, but she said, "Oh, what if you shared my username with them and then they could chat with me?" And I thought it was a funny idea because only one person in chat actually knows what her username is. Sub only pictures. I mean, some Twitch partners do that, right? They set up like a Snapchat or something. I'm not going to do that. There's just one picture in particular that I think you guys will really appreciate that I could share with you. It's a very embarrassing picture. Actually, should I just tell you what it's about and then share it later? So, a long time ago, no, I don't want to share this, not yet. Yeah. Regular plans, close your eyes. No, and Delzy, that's part of what I thought was weird about that. I said no to this whole thing, but one thing is it wouldn't scale. She would have to like talk to people who she hasn't interacted with on stream before. And two is that it would have to be via whispers. And three is, yeah, it's kind of a weird thought altogether. Excuse me, sub only Discord, I think would be, I'm not sure. I don't even use regular Discord as it is right now. No, antimatter tape, the point is not can I share the picture with you guys. I don't even have the picture right now. I'd have to go get it. The point is that the story isn't even worth sharing right now, I think. Should just get on Discord one day off stream. No, yeah, I think what Observer Ward said is probably is I mean this isn't like how I think. This is not, but I've seen how Twitch acts around like guy streamers, girlfriends or wives, and it's not usually a respectful chat during that time. And I believe that my subs would probably be respectful, but I know the kind of minefield you're walking into when you do something like that. All right, anyway, get this. The other thing is, so right now, the arena in the game server is only used by the simulation server. Zilly, that's actually almost accurate. Well, that's the other thing, EJ. She knows that I've wanted to protect certain privacy things. So, and I think she wants to protect a lot of it too. So if you asked her questions about herself, she probably wouldn't even answer them. But if she did answer them, that would lead to probably me answering more about me. Oh well. So get rid of the code where game server creates its own. Then what else? Yeah, change pub subs. Let's just, so yeah, change pub subs. And then add tests, add automated tests for everything. All right. So instantiate only one arena for the client. I guess that means that this, yeah, actually, who should be in charge of this? Who should be in charge of this arena? The simulation server? Or main? Yes, the question comes down to when do we need the arena? Yes, we can't have a simulation server without the arena. I'm not sure about this. Adam, can you get a banana? What if I came by with a full-size banana and I'm like, oh yeah, here you go, guys. And you're like, what? How is that possible? He's like 17 feet tall. I noticed as a developer, you keep pretty well documented of what you've done, what you want to do, what's broken, what's fixed, what does what. How important would you say is to keep something like that? So Observer Ward, the way that I always describe this is you have a problem stack as a developer. You set out to work on problem A, and you end up coming across problem B. And in trying to fix problem B, you're like, oh, there's actually problem C. Well, by the time you got to problem C, like 2 hours have passed. And so you finish this, and you're like, okay, now what was I working on? And you just forget. So the reason I keep all these notes is so that I can be like, oh yeah, it was this, and here's my thinking behind it. So I found that this really helps. All right, so who should be in charge of this? Let's find out what's happening right now, because right now it's both of them are in charge of it. There's main is in charge of the arena, and then the simulation server is in charge of the server arena. Then I need to make only one of these exist. So which one should exist? Well, main has a simulation server, which means that it has its arena. So does the simulation server ever need the arena? Does the simulation server even need to exist is a better question. Yeah, Thelzy, that is actually very relevant. Googled mini bananas, was not disappointed. Yeah, that could go either way there. Could be a very weird thing. Simulation server does nothing now. Amazing. So no, I think we just get rid of this. Oh wait, no. It's not that it does nothing. It's that it's a front. Simulation server dot. So let's search for all of these. What are we calling in here? And let's permute these so that they're unique. Okay, so we're doing these functions. Arena doesn't count. So it's really these functions. So let's get rid of all of this. And let's figure out, are all of these the ones that show up in here? Well, the only way to really figure that out is to, I guess, search for this. So placeBot, yes, that's done. Start a new game. Yep. Add as allowed player. No. So this is not in simulation server. The player depot, I guess, is there, kind of. Hey, coal miner. And yeah, thanks. Yeah, the subscription thing is brand new. Your player. Do I even use your player anywhere? I guess. I want to get rid of this class. I don't think it's going to be necessary. This isn't really needed any longer. Maybe it is. I'll have to take a look at that. Set waypoint. Set waypoint. Cool. So we can delete that. Update script. Cool. Delete that too. Just created script. If I could copy paste. Cool. Update blueprint. Also there. Debug keyboard press whatever. It's not in simulation server. Export defense. Create player bot by ID. And send chat message. Nice. So these are the only 4 functions that are not really in the simulation server. One of which I don't even think is needed any longer. So I think we should get rid of the simulation server altogether. Okay. I am going to take a quick straw poll. I'm going to go use the bathroom. Let's get the straw poll. Johnny Blaze. Thanks for following. Isn't that not even the first Johnny Blaze I've had in chat? I could have sworn there was another one. Alright, so yeah, I want to ask what you guys think about this. So if you had to pick one, which subscriber perk would you want? Button bugged. Oh, so you already had been following? And you're just saying you unfollowed and refollowed? This will probably say that you... Yeah, 18 seconds. Did you get a sub button hype? Yeah, I did. I got it last night. So it's fresh. All of them not following? What? Oh, I see. Silly. Permanently get lunch BRB. Flash the lights in the same color as the subscriber's name when they sub. Add a command for every sub with their name that the sub gets to customize. e.g. link an image, say something, etc. What else? One day a month where Adam plays games with subscribers, or give subscribers longer light control time. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna go use the bathroom while you guys are taking this poll. So let's see if I can get this new thing set up, and then I'll type /commercial. Did a commercial run? And why is it not multiple choice? It's not multiple choice because I only want to know which one you guys like the best. And then I'll base this on this. I don't have to just do one, but I just want to see which ones you guys prioritized. Sorry, I'm just reading through chat. Let me finish. I think that vote should have allowed for at least 2 voting options. Okay. Oh man, why didn't this sort it? I guess it's only when you refresh the page? Yeah. So the 1 day a month and then flash the lights, add a command. Okay, yeah. Because I'm thinking of doing all 4 of the top ones. I'm actually not thinking of doing this one. So knowing that there are people who would prioritize like this over everything else is actually pretty cool. So yeah, this is really helpful. Thank you guys. Okay, so let me write this. Straw poll about these ideas. No, basic, that's fine. Why, Adam? I think the light control time thing, the reason why I'm not as gung-ho about this is because 45 seconds is already pretty long. And for followers, they don't use the full 45 seconds. They change it to pink and they're like, oh, cool, now your room's pink. And that's it. They click like 1 or 2 buttons. For subscribers, for followers, they run things like Digitay's disco script, where for the entire 45 seconds, my room is flashing a rainbow of colors. And so I think extending that time is really just encouraging people to write scripts or something for it. Okay, so I think I should get rid of this simulation server altogether. This is gonna be something, that's for sure. So early's the lower price, faster points, etc. I think those are. I think I'm gonna write this down so that, because my pushback against that is, so many people have suggested discounts for point-based commands or faster points, point accrual. So this is fine with me if we find a way to add more point-based commands. If there's no point sync, then I don't think there's a good enough reason to do this. You should have a little speaker so people can also play music while flashing lights. If I were to do that, it would have to be a music API. So I would give you like play note, and then you'd have to write something that would play some notes. That way you can't just play like a YouTube video and try to rickroll everybody or something. Yeah, what antimatter tape said is what would have to happen. Just basic tones. Man. Okay, so getting rid of the simulation server. REST API for the light and music control. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do music control. I think anything that produces sound should be very short-lived. And no, I know Dodge Whale. Yeah, I know it's not Rick rolling that I need to worry about. I know there are worse things you can do with YouTube videos. All right, send chat message. Oh, there was something else I wanted to do. Oh yeah, social. Never mind. I was gonna say a social eating stream, but I don't think that really matters. Okay, so set number of teams to. I think we're always gonna assume that there are 2 teams, so we don't need to really worry about this. And there were some frames that were dropped. Yeah, I think it's been better since I switched to Ethernet. So set number of teams, set meta info, config. Oh, balance tester, I don't care about that. Simulation server calls this. Does anything else even call this? Game state does. So game state knows how many teams there are. I don't really want to do away with teams. I'm not sure how this should work exactly. So maybe for now, well, we get the same. Hey, Horforia. I used your matrix image of me today. Excuse me. Is that light ribbon around his neck? Google Fire. Wouldn't that be great? I am wearing the internet. So I'm not sure the best way to go about removing this. I guess we need to check all the calls. We have 47 matches, and it's going to be kind of annoying. So remove simulation server, then what, main is going to become the owner? Yeah. So treat main as the owner for the arena. How'd you use it? Oh, I was talking about how I was seeing how I can solve a problem. It'd be cool if subs, since they're usually more regulated, could have more complex songs and access to sound bites. A music community to go along with your programming community. Yeah, I'll have to think about something like that. Like I said, I think if it's anything musical, you'll end up with a couple of things happening. One is just random music, of course, playing on the stream. And 2 is people just taking MIDIs and converting them into whatever APIs they need to do this. And this is something that I think is much more widespread on a programming stream than on a gaming stream. Is that on the table, a cooking stream? No, not a cooking stream. I just meant a social eating stream. But even then, I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna do something like that. Adam finally sold out. uh, at what age did you start learning to play keyboard? I think I was 5 years old, but then I stopped when I was 10 because I didn't like it, and then I resumed again later. So yeah, I feel like I missed out on this core time that I should have been learning how to play piano, and I just missed it. If you added a new mode to the game where you face boss bots, yeah, I think something like that sounds fun. And then you think about how boss battles work in other games, and there's learning the strategy and then executing the strategy. The problem in Botland is that executing the strategy is not different from learning the strategy. So all you need to do is copy paste what someone else has done. So let's say there's a boss bot, or a boss battle in Botland, and it's some, like, I don't know, 3x3 enemy with missiles and artillery auto fired, and in phase 2 it gets like berserk mode, and phase 3 the arena lights on fire. So okay, cool, you got these phases and you're like, well, whatever, this sounds like an interesting battle. Well, then someone's like, all right, phase 1 guys, copy paste this code with this hardware, and they just, put blobs of text here. You're like, okay, cool, done. I won phase 1, and you'll win it like 100% of the time, right? Because it's a scripted game. So I think it sounds cool. I don't think it would end up being cool though. I noticed something that might interest you. Okay. All right, wow, New Flavor Town. You should make the sub sound a part of Weather's Whim, like 5 seconds of the song. Oh, so basic. I did compose the subscriber music that you hear. Oh, I see what you said. Yeah, I think so. I won't share this right now, but there's an idea that I have that could do something like this that I'll talk about eventually, but we're nowhere near this point, I think. Short message, the resub message that will play a simple MIDI tune. Yeah, that's interesting, but like I said, I think this will work out to either you're going to just play random music or you're going to play. I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Okay. Yeah, the music that I could actually just play this for you guys. The music that I wrote was for the original Botland. I wrote this like 5 years ago. It's not like good. It's not finished. And I played this once on stream before. It's called music.mp3. This is like a, I don't know, track your programs are kind of weird. Anyway, that's it. I'm not gonna play the rest of this. It's not worth it. But that's where the sub music comes from. Oh, I see basic. Okay. Play a random note for each subscriber in this stream. Treat Main is the owner for the arena. Okay. For some reason, I thought that was from a game. Well, it was. I made it for Botland. I never really put it into the game. I was thinking of reworking it so that it was in the game, but I don't know. I need to look into sound design still for Botland. So Treat Main is the owner of the arena. So simulation server of the arena, which is the client version. So the first thing we should probably do is get rid of the client version. This is where things just get a lot more annoying. These can all probably still be there. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to have to change this. Update player and leaderboard. I think it is important to do this though. Once I'm done with this, I think this will be the last major area where I need to do refactoring. Hey, Blueberry King. Welcome. Can I sub with a donut? You'll have to contact Twitch staff about that. All right, let's take a look at these 4 things. Add as allowed player. Where's this even done? It is done a few times. Not really necessary, right? Because what does this do? It adds them to the player depot and then sets up their player object. I think this should be done somewhere else. Player depot isn't even in simulation server, but it's constructed there. Your player. Well, there's a reason I did this the way I did, by making a new branch. So let's just start at the beginning. Let's get rid of simulation server altogether. This code will cease to exist. It's not simulation server.placeBot. Let's return into this.arena.placeBot, right? Because this called into here. This.arena.placeBot your player. Player depot has a concept of my player. There. So that's been fixed. Now what do we have? Just 49 more matches. That's it, guys. Oh man, that's gonna be tough. So I guess that we can just delete. Started new game. What did this function even do? It removed all players from the player depot. That sounds like it's not a good idea. Yeah, it's not a good idea. Oh, darn it. The player depot is kept around for... Oh, this is going to be so frustrating. Your channel page now looks awesome. I'm trying to see. Yeah. Kappa memes. Well, you sure like Inspect Element, Wouter. Wouter being Wouter. Out of curiosity, does anything look different on my page other than there being a sub button? I don't even see a sub button. I guess because I'm already subscribed. Yeah, everything else is the same. Hey, wait, there's no video quality options? Sub button. Oh yeah, there is. Oh, I see her at. Yeah, the player depot shouldn't be part of main anymore. What is it used for? Yeah, the quality options are nice. There are people who haven't been able to watch the stream due to not having quality options all the time. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Well, that's kind of fine. I guess as far as player objects go. Does main even need it? Yeah, I suppose so. So the player depot should be part of this, and it should be given to the arena? Is that what happens over here? This is set and shared, isn't it? Yeah, it's passed in. Okay, so the main should still track... Main should still track the player depot. They don't have ads in Lithuania? Huh. You don't see subscribe because you're the channel owner? Oh. Alright. Yeah, that makes sense. But what's weird is Twitch counts me as a subscriber of myself because when I see my subscriber number, it actually shows me in that number. You don't even have to add. Don't even have to have ad block for YouTube. No one buys ads here. I'm gonna start hair gel ads in Lithuania. Yeah, observer word. That is probably the reason why. It's still interesting that I guess yeah, the UI would just be different. What is this? This is what we see? Oh, cool. Okay. Unhost share. By the way, is the host button there when you follow or when you subscribe? Do I do I have this for I don't remember ever seeing this button on anyone else's stream. Maybe it's only when you're subscribed to them? No, Tomkis, I don't want anyone to ever feel pressured into subscribing. And so like yeah, if I understand from what you said about the last conversation that it's like internet is cheap, everything else is super expensive. Oh, you have to have an extension for Google Chrome? Okay. I have Better Twitch TV actually, but I maybe have that feature turned off. Huh. Well, I can tell you this. In America, there are always ads on Twitch because this is one of their big markets. So I'll never not have ads when I go watch someone. Main should still track the player depot, but why? And Fairy, thanks for following. I found a bug on your website. Did you say? So what is the reason for this even tracking this here? There's a player depot, client player depot, players by ID, my player is what's tracked in there. And there's also a pub sub, which I don't even know if that's used anywhere. Oh, it's for setting it on the player. What is that for? What is this for? So we can alert various parts of the code about stat changes. And that's it. Increment stat just pub subs this out. So who listens for player stat changed? Main does. I feel like that shouldn't be a thing. Who calls increment stat? Oh, arbitrary code does, right? Code execution system. Yeah, and well, we could call into the arena for this, and then that could have a link back. I guess a pub sub makes sense. So what does this do on the server? It doesn't do anything. It just actually increments your stat. It doesn't need to tell anybody else. So why does the client need to do this? Oh, because we need to change UI or something, right? Yeah, that's why. So that we can change UI. Okay, well, let's write that down in here. That way UI can be updated when a player's stat changes. How do you keep track of all this code? I get lost in 10 functions. I think it's a skill that you build up, and also I have written all of this code, so I generally know why I did what I did, and if not, the comments can be helpful sometimes. And oh yeah, I think it's a skill you build up. So eventually you'll look at a 200 line file and you'll say, oh, that's short, like I can understand all of this. think this is fine. So now the thing that I'm wondering about is the your player object. How does that get set? We set it when we start a new game. This will let producers know so the leaderboard can highlight your name. Yeah. And yeah, what Mike said is definitely true. Sometimes you wonder why you did something and you've got no good answer. Okay, I think we should get rid of the simulation server altogether. It's just... Hey, Codebreaker. So we make a new player depot every time we start a new game. Does it still make sense for main to have access to this? Stop player depot dot get my player. Some of this stuff doesn't make sense anymore. I don't think so. An arena is only created when we have... When is arena created? Well, there's probably always going to be one in the background. How do I support that? I just create an arena and then create whatever players I want in it and then display it. Yeah, this shouldn't be too bad. Oh, I gotta be careful about that now. I never have sound playing, but now that I have the subscriber sound, I wanted my speakers to be on. So yeah, I gotta be careful. When will this game be released publicly? So there will probably be a beta out in January. That's what I'm aiming for. Or I should say an alpha. There should be an alpha out in January, and then probably around summertime of next year is when it would be released. That's what I'm hoping for. A fatality. What a message. Yeah, I have a sub button now. I've had it for almost a day. Oh, fatality. Yeah, I've just got to be careful about links I click now, whereas before I didn't. So if anyone was ever trolling and they linked in a Screamer page or something, I could click it and I never even heard the sound. And thanks, Fatality. Okay, cool. So I think this is good. So simulation server dot started new game. So the whole reason I was looking into this is because of started new game. And what does this even do? Removes all players from the player depot. I think that's fine and we can just delete this. And then started new game in gameserver.js. What is this used for? And is this even called from anywhere that matters? This does what? What is this? Balance tester. Start a new game. I don't even think this is used anymore. It's here. Reset team scores doesn't matter. Update buff summer UI doesn't matter. Wipe, yeah, none of this stuff matters. Okay, so that can all be safely removed. What about the other things here? So simulation server calls it, and again, I don't think there's a point to that. No, I think this is unnecessary. Baba Juice, thanks for following. That Reddit post went viral. It didn't go viral. Yeah, I think we get rid of this. Player assessing defense is set to false at the beginning, right? So when you import a defense, and that's the only time you can test it is when you're testing your own. When you're done replaying a journal, it gets set to false. And that's it. Right? So how do you test your own defense? You go to, what do you press? Import, edit defense. And so this calls into import, does it not? Yes. So then this function is unnecessary. Okay. And Codebreaker, thanks for following. Thanks. Adam would have never seen it coming. Well, now I'm going to be careful about everything I click. Thanks, EJ. Hey, Jacqueline. Wow, dude. Yeah, we can get rid of this. This is, okay, so this is the hard kind of refactoring. The refactoring that I'd been doing before this has been like, oh, let's just delete this function wherever it's used. But this is more, how does this impact the design of every system intertwined with this one? And can I safely remove this sort of thing? So let's see. We have game server, start a new game. I don't think any of this is necessary. Set game phase to setup. Yeah, where does game state even get set? And yeah, EJ, I know about that one. It's actually banned from chat. Set game phase to setup. This is probably going to have to be part of the arena, is it not? We have the game state here. And that's passed in from what? New game state? Yeah, when we make a game state, it should just start out with this being in game state. This should start out with it being in the setup phase. It is, yeah, so we can just delete this. I still need to make sure I can delete all of it though. So I don't care about that. AI scenario to use. I guess this is going to be necessary. So put AI scenario to use somewhere. Wait a second, what? No, just get rid of this. So we don't need it. We don't need to do this. Set game phase is set up. We don't need that. Delete offline players. There should be no such thing as an offline player. In fact, this entire function shouldn't exist. Delete offline players. Where does this? Here? Go through each player is offline. Is this even a thing anymore? It is. Connection state. Oh my god. All right, let me sit down and absorb all of this. Why would someone make a thing like that? I mean, Digite, do you really need to ask that question? There are trolls on the internet. Adam, whenever I'm working on a game idea, I always figure if it gets anywhere meaningful, at some point I'll contract an artist and musician and purchase the assets. Is that your plan? So I've already contracted artists. The musician part, I've looked into a bunch of different ways to do that for free for now, but sounds I haven't done. So yeah, in general, I think that's fine, Draclin. I think, so here's what you need to weigh is first impression of a game and scalability versus, I guess, costs or like resources put into the game. So you need to weigh these three things. Let's say I release the best game in the world, or what would eventually have been the best game in the world, but I release it with bad graphics, no music, the controls aren't really there. Your first impression is probably going to be worse than it would be had I finished the game right off the bat. And a lot of people might not come back. It might get bad press. And who knows what will happen after that. In fact, someone just posted to Reddit about a Scrabble game that they made. It got like 10,000 downloads, but then bugs were putting the server offline. So people couldn't play the game, so it got a lot of bad reviews. And when you see an app with 1 or 2 stars in the store because of a problem that used to exist, that can hurt you later. The other part is scalability, which is really has to do with your first impression of the game. I don't know if your game even will have this problem. A lot of scalability nowadays is like it's just handled by the market. So if you make a single player game and you release it on Steam, you have no scalability to worry about. Steam is the one who has to worry about that, of distributing it to everybody. And then resources put into the game is, do you want placeholder artwork? Do you want placeholder music? How does this impact the other parts of this? So Draclin, I think if you're trying to make, in the next blockbuster hit, you probably want to release it with art and music and everything in by default. And if you are just making a game for fun, then yeah, I think you can put off most of the resources till the end and then work on that later. But just keep in mind that you'll probably eventually want them. What are you using to type up these notes? Yeah, Sublime. And people linked in the keyboard as well. Okay. All right, Walter. Uh, I'm gonna take Walter's mod capabilities away. All right, so the whole bit about being offline, we're gonna need to fix. Delete offline players. No, Zancro, it's just chat being chat. I think everyone knew what you meant, including Horforia. So delete offline players would probably be removed. Delete offline players from everywhere. There's no such thing as an offline or online player any longer. This refactoring is going to spread out of control, so we're going to need to do this way, the same way I've been doing this before. That way we just keep a quick list of what's there and what's finished, and so far nothing's finished. So delete offline players. The function itself, we have is offline and is AI player. No, these aren't finished. What am I doing? What else do we have here? What other functions are being used? This is fine still. This is fine. Deleted players, remove player. I have no reason to ever remove a player from the player depot. So I guess I should probably get rid of that function. Yeah, that's true, Harambe. Okay, we can delete this function. Done. Wait, what was this called? There it is. Scramble teams so the players don't always end up with the same teammates. Yeah, this is not a thing anymore either. Terrible. We'll get back to that though. Alright, delete offline player, and that calls into this. Cool. Cool, yeah, that's gone. So that should be everything with delete offline player. Nope, it's not. Now it is. Okay, cool. So now that's gone from everything. So delete offline player. Alright. Oh boy, so much more to delete. Just when you thought this was over. It's never over. Remove player by ID. This is already contained by remove player, so we don't need to do anything there. Change leaderboard row. That's probably not going to be called anymore. Should probably just get rid of that. Now that you have investors, are you worried about your artistic additions to the game? Wait, what? Worried that they'll be someone diluted. Tells you I don't know what the joke is in that message. Are the subs investors? No, I don't look at things that way. I don't think that would really change much even if I did. But that so okay, actually this is something I never made clear, and I want to say this at some point. But subscribing is for me essentially for probably helping Botland. So you're subscribing to me, the individual, not me, the company. In case, like, there's no way that could have been clear, I guess. And I don't think it really has an impact on you guys. But I need to look through everything and make sure that that's update anything in the FAQ or on the front page. Descriptions, maybe mention subscribe to me. Will I ever find out how he's typing up these notes? No, Zancro, someone linked it in earlier. So sorry, they probably didn't tag you in the message, but it's Sublime Text. So actually, better yet, here, check this out. Here's the FAQ. The FAQ has what program are you using for blank, i.e., what's that in the taskbar? The text editor they use is Sublime. Here's a link to it. The orange icon is Postman. The console is Conemu. The lock icon is KeePass. VirtualBox. There's Git. So yeah, all that stuff is in the FAQ. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Zancro. I thought you saw that people had linked it in earlier. My bad. Okay, so change leaderboard row. Yeah, we can delete this. So that should be gone now. Oh, darn it. Where did I press that? I might have created an HTML file that I didn't mean to create. Not there. Client, public, JavaScript. Did I? No, maybe I didn't. Huh. Okay. So this should be gone. Cool. Is offline should be removed. This has this whole thing about connection state, which I'm pretty sure has no impact whatsoever on any of this. Yeah. The keyboard looks nice. Thanks. All right, and then connection state with an underscore in it. So I think all of these functions should be removed. Is offline, is online. I don't think any of these matter. Went offline, came online. Yeah, let's delete all of these. I made a game once too. Oh, I can't tell how much of that is for the sake of memeing. Did you actually make a game? Still pretty funny. Wait, what? Observer, is that actually the case? You can't show your feet on stream? I did a computer build stream where my feet were probably showing at some point. Wait a second. The whole not showing feet thing. I don't, whatever. I don't think there's a problem. I've streamed for what, like 1,600 hours. And I guess when I was sitting on my floor building a computer, my fee might have been showing for about whatever, an hour. So I'll have to look up in the terms of service. Okay, so all of those things should be gone. So is offline should be removed. Perfect. Is online should be removed. It probably exists somewhere. So get online players. Do we do this anywhere? Scramble teams. Oh man, all of this is dead code. No bare feet allowed since Twitch classifies it as a fetish. If you had socks on, it's okay. Huh. I guess the real problem is that people do whatever they can to skirt around these rules. So there are like accidents that happen on stream that aren't really accidents. I don't remember if I was wearing socks that day, but anyway, I'll have to write this down. Apparently, it's okay. What about socks that look like feet? What are the specs of your computer? Okay. So is online. This exists right here in get online players. So we just need to write this over here and we'll know that it's going to be deleted. Yeah, this can be gone. Cool. Done. So is online is now removed from the code. We can move this down to here. We can search for this. Get online players string. I don't think this is necessary. That used to be called from somewhere. There used to be a way to... No, I guess not. Oh well. Well, that's done. My feet look like socks. Yeah, basic. I had to upgrade my computer. There's been a lot that's changed in the last year that I've been streaming. So I started with a computer that could handle streaming, and then it slowly deteriorated to the point where it couldn't handle it. So I needed to upgrade everything. So then I did a computer build stream. After me, who's the most social mod in chat? Hey, Matthias. And no, you can ask, yeah, you can ask anything you want. I think the only thing that'd be annoying is if you ask the same question, like a question that had the same answer every time. Like, hey, Adam, what text editor are you using? That's a factual question that will pretty much not change. So if you're doing something like that, but yeah, no, there hasn't been a problem, Matthias. And I would definitely tell people before I just ban them unless they're trying to be a troll. So disconnected has socket equals null. In fact, player shouldn't even have a socket in it anymore. Socket in player. And no, EJ, I am aware of this. I actually set it up last night. I am auto-hosting exactly one person right now, and that's Zeeth. So it hosted him last night. And no, Matthias has been in the stream now for a decent amount of time, right? Matthias is 6 hours. Actually, I thought it was more than that. Interesting. Yeah, so emit's going to have to go away. Socket in player, emit. We haven't even gotten to the part that I wanted to fix yet, huh? So this can just be removed. That's okay. Came online. This shouldn't be there anywhere. Yeah, it's not. Connection state. Delete that. Delete this. Felzy. Oh. Connection state's gone. Is AI player? This dot is AI. Is that even used anywhere? No. It could be though, but I'll add it back in if I want that. Remove player by ID and remove player. This is never called. And remove player should never be called. Yeah, it's not. Actually, let's make sure. Get player by ID. Yeah, that's fine. And then this is player get name, players by name, blah, blah, blah. Yep, don't need any of that. Probably don't even need players by name, actually. So that's gone. Scramble teams should never be called anywhere. Get number of teams, shuffle, reset next team ID. Do we ever even call this? Nope. Set player team. This is probably not necessary. Set team ID. Also probably not necessary. Next team ID. Online players. Reset. Yep, I think this is good now. We can delete this. Yeah. Cool. During a battle, are both client and server simulating the outcome? No, only the server. So if the client actually goes through something like this. So the client says, hey, here's what I'm going to do as my attack. Then the account server finds a valid game server. The game server simulates it all. It returns the journal of what happened to the account server. This gets saved in the database. Then the client replays what happened in the journal. If the client was trusted to simulate the games themselves, then what they could do is they could simulate it a bunch of times until they won. And then they'd be like, oh yeah, here's how you win. So imagine this. Imagine if I wrote a game, and you probably already understand this, but I'm still going to say this anyway. So imagine if I wrote there's a maze game and there's something like this. I'm not trying to actually make a difficult maze. This isn't Inception. So here's the start and here's the finish. And you had to beat this in 10 seconds. So I give you 10 seconds on the clock. And you're like, okay, I'm going to go here. And then, darn it, I don't know how to do this. And you're like, oh, well, my time ran out. But I'm going to simulate it again, and I find out that here's the solution, and I'll just tell the game server about this second trial and not the first one. So that's why it's not allowed. Basically, you can't trust a client in really any case unless they're just telling you their preferences, in which case you can trust them just fine. Do you like color red or color blue? Okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have any impact on anything. But anything where it actually matters, like, hey, did you move left or right here? That matters. Okay, so scramble teams is gone as of now. And this was all when done, get rid of start a new game. Actually, I can just write that here. How long is that round trip? The server simulates its super speed and spits it back out instantly. Not instantly. The server takes about how long? So it takes about 200 milliseconds for the server to simulate a phase of a game. So it's probably about 1 second maybe when all said and done. Because you have all these steps that I'd written out, which was like client to account server to game server to account server to client. This is whatever your ping is to the account server. So for most people, this is going to be somewhere between like 10 and 100 milliseconds. This ping is going to be, well, there's actually more that happens in here. Contacts the database. So between contacting the database, simulating the game, saving the results, and sending the result back, that's all going to be somewhere between 300 and 600 milliseconds, hopefully. And then you have another 10 to 100 milliseconds going back. So yeah, when all said and done, the high end of what you're looking for here is like 1 second. So that's basically going to look like this in the game. You're going to hit the play button. Oh, right, I broke the game. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, you would have hit the play button. You'd set out all of your bots, and then you'd hit the simulate button, and it would say something like, simulating, and then it would play out the game for you. Client receives back the full log of everything that happened at once in a single burst. Yeah, that's what happens now. So there's a lot of reasons for that, Jacqueline. Well, I guess not a lot. The biggest one is that a client never has to directly connect to a game server by doing that. And the other thing that's nice is that we're building up a replay that can be played back later by the defender. So Adam, since you were looking into Lambda previously, I thought I mentioned this to you. Switched an API service over to it. Apparently there's a limit of 100 concurrently. We had to revert within an hour. Wow. Seriously? How is that possible though? Why would they limit you? Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not going to look through this. I trust you. But I'm surprised because it seems like such a basic thing. What is the use case if you can only have 100? Oh, I guess they're very short running tasks and that you wouldn't necessarily care about a timely completion. I don't know. Apparently they had a problem with people recursively starting Lambda functions. Huh. Interesting. So does that mean a player's interaction with the round is limited to just their initial bot selection and placement? No possibility of using like boost spells? Yeah, you're correct. Read the rest of the convo. Yeah, I read the... Oh wait, am I unbanned from botland URLs? Wouter, send me your IP address again via Whisper, and I'll have to check this out. And no, that wasn't someone subbing. That was this sound of me trying to close a tab. I wonder if there's a way to make sounds only come from a certain source. In fact, I should look into that. Find out if I can make sounds only be streamed from a particular source. That way people don't hear OS/browser sounds. Yeah, so that's a fine sound. How many subs so far? Here were the subs, so I guess 17. Oh, I see, Mike. All right, thanks. All right, Wouter. I will check this out. Yeah, I'll try to open a ticket later, Wouter. And then what else did I mean? Oh yeah, this. I wanted to address this, Dracman. So to address this, because yeah, I don't think it would be a fun game if you had like one shot to either win or lose. This is an 8 Mile. So, oh, I still can't show you this. Darn it. Okay, well anyway, you get 3 phases. So you're correct. There's no interaction during the time that the simulation is playing out. And this was intentional. So instead, you get multiple phases to attack a defender. When did you get the sub button? Oh, that's as of, what, like 16 hours ago? 17 hours ago? 18 hours ago? I don't know, something like that. Anyway, you get multiple phases to attack a defender. This means that if you fail during phase 1, you can change your strategy for later phases. In fact, you very likely will fail during phase 1. I'm going to try to balance the game such that you need like 2.7 phases to win. So good players will do it in, 2.4 phases on average. And bad players will do it in like 3.3 on average, which means that bad players are still going to have a win ratio. Oh, hey, Draclin. You're now a viewbot. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And thanks for subscribing. I do find it kind of funny because you were chatting here for a decent amount of time. And then you're like, wait a second, what are all these icons here? Thank you. I'm going to write your name down. Cool. I think your sub count is out by 2 if you're missing me and Rig.js. Am I missing you guys? Oh, wait a second. Yeah, this throws everything off, doesn't it? I have rigged JS there, but I didn't have Digitator. How did that happen? Oh man, I'm sorry, Digitate. Hang on a second. Let me figure out where you fit into this list. You were right before Monadic Bind. Oh darn it. I'm sorry. Oh, this changes everything. Now Woucher's the unlucky one. Hang on, let me make sure I actually got this right. Subscribed. There are 20 times this is listed here. Let me see. Oh, it counts me on the list too. Okay, yeah, so this is now correct. Whoops. All right, sorry about that. I mean, I don't think your numbers really matter. And yeah, you're no longer 13, now you're 14. And Lauter's 13. And he's the only one who probably cared about that. Oh, man. So there's still space for position 20 over here if you want it. Sorry, I just had to get that vape out of my system. Anyway, so Draclin, I think this system is going to be... No, EJ, that wasn't me trying to be solid. That was me trying to make a corny joke. Blaze it. So I think this will work out to still be fun, and it does good things for the infrastructure to not have games have any real-time interaction. No, EJ, it really was just supposed to be a joke. So scrambled team should be gone. Oh, come on, I put asterisks around 420. How much more obvious do I have to be? Alright, so set player team. This is no longer a thing, right? What is this? Deploy teams. This balance tester. I should just delete this entire thing. When the world is needed in the balance tester anymore. Print player stats, set meta info, hyperspeed. This is all pointless. Images, yeah, and don't worry if you can't get to it. Like that's fine. I honestly, truly just appreciate having people here in chat. Botland would have been in a very different game and a very different development experience if I wasn't on Twitch. You're number 11 today, that's true, Endorn. He'll probably marry the number 11. Do you, Endorn, take 11? Alright, let's try this. So this wasn't ever needed, the balance tester. We can just get rid of that. Set player team. Set team ID, update player and leaderboard. I think this can be removed too. Can we purchase better positions on the list? I guess if you swapped usernames with someone. Set player team. Okay. Set player team. Sounds good. Alright. That's good, other than, well, I mean, this still exists here. I'm gonna have to delete this. How much do I have to cheer, Mr. Sellout? Who pushed me into number 13. I mean, no one technically pushed you there. It was me because I just didn't write down the right subscriber list. But yeah, if you want to blame someone who's not me, it was Digite then. And EJ, I was thinking of enabling cheering. I think Hideo's suggestion earlier was a good one, which is that yeah, take what people said into account, but don't necessarily do it today. So maybe I'll start this on Friday. But the overwhelming majority of people here said that yes, I should enable cheering. Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, you guys would change again if you count me as the first subscriber, because I'm technically number one here. Wait, did I not add digitated as a list? I still didn't do that. Oh man. EJ wants me out of here. Spells out silently. Selling out intensifies. uh, so set team ID. Oh, actually, this might have a point to it. There's a whole bunch of tests that had to do with team IDs. Yeah, I think we'll keep this. Why did I write that it shouldn't be used? Yeah, I don't count. I would agree that I don't count in this particular case. So set player team, is that necessary? That's gone, yeah. Mark that as finished. Update player and leaderboard, change leaderboard row, and then the socket in the player. Alright, so what does this do? Update player and leaderboard. I think I'm going to keep these functions around. They're self-contained at this point, so I don't need to worry about this anymore. Well, not really at least, right? What calls this? Add all players, received a player object. Yeah, I don't think this is necessary. I'm going to cancel this stuff. And then start a new game. Could you smile really quick? Need a picture for a new meme I'm about to make? Yeah, I can't help it. You could just look through the VOD, you know? You'd probably want me to look at the camera for the meme, though. And that's where I draw the line, mister. Simulation server, start a new game. We don't need that. Game finished. Alright, I think that's everything, is it not? This can now be deleted. That's fine, and this is fine. So the start arena, start and reset all player stats. If we make a new player depot every time, this shouldn't be necessary, and I think that's the case. And hey again, Hideo. How did dinner go? What'd you make? I'm actually really hungry, so I shouldn't be asking about this, because this always leads to me being like, well, it's time to go get lunch now. Can you look into the camera? I'm writing a spicy meme. It's not wise to ask him that. But Digite. Alright, we've set all player stats. So is this new every time? Well, we go into... Oh, actually, it has to be new, right? New player depot? Yeah, it has to be new. Reset all player stats. I doubt this matters anymore. So this calls a new arena, start a new game. Which also shouldn't be there. Puts Adam's picture on the pillow next to him. How did it trigger programming? I think EJ is going to use that picture in this meme that he's constructing. That'll be on my gravestone. Okay. So this is never called, is it? This dot main, this start a new game. Yeah, this is never called. Okay. Huh, Pickle, that is strange. I stream at a non-standard resolution, so maybe that's what's causing that to happen. And by the way, what is it, like what part of the screen are you missing? Is it, no, I guess I don't really need to show anything because you'll just be able to know based on the window. Is it the outside or is it a particular side or corner? And hey, Sean, yeah, there's a sub button now. That went very well. I made some of this. Okay, let's search for images here. Oh, Sean, you are now a ViewBot. Thanks for subscribing. Nah, I'm trying to copy paste this. I want to get in on this action. This is interesting. What's inside of these, by the way, Hideo? I didn't finish reading the Wikipedia page. Sean, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are now subscriber number, I think, 20. I should probably just count them. The bottom part of it, it cuts at your neck. Okay, I can just stream like this from now on. Well, at least you can see my face, I guess. And yeah, but I don't know if I can fix anything about the rest of that. Can says planning stage. Is it a group project, Can? Group projects are usually terrible in school. Usually you have hardly anyone doing the work. Rather, I should say you have like one person doing all of the work. Well, Sean, thank you for joining the party at least. It's definitely good. I've got that here. I'll just put this over here too when I add to this. So here's the order. So yeah, you are number 20, Sean. Oh yeah, I do know Hideo. Okay, cool. Filled with nothing. Got it. So you probably had sauce or something? Maybe? I don't know. 100 hours coding and graphics. No, that's good though, Can. This is good. This is an opportunity. I know it's easy to look at it like a pile of work, but really you're going to look back on this and this is going to be one of the projects you show off on resumes or to, I don't know, like your friends when they come over. Are you doing GUI through HTML or Canvas? Both. So in some cases it is like this is all HTML, but then on the canvas there's going to be some other GUI elements too, like life bars and things. All right, see you, Wouter. All right, so start a new game is now done except for in main. This is like more or less finished. And then the socket is the last part. So at this point, the game should be working. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. So let's go take a look. I see, Hideo. Nice. Well, it's very nice of you to have done that because I guess you did interrupt your sleep last night. But it's not like it's totally a punishment to have to cook. It's a responsibility, but then you get to reap the rewards too. Okay, so router actions is defined but never used, and simulation server is never defined. Oh, right. I was in the process of removing this and I never got around to it. Oh. Oh, man. All right, well, let's go take a look. And inspect element, yeah, Sean. That's all Wouter's been doing all morning. Or, well, I guess night for him. So this is what changed. if I send you the project after it's done? Hire me, please. And if Botland is actually popular, it would get to the point where I would need to hire people. Can you imagine working for a boss who saw all of your Twitch memes? Would you want to work for a boss like that? This is like sharing your browser history with somebody. It's bad news. Set is in replay mode. False. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. What am I doing? Why am I even doing this? This is pointless. If I was in the hiring phase, I'd probably consider this sort of thing, but I'm definitely not there. There needs to be a game for that. Okay, well, the game's not in a playable state yet, so I guess I don't really need to worry about checking this in until I've gotten rid of everything. This is going to be a major refactor, though. I probably shouldn't have deleted those things from simulation server yet. No, I should put this back in. I should do one thing at a time. Wow, EJ. Alright, fine. I won't get around this one. Endurin just lost 2 points for no reason. I hope you're happy. Yeah, so I think I've got to put all this stuff back into the game where it used to be. Well, let's do this. It's not like it's not obvious to fix this later. So that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That doesn't exist any longer. That's okay, that's okay. That's okay, okay, okay. Cool. Oh, anything in the simulation server that changed? No, just that. Okay, so the game should work. Let's go try it. No, Hideo, yeah, I totally understand. I think it's a good thing. I think it's really good. And it's that little bit of motivation to do something that's already a nice thing to do. So I like that. Oh, whoa. I was worried about this for a second. Okay. I think it's just that I had the game server offline. Yeah, it must be. So now I can re-simulate this. Ooh, that doesn't look right. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, I broke something. I broke something pretty severely too. But what? Entity is dead already? How did this happen? How would this happen? So balance tester doesn't matter whatsoever. This, get rid of delete offline player and set player team. So presumably, no, team should be working totally fine. This should be fine. Started new game. I wonder if I ever relied on any of these things. I probably did. In fact, that could be what's going wrong. probably that. Yeah, because none of this stuff should matter. These weren't functions that were even being called anywhere. And then this is all just a bunch of nonsense. Except this. This might not be nonsense. No, that's nonsense. It's all nonsense. Where does it end, though? So I think it ends at this right here. We had all these started new game calls, and that's what would wipe out the entities in the arena. But it shouldn't have mattered. Please add sellout Adam. What, with like dollar signs in my eyes? I mean, I'll add it here for the vote. And then later we'll do a vote on these things, and I'll get them kind of cleaned up and everything. Okay, so I'm still running into a problem that I don't know the source of. Let's see. Remove all players. That shouldn't matter, right? Maybe there's just too many players here for some reason. I join a game. Yeah, the leaderboard's just busted now. Teams. What is this? Can I read property get number of teams of null? The game state doesn't exist. This isn't good. Okay, cool, EJ. Yeah, that's so the. Like I said, I think the steps are going to be ask Twitch what emotes you guys want, then make sure I have those emotes, and if I don't, then solicit help from people in chat. Okay, damn. Oh, I broke this very thoroughly. Game state used to have set player team. So set player team was called somewhere. I don't know where. It had to be on the server somewhere. Yeah, so it must have been one of these things. No, it's none of these though. It can't be anywhere else though. Oh wait, yes it could be. It could be in this. It's not there, unless it's... Ah, there we go. Start a new game. Yeah, it might be in here. I'm not sure what broke this exactly. I'm gonna have to fix this. Alright, see you Blueberry King. And see you Endoran. Alright, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do then. So where I left off is trying to figure out what it is I deleted that caused the game to stop working. I think it probably has... I guess I should write this as a comment. Or just change this to plain text. Let's do things that way. I think it probably has to do with setting the number of teams incorrectly. I should debug what's happening on the client when it tries processing a message. Okay, could I actually do this differently? What if... Just thought of something. Alright, see you, Basic. And thanks. Yeah, I just thought of something actually. Consider whether I should have saved journals as just the terminators. No, that wouldn't be possible. No, that wouldn't be possible. Okay. So trying to figure out, yeah, I should debug what's happening. Okay, yep, that's where we're leaving off. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I am gonna go get lunch. I should be about half an hour. I usually set my timer for 45 minutes, as most of you know. And I will also run, I guess, commercials for the first part of it, because no one's gonna be here anyway. So yeah. Thanks for watching so far. When I come back, I'll be back for about probably 2.5, 3 hours, something like that. So yeah, take care. I'll see you guys after lunch. All right, I'm back. There's a 5-minute max. Is there? I didn't have a 5-minute option, but it might exist. I don't know. Node SAS. I am using something like that, if not that. I don't remember if I'm even using SAS actually. Let's go take a look. Could have sworn I was using something. Oh, I'm using less. Never mind. So no, I'm not using Node SAS. Can, weren't you already following? What's going on? What's going on? What's some good text editors? Sublime, Atom, brackets, Visual Studio Code, Notepad++. 5 minutes only available using the API directly. Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to figure out what's going on with ads. So, like I said, I've been a partner for 1 day now. And I don't know how to figure out how many ad impressions were actually made. Figure out how many ad impressions were made. Notepad++, you crazy? Some people still like it. I don't think it's very popular, but either way, it's something for you to try out if you're ever looking into this. And yeah, Observerboard, I would say try out Atom, ATOM. Trying to figure out what it is I deleted that caused the game to stop working. Yeah, let's figure this out. I used to use Notepad. No, you didn't. There's no way. Nobody used to use Notepad. Oh yeah, Vim. Yeah, Vim, Emacs. Whenever someone's asking for a text editor, I usually don't suggest those because I think that you would have heard of them and then you would have decided whether you wanted to try it or not. But both of them, I think, are different enough from other text editors where, yeah, there's a different learning curve. All right, so what exactly is going on here? When I hit the play button and I load in bots, that's all fine. Then as soon as I hit simulate, everything just breaks. So is this a problem on the account server? Is it a problem on the game server? And I don't know what the answer is, so I guess what I'm going to have to do here is MySQL-U. Oh, good, Can. What was wrong with it? Could you show me your node less module in the code for it? Can I? Let me think about this. Require less. I don't know where it is. Here it is. It's in Webpack. Okay, yeah. Here, apparently, I only use it in Webpack, so I can't really show you, I guess. Yeah. Also, how do I even use this? I probably have something that's, I don't know. Yeah. I'm sorry, Can. If you have a specific question about like, hey, how do I do something, I might be able to help you. But I think I'm just using Webpack with less. Okay, so both players exist. Let's do truncate replays, and then we'll run the game, and we'll see, did the replay even work correctly? Select journal from replays. Oh, there's nothing. Oh, I didn't win the game, that's why. Yeah. All right, let's go redo this. So I need to put down enough of these where I win the game. This is going to be a gigantic journal in the end. There, that should cause me to win. Did I? Yes. Okay. So the journal is there. Is this correct? It probably is. I wonder how long that took to simulate. Yeah, not very long. 257 milliseconds. Pretty sweet. Nice. There's 30 milliseconds of overhead in just sending this thing back. I don't like that at all. I'm going to need to look into that at some point. So the journal is getting produced. Although whether or not the journal is correct is a different story. I never looked at that. But I think that's fine. I think this is just a problem on the client. There's probably some assumption I was making before, probably during starting a new game, and I'm no longer making that assumption where there's just an issue now. So I guess where we'd have to look is in here. Remove all players. I don't think that's going to be important. But then game server also changed. So start new game used to be a thing. Okay, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This shouldn't matter. Wait a second, delete offline players. Wasn't that already the case? Remove all players. Yeah, pretty much. Scramble teams. Maybe that's the problem. Started new game. And then reset all player stats. Yeah, maybe it's just the teams are wrong. Let's go take a look at that. This dot. Okay, so we've got 2 players, right? Yeah. And are their teams different? Team ID 1, team ID 0. Yeah. They are. What is going on? Game state is null. This is arena. Yeah, and the game state just doesn't exist. So yeah, the game state's not there. The game state isn't in the, what, the client arena? What is this? Yeah, in the client arena. So what was responsible for sending this? So I really should stand up. I'm going running tonight, and it's not good if my legs feel the way that they do. Telefellow subs. Hey, Belzy. So what used to send this out? A lot of these classes I can just immediately say they're definitely correct because they had nothing to do with this change. Arena started new game. Wipe out all entities. Was there any shared code for that? No, I didn't even touch that. How would this not make it back? Where should this get set? I don't get it. Something is in charge of setting a game state here, and it's not getting set. It's probably like some received game state or something. Received game state. Yeah, this is probably not getting called. Yeah, there's no way this is getting called, right? Received game state, where is this sent from? Set game phase. And so what, this is never called? I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Commence game phase. I think I know what's going on. I think. Not positive yet, but I think. I don't think anything is calling set game phase any longer. It should look like this. Although, is that even correct? Maybe not. Received game state. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. So let's go back to debug main.gamestate. What, this doesn't exist? Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, so something I used to do is no longer being done. Oh, I think I know. Yeah, I think this is pretty straightforward. I just got to figure out where this used to be called. Okay, so simulation server, start a new game. Okay, so we should check out somewhere we have a set game phase, and I didn't realize that it called into the client. Silly of me. It must be in here somewhere. Yep, there it is. Yeah, this is not getting called in, should be. Set game phase in the game server. Yep. Oh man, alright, so where do we do this? Well, this used to be called from main a whole bunch of times. Start a new game, start a new game, start a new game. Yeah, alright, let's... I don't like this. Let's put this back to how it was. And then, now that's all incorrect. Hey, Nifty Nugget. Welcome back. Yeah, so now everywhere that was, so start a new game, or simulation server dot start a new game. We need to change this slightly to set game phase to the correct game phase. I'm going to do this in kind of a hacky way at first. Set game phase. Actually, this isn't that hacky. Set game phase. Constants dot game phases dot setup. Hey, million levels. Yeah, I have this sub button as of almost a day ago, so it's not even 24 hours old yet. Okay, yeah, this should work. Let's try it out. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I fixed it. Ooh. Alright, so if we want to replay that, here's the replay we just did. Yep. It's playing out in hyperspeed. We're going to have to fix that eventually. We'll get there. We will get there. Oof. What do you use for full stack web development? So I'm doing full stack game development right now. There's a lot in common with the web development side of things because I'm making a web game. So every technology I'm using is also, I guess, technically for full stack web development. So I have Node.js. This is running the server. I have Webpack. This is bundling code for the client. This can also, so this runs the server. You can consider the server to be a web server at this point, I guess. So this serves the bundled code from Webpack. And it's also responsible for my, well, in my case, my other kind of server. So I guess I'll call this like application server. This has a connection to the database, any application logic, e.g., what's a good example here? I don't know, fetching user information, saving records to the database, that sort of thing. And then eventually you end up with front-end code. So I'm using React and Redux and WebGL. So yeah, does this answer your question, Nifty Nugget? Because it's a bunch of different technologies. You don't have to use all these different things. You can have a very different looking stack. And so if you've ever heard of things like the mean stack of Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node. So in that case, Mongo is your database. Express is your web server, like kind of running on Node. Angular is your UI, and Node is your server executor. So yeah, this spells out mean. Granted, there's arguments about why you should use one of these particular bits over another one and whatever, but that alone would get you your full stack. Okay, so I have fixed this. Still not great code. I'm going to need to get rid of the socket. I think this will probably end up bleeding into Friday, and that's fine. I had different goals, but I didn't realize the whole subscription thing would happen. Hey, Weedley. Haven't seen you in like 2 weeks. 3 weeks, maybe. I ran a last scene on you, and it was, I think, in the teens in September. Yeah, probably at least 2 weeks. Oh, what am I doing? That's what I meant to do. Yeah, what's been up, Weedley? Okay, so we can check this in. This was getting rid of, well, what exactly? I guess player teams. It's a lot of dead code removal. Removed a lot of dead code around teams. School have been sick since Thursday. Yeah, school is taking up a lot of people's time. I'm glad to hear that you're better, Weedley. Sick since Thursday, though. That's a long time to be sick for. But welcome back. Welcome home. Sounds very evil for some reason. Alright, delete offline player, set team, connection state, yeah. Scramble teams. I guess, yeah, a lot of this stuff is dead coder on teams. What was the other thing I just... Oh, yeah, connection state for players, e.g. if they're online. Did you finish decision tree making? Yeah, man, I don't remember what the last thing is that you saw. So, this video, I know there's a ton of information that just printed out, but this video might be good to watch. Hey, T-Blot, yeah, there's a sub button now. It was 20 hours ago that I got it. Well, 19, I think. Yeah, 19 hours. Anyway, this video is really good to watch, but I think you're already probably familiar with this, Weedley. There's also the blog post, which probably you haven't seen, but it's mostly just information from the video. Yeah, it did happen, T-Blot. Alright, if they're online / offline. And what else do we have here? Removing players. What's your sub count so far? So it is 20 because that was all in the last. It's been like 1 sub per hour, which is way higher than what I would have thought. And yeah, thanks, Weedley. Are light tokens supposed to last till the end of the stream? Yeah. Or until you use them, whichever comes first. And yeah, T-Blot, I hope so. Definitely let me know how that works. I don't know if you're at work or at home right now, but if you are at home and you're able to stream on one of the lower settings, like that's awesome. I think you should be able to. Does Twitch like have standard bit rates? Bitrate, transcode, bitrate. I don't know how this works. Like, the way it could work is, let's say the streamer is streaming at like 5 megabits per second. So then source is obviously going to be the source. High is going to be maybe a percentage, or maybe they cap it at a certain rate. I don't know. And same thing with medium and low and whatever. Wheatley, you're now a view bot. Welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Nice. Wheatley 93. Nice. It's flat rates, I believe. Okay, yeah. Because I was going to say then, at the low end of things, they probably cap it at like, what, 500 kilobits per second or something like that? Something that most people can handle. So Wheatley, check this out. You've got, this is like the sub stuff right now. So I've got some ideas here. If you want to vote on the ideas, you can check out this link. Actually, anyone can vote on this stuff. So if you want to vote or not. And Cherry, thanks for following. Which icon to use in a welcome message, cheering. I don't think you need to vote on that stuff necessarily. So for right now, since subscriptions are only a day old, I don't have much stuff to offer. But you have a couple of commands. These don't even totally work yet. I need to upgrade Phantom Bot. You can use them because you're a moderator. So you get welcome and you get view bot. And that's it. So yeah, vote in the straw poll. What is this up to right now? So yeah, flash the lights in the same color. One day a month or Adam plays games. Yeah, pretty cool. Maybe it is percentage. Yeah, I don't know how they do it. I mean, there'd be benefits to both ways. If you benefit of having static is that you know you could watch every stream at medium, for example. T-Boss says all of them. Yeah, I'm probably going to do all of them except for the last one, the one that's in last place right now. The reason I said this of like which one would you want if you had to pick one is which one basically should I prioritize? And also, I was curious if you had to pick only one, I thought most people would just vie for the same, like this one, for example. But turns out there's actually a pretty good spread here. So I really like this idea. I want to see what it would take to do it. It hopefully won't be too bad. There are some things I need to work out there. But I think it would be pretty neat if like Wheatley has a green name and this just flashes green. And then I'm like, oh, there's a subscriber. That's pretty cool. But yeah. And I don't know, the other thing I wonder, do you guys know the answer to this? If you subscribe to a channel for 6 months at a time, does it, and so you pay a flat rate up front. You pay $30 in US currency. So my question is, when you do this, it says that you've subscribed. When a month passes, does it say you've resubscribed? Do you guys know the answer to this? Because I haven't subscribed to another channel yet. Given that I only, I guess, just started making money, I haven't really been trying to spend on any extra stuff. Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, because that's what I expect. So then next month, oh, and this is probably why subscriptions sometimes happen while people are offline, is because it's just auto resubscribing them, I guess. Okay, because anyway, the reason I ask about this is because this straw poll that I said where I flash the lights in the same color as the subscriber's name, that means that, I mean, I guess this will be pretty focused, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure this happens. You get a button that gives you an option to broadcast it every monthly days. Oh, cool. Okay. Hey, Kazoos. Yeah. And did I subscribe to myself? You're automatically a subscriber of yourself, apparently, if you're a Twitch partner. But yes, I got a sub button, and thank you, Kazoos. Okay, cool. So have I checked this in yet? No, not yet. Oh yeah, because I want to see how much code I just removed. Let's just sum this up really quickly. So 77, why did that not type anything? 51, 36. So 297 lines of code removed, and I only added 7. So 290 removed. It's pretty good. Pretty good. No, Kazoos, I don't wanna make anyone make any tough decisions. Can you make some cool sub emotes? Yeah, so Wheatley, that's gonna happen too. That's something that I just haven't gotten to yet. So the emotes that I'm probably gonna add in order are gonna be these. I want Adam Troll to be the first one. I think that's just a great emote right now. Adam Art is probably gonna be the second one. Adam Bot is probably gonna be the. This will probably be the sub icon, which means it can't be an emote. I don't know. Anyway, so Adam Bot, and then after that something about Programmer, or I'll open it up to people after that, I guess. Even if you only pay 1 month at a time, it creates a monthly payment that you need to cancel if you don't want to repay. So if you pay more, it means it expires later if you cancel. Oh, I see. Okay. That's kind of weird then. Why do they even give you that option? I guess to just lock you into the money. But why as a viewer would you ever want that option? Huh. Looks like Count Dracula from Sesame Street. Yeah, so unfortunately everyone just has these black stars right now. I think so if you're on dark mode you can hardly see it. But yeah, these black stars, these are going to get replaced with the bot icon that I have on the stream. And then I don't know if I'm allowed to have that as an emote as well. So we'll see how that works. But yeah, I'm going to try to set this up. I'm going to send out emails or something starting tomorrow if I can. Yeah, I removed the donate function. There's no way to donate money, but I took a straw poll and people overwhelmingly said that I should enable cheering. So I will probably do that too. Okay, so I removed 290 lines of code. But why did I do any of this? I guess this was to make it easier. Oh yeah. This was all so that I could remove the started new game code from the simulation server safely. No, Wheatley, I wanted to link the results page because I don't necessarily want more people voting in that. But it's fine if they do. That's okay. All right, next up. So this is fixed. Now socket in player. So there's server player and we have a socket, and this will just never be set now because we don't have a set socket, do we? Well, we have a set socket, but are we ever calling it? No, we are not. So we can just delete all this. Delete this. Small wrapper around socket.emit. We got to make sure that doesn't exist. Disconnect. Yeah, all this stuff needs to go. So player emit. Player dot disconnect. Where else does socket show up? Disconnect and disconnected. So disconnected is only called from this one place, I think. Then the word shows up multiple places. Let's search for matching case and exact whole word. And the answer is that's weird. I don't know what the answer is. Where is this called from? This is called when a player socket disconnects, but that means something needs to have hooked this up. That's weird. Oh, maybe it's code I just deleted, diff current. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Fazimi. I vote for no. I'm fine with votes for. I wanted to know what people thought. Yeah. And Boulder says, please sit down. Never. How was lunch? Lunch was really good. It's always good to eat. I don't think there's ever been a time where I'm like, no, I have to go get lunch now, especially when I'm streaming, because I end up getting hungry at like 1 or 2 o'clock. All right, I don't know where this happened, and I don't know if it matters because this is going to stop existing. How's it diffing? Git? Yeah, it's diffing with Git. So there's an extension I have that uses the git diff, and it just puts it in here nicely. So there's what, 4 different colors, I guess: green, gray, white, and pink. So they set up their own syntax highlighting for this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this matters. But disconnect needs to be gone. Disconnect for a player, yeah. And then is there anywhere else that socket is used? So debug disconnect flags. If this is in the code base and you don't remember what this does, then just remove it. It's for debugging an issue that popped up on Wednesday, almost a year ago. What a funny comment. Well, even though I don't know what it does anymore, I also don't care. Because I'm removing sockets. So we can delete all of this. Disconnect, disconnected, and then emit is the last one. Yep, cool. So socket and player is done. Player dot emit. Actually, all dot emit calls should be gone. This doesn't matter. That's just a comment. What's this though? This is used to determine where to send messages. We should never see a raw pub/sub or socket.emit call from this class. So originally, this was used to differentiate between pub/subbing out a message when in single player or emitting a socket message when in multiplayer. Yeah. Now it's used, well, this is not true anymore. Capture a message or route it to listeners. I think, nice comments. Thanks, Boldor. Do you find that bendy keyboard more comfortable, Adam? Yeah, I actually do. So I've gone back to my mechanical keyboard. Let me see if I can find this. Spot.land. I could go to my VODs actually. So I have a mechanical keyboard. A bunch of people were suggesting that I try it out. Yeah, here it is. So if I link to like this time, for example. So check this out, Adam. I have a mechanical keyboard. I use it in that video. But I felt, so my hands are like this when they're on my keyboard. When they're on the mechanical keyboard, they're like this. And I actually do notice the difference now. MX Blue too loud? Well, you can listen to that video. I have Cherry MX Blue switches in there. And I think the answer is yes, that they're too loud. It doesn't bother me, but the keyboard is so close to the microphone that a few people said, I can hardly hear you anymore, Adam. I think in the VOD, it's fine. I don't know. If you guys watch that and you want to tell me what you think, that's okay. I probably won't go back to using the mechanical keyboard. We don't need to comment this at all. What we need to do is comment. We need to put everything that was here into this class. So originally, this was used to differentiate between pub/subbing out a message when it's in. So now it's used as a choke point for messages. Now I'm just retaining the fact that it's a choke point for messages so that I can either capture them in a journal or let them be passed on to... Wait a second, what? No, this isn't even going to be needed anymore, is it? What? I'm not sure about this. Yeah, Fuzimi, I never really understood the thing about O-rings because if you get Cherry MX Blue switches, you're getting them for, I guess, the feel and the sound, right? Because if you were just getting them for the feel, wouldn't you get browns? So I guess O-rings to me seem like I bought blues, they were too loud, I don't want them to be too loud, but I can't afford new switches. Anyway, I don't know if that's the case. Maybe there's the feel that people desire with that. And all right, Wheatley, thanks for dropping in. Thanks for subbing. See you later. Have a good time at school. Whoa, what? Observer Ward, you were in a gaming house? Like an esports kind of thing? I mean, your dream is pretty funny, but wow. Gaming house. I am pretty sure. I don't know if CliServe router is even needed any longer. The whole concept of is routing isn't totally necessary. Capture them in a journal or play them immediately. This whole concept of playing them immediately just isn't a thing, is it? No. I see what it is. Yeah. The latter of which is useful when replaying a journal. Got it. Wow. Observer Ward, what was that for? Like, what game were you guys there for? I want to know more about this. Your Browns at work. Okay, yeah, Digitay. I was going to say, I had blues at work when I had my own office. But when I was in an open space, I didn't dare bring in that keyboard. I think people would have been incredibly annoyed with me. Hey, Hardline. Haven't seen you in forever. What kind of father are you to Lulong? It's for Counter-Strike Source? Wow. Was it fun at least? I mean, I know you said cramped and sweaty and loud, and that you had dreams that you got shot, but... Which, by the way, that was probably more due to Counter-Strike than the keyboard. But yeah, did you like it? Hey, cool. So this stuff should be done. Okay, so let's commit this. So I got rid of 60 lines of code in player. I guess that's a minor win. So removed socket related functionality from the player class. Been working, man. Haven't had much free time. Yeah. And yeah, Gliz, that's a sub button. I got it yesterday. Almost 24 hours ago. So no dust has settled on it yet. Yeah, hardline, I understand. Everyone gets busy. So remove the socket-related functionality from the player class. I mean, really, everything in this branch is going to be a refactor. So let's commit that. Actually, I should have linted that first, but either way, I haven't pushed it yet. So I made a keyboard out of concrete. See, to me, this is silly, but I've heard from at least one other person in my life that they like the feel of concrete. Oh, Gliz, you are a ViewBot now. Thanks for subscribing. That was an awfully quick turnaround time. Alright, I'm going to add you to this list, and then I'll give you the relevant stuff here. And by the way, okay, yeah, so check this out. You should vote here. You should vote here. This only really matters for priority's sake. I'm probably going to do most of these things, but which one I do first will probably be dictated by which one got the most votes. Beep boop. So Gliz, as soon as I fix I have a problem with Phantom Bot right now, but as soon as that's done, you should have access to a ViewBot command. And right now, this only works for moderators. But yeah. So yeah, welcome. Thanks for subbing. Got a really good amount of subscribers today. Like I said, I don't think it'll ever be this many because this has been like the pent up lack of monetary support options. Okay, I've checked this in. It linted. I think we're pretty good now. No, I appreciate it, Gliz. So the other thing I wanted to mention, and I said this just recently, so I'll try to say this quickly. The dust hasn't really settled yet, so there are no emotes yet. There's no subscriber icon. You're getting kind of ripped off right now because I feel like half the things about being a subscriber is like, oh yeah, there's cool emotes and now I can use them on other channels. And you will get them, but they're just not there yet. I think I need to email Twitch about that. Cheering tomorrow? Well, probably Friday. I'll turn it on, I think. Read a couple of books on programming, had even more discussion. I never read about workflow discussion, how to track your thoughts and to-do lists. So observer board, that's something I started doing several years ago because of that whole problem stack I was talking about. It helped me so much. And honestly, I think it's one of the things that's really nice to do as a streamer because if anyone's ever like, hey, what are you working on? I have something I can link them to. Like if you want to know what's Botland all about, I can link in a document that I wrote about everything that's planned right now. And this is only 11 pages. The other one was 70 pages, which is linked to from here. So if you you don't even have to read that, by the way. All right, well, thanks, Gliz, and thanks Observer Board. Yeah, and I'll do what I can tomorrow to get the rest of this stuff set up. I'll write down. What are you doing? I don't understand. Hi, Broflo. I am working on a game called Botland. I'll show off the game briefly because I think this is mostly working now. So in Botland, it's an online strategy game about automation. And automation doesn't necessarily mean coding, but I'll go into this. So first you make a bot, and so you can customize the cosmetic pieces of this. So I could, remove parts here or add parts on and make it look like a wasp or something else. And so yeah, like here's my bot. Cool. And now I want this bot to have, I don't know, a lot of like medium range weaponry. So I'm going to put stun lasers on it. I'm going to put missiles on it. Where are missiles? Oh, there they are. And I'm going to put, let's put a shield on it. Cool. So there's my bot. I customize how it looks. I customize what it can do. Now I need to customize what it will do. So I can either leave it as is and I can later use it and it'll know how to use all this stuff. Or I could specifically tell it, here's what I want you to do. So I could say something like, okay, you've got lasers, so try firing those first. You got missiles, so try firing those next. You've got a shield, so I want you to first try shielding yourself. And actually, no, first try shielding an ally. And if you can't do that, then shield yourself. Then I want you to try to pursue enemy bots. And so you can build up your AI of your bot this way. And like I said, you don't have to do this. If you don't do this, your bot will still know what to do. It just won't do it maybe the best possible way that it could. And then you can also write it as JavaScript if you wanted to. So anyway, once I've created that, I can go into play a game. And so this works. There are two different roles you have in Botland. One is as a defender and the other is as an attacker. So let's actually look at what it's like to be a defender first. So as a defender, you set up a static defense using your bots, and then that's it. You kind of just shove it off to the side, and then other people can play against it later. So if I want to test this defense that I have, like I can move bots in different positions or something like that. Then I hit the test button, and it plays out a match right now very quickly. That's eventually going to be changed. And so I actually lost that. So I might want to put down more bots so I don't lose my CPU. And now maybe this will end up winning. Yeah. So there. I won that time. So now I might be like, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to save this defense. And now as a new player... Oh, okay. Broflow's leaving. I'll still finish my explanation for anyone else who's here. So as a new player, I might go and attack this person's defense. And I might be like, okay, they've got melee and artillery bots. So you'll need to figure out how to respond to this. And your scripts can be customized too at that point. So I might just put a little attack force up here and then try playing the game. And I know colors are changing. There's a lot of bugs right now. But this is the high level of the game. Well, thanks, guys. All right. So let's see. This stuff's all done. The next thing I wanted to do was probably get rid of the simulation server. Delete offline players from everywhere. I think I got rid of that. Yeah. We should just get rid of the simulation server. Changed bot colors from white to black. Well, the reason that's happening is because when it can't find a color, it just sets no color, and 0 happens to represent black. But yeah, eventually, whatever player colors were chosen, they'll just be represented in the game that way. What was the threshold to get the sub button? I've heard 3K followers, but wasn't sure. Perhaps concurrent viewer average. Usually, for gaming streamers, it's 500 concurrent viewers at a time. Concurrent viewers is the biggest metric for Twitch, I'm pretty sure, because it's a live streaming site. Although actually they just said something about uploads or something, didn't they? But for creative streamers, there are different thresholds, and I don't know if they've even published them, but I clearly don't have 500 concurrent viewers, so it's just not that. I can't talk about the rates or anything like that, but you guys know all the statistics I know about my chat at this point, because you guys have access to the same stuff. After today, I'll have access to more stuff than you guys will, and then I can't talk about that stuff. But I only know what you guys know at this point. So yeah, you can see how the channel's grown, and it's never hit more than, I guess, 52 average. Yeah, and it makes sense. Well, Observer Ward, so I had applied a while ago, and things are changing at Twitch with respect to creative, from what I understand. So it's now easier for you to get through this process. Actually, if you guys go to try to apply as a creative streamer, so if you go to like Twitch partnership and you check out this thing, partner application, oh, you have to, okay, never mind. I can't show you this form. But anyway, if you go to this, you'll see that there's a checkbox that says, are you a creative streamer or a gaming streamer? And then it gets routed to the right person. Because yeah, I applied before and there wasn't that checkbox and they rejected me twice. And then I started seeing people get partnered with fewer followers and fewer viewers, and I was like, that's strange. But yeah, things are changing. Are the repercussions for getting your sub button through creative then just moving to gaming? I don't know, Observer Ward. I imagine that, like, I don't know, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure what would happen there. I'm not trying to get around the system or anything. I doubt many people are trying to do something like that. When did you start coding Botland? There, 1 year and 20 days ago. And hey, Arigato Corleone. Yeah. Yeah. I'm saying yeah to Hideo, by the way. Creative is on the rise. Maybe you need 51% creative content. Who knows? I think that there are probably no streamers out there right now who got partnered through creative and then moved exclusively to game playing. Excuse me. It just probably hasn't happened yet because creative hasn't been around for longer than 8 months, and partners in creative probably haven't been around for longer than, well, 8 months definitely, but it's like 7.5 months maybe. So I doubt that sort of thing's happened yet. And I didn't see who just followed, but thank you. No, Arigato Corleone. Thanks. Yeah, and by the way, when you follow, you get a whisper from Botlad with a link. You should click that link and see what it does. Okay, so let's get rid of the simulation server. Is this doing anything else that I need to mark? Yeah, there were 4 functions, right? Add as allowed player. It's called right into the game server though, but we won't have a game server at that point. So then this won't work. I don't see the whisper. Oh, it takes about 40 seconds to happen. Yeah, it's currently processing. Wait a second. Who was it processing? Dead monster? Huh. Oh, yeah, dead monster just followed. Okay, thanks for following. I'm a bit freaked out. I clicked the sub button and the resulting page loaded this script. Apparently guessed my zip code with only one digit off. Is IP geolocation really that good? Yeah, it usually is. Wait, actually, mine got the wrong state. Mine says New Jersey. I'm in Washington. Huh. Say it, Spike. Are you saying that's how you want your name pronounced? I'm going to assume that the answer to that is yes. In which case, welcome, Spike. And Boulder, thank you too. Nifty Nugget, you were already following, weren't you? Ah, strange. You must be using Tor. So this is problematic because I won't have a game server to call into any longer. In fact, what does game server even have? Maybe that's why I need this still. It has a client server router, which I guess the client's gonna need. Okay, maybe I do keep simulation server around. No, maybe I just have game server though. Yeah. I did not think about that, did I? Huh. Everyone on stream never have great read my nickname. Yeah. Alright, Spike. I'll call you Spike. Who set up the pink? And Arigato, the interface is something I just threw together quickly. Alright, hacks. Got it. What else does game server have here that's needed? Account server, REST client. Buff depot, player depot. And then it makes an arena. This arena was never used though. In fact, wait, game server isn't used anymore, is it? But game server isn't used by anything anymore. I don't even have a game server? Seriously? Where does this happen? This doesn't happen. That's impossible. That's impossible. Yeah. This doesn't exist in the game server code any longer. I think the only thing that instantiates this is the simulation server through inheritance. APM. Well, if that's the case, then what this means is that we can get rid of the simulation server and instead instantiate a game server. And we only have this one. And the only place this is even used, if I just search for import.start game server, quotation mark. Yeah, it's used from one place in the entire code base. Wow. So I don't have to write I think here. The only thing that instantiates this is a simulation server through inheritance. How many tens of megabytes is your to-do file? Let's find out. 300 kilobytes. Come on, guys. It's not a serious to-do list until it's a gigabyte long. This is all just a joke. Adam is slowly deleting botland. That's how I feel. Hey again, Spurman. Dedicated SSD. Speaking of, yeah, right. Yeah, so this is pointless. And now what we have to do is, I think we need to get rid of this layer entirely, move the game server over to the client, which means it's not a game server any longer. Or maybe move game server into simulation server. What is this even used by? What functions are in here? Space, W plus. There. Array for regex. So there's all our functions. Constructor we don't care about. What in here is actually important? Set game phase. Yeah, I guess that's important. Debug player keyboard press. Fine. Player join game. I don't think this is used anywhere, is it? It's empty. PFFFFFT. Yeah, this isn't even called anywhere. What is this? This is called whenever a player connects to the game. It's not necessarily the first time connecting. Yeah, delete that. Yeah, T-Blot, it's even more amazing that if I were to compress this to-do list, it'd probably be like, what would you guess? 17 kilobytes, that's my guess. Let's find out. 90. All right, I was off by a factor of like 5, but that's okay. Because this is not what, I don't get paid to think. All right, anyway, player join game is gone. Get game state, I don't know if this is necessary. This is no, this isn't used. This is in, this is wrong. This isn't needed anywhere. Okay, well we can just do this. Game state. Get game state. Get player depot. I'm guessing these are all just dead functions at this point. So construct. So these things are necessary and these are necessary. Yeah. So this has been completely changed from when it was first created. I am very glad I'm looking over this. I guess I just didn't, expect it to take so long. Okay, so I think the right solution is to move game server into simulation server. So we just delete this file entirely. So this is what, 340 lines of code, and this is 66. So when all said and done, we'll have about 400 lines of code. I didn't mean to do that. So this will just go away, and we'll just simulation server will subsume that. I'm a little nervous about doing this. Is there any game server stuff that's used here? Yes, of course. But then again, this extended from that, so is that really a problem? And this is shared code. Do we use this? We must. Okay, so the question is, does this even need to exist? Wait, what? What's going on here? This has a serialize function. Other than that, nothing special about this class. This game was way more complex when it was a real-time game. If I was just making this version of Botland from scratch, I probably could have had it done a month sooner, at least. But instead, it's going to take an extra like 5 months because I've got to undo everything I did and then redo it the correct way. RM is the best refactoring tool. Yeah, that's my favorite. I also like the power button on my computer as a refactoring tool. Do we use anything else here? Buff Depot. This is probably not used by anything, is it? Passed into the arena. Is there even multiple ones of these? Buff Depot. It's only in the game server? This stuff doesn't even exist anymore though, does it? A lot of this is going to have to change. You migrated from real-time to turn-based? Yeah. So, okay, I'll give you a small history. So the things that I just linked in, there's a video and there's a blog post that covers everything. I'll cover the very basics right now. This is an automation-based game. So if it's going to be real-time, then that means that you would have to change your automation in real-time. Given that the automation takes place in the form of Blockly and JavaScript, I just don't think it's fun to do that stuff. I also don't think it's reasonable to expect you to do that stuff. And I talk about this in the video, but it's basically if you had a game playing out in front of you, and this is how this used to work to the point where I can just show you this video here. Let's mute this. So the way that it used to work is you would have to put down factories in the game, and then these factories would produce bots of that type. And then this is the real-time component of it. Is like you're doing this stuff while the game is being played out. The problem is the game has to play out quickly enough for you to know you made a change that was good, but it needs to play slowly enough for you to be able to tell where are the changes I need to make. And unfortunately, even when you figured out what changes you had to make, if it at all touched the automation, then that would be a problem. Because like I said, I don't think you should ever have to code in real time. And so then all the strategic decisions in the game had to be around something that's not coding. And then the question is, well, what is automation even in the game for? So yeah, there was a large pivot that took place. I think the game's going to be a lot more fun than it would have been. I don't think there was a lot of room for fun in the old version. And 2 months of constant stress and prototyping proved that, I think. Well, 1 month. Neo and the Matrix coded in real time. Okay, well, excuse me for not being the one. Game state, player depot, and arena. Okay. I think I can do this. I think this is going to be... Alright, so let's cancel this. Let's put this to here and say combine the game server into the simulation server. Then make sure everything's good after that. Let's try that out. And Violent Sunshine. It's quite a username you have there. Thanks for following. Every once in a while, I really like people's usernames. That's one of them. All right, yeah, so let's get rid of all this. So we have a bunch of just parameter setting in here. I guess we can change this to params and then get rid of the super, and then we also need to get rid of this. Oh, we can keep this around for a sec. Yeah, hi. So this is everything that the superclass used to do. So now we can get rid of this entirely. And we can just put all of this into there too. Great. Okay, there. That's everything. Now the question is, will this work? It's a pretty good question. And we're probably going to need this comment there somewhere either. This can't be right. This can't be right. How do I add players for... Oh, I guess I wrote special code for all of that. But then, what if I need to combine this in the future? Like this stuff. This is a bad idea. There is going to be a lot that's similar here. Yeah, like this code, for example. This code's going to be the same, actually. Has very similar code. Do you test your code? I mean, do you write tests? I used to, and then the whole game design changed, and now I've been in the process of just fixing my code. So the thing that I have written here, like 2 lines down, is add automated tests for everything. I want to get back to that. I have a bunch of test code that is now probably just totally useless because of how many design decisions have changed. So like all the things that you see in this file are just different tests that I have running. So I apparently wrote many thousands of lines of test code, but this is all mostly meaningless right now. So I need to fix all that up. It's very similar code to this. So let's say this was already my problem and that I was already in this position right now. I have construct bot bays for players, which is a very, very similar function to this, create player. I think I would just move this into player. I should probably move that code into player. What do you use to test? Jasmine or something? I use Mocha. Spurtman, how would you split up a file like that? Because I'm curious about this. These are arena tests, and so there's a whole bunch of tests in here that I think are related. So like, okay, you shouldn't steal life from reflected vampiric projectiles. That's a very specific test case. But then in here, should reduce incoming damage when armor is equipped. Should not have artillery deal splash damage to your own bots. Like, these are all just, I don't know, would you split them into like artillery tests.js or something? In my mind, it didn't make a ton of sense. Maybe that is better. Thanks, Sakes. Which, by the way, do you pronounce your name Sakes? Just want to make sure. Do they have some other grouping among them? You can always form a more granular taxonomy, I think, to the point where you're like, artillery tests that deal with vampiric projectiles or something. And at that point, you got like two tests in there, maybe. But at what point do you decide to split it? I guess just everyone has their own threshold. And for me, apparently that threshold is like 6,000 lines of code. Alright, so combine this into this. Yeah, I mean, this is already pretty much done, right? So this encapsulates all that's needed to run a game, really. And even then, this can't be true. This can't be needed. Oh, cool, Sakes. Well, I'm still going to write that down in case I ever pronounce it like someone else would. Did I already write it down? No, I didn't. Alright, so I still need to figure out why the server doesn't need any of this code, but the client would. That does not sit well with me. And that means it can't be possible, right? Like, what is this used for? For set game phase. You finally sat down? Oh, you spelled it right. Yeah, this stuff isn't really needed. Unless it's created for the sake... Oh. Yeah. Created just for the sake of this temporary arena. Yes, here it is. New Buff Depot, new game state. Yeah, Spurman, that's definitely true. I don't think people treat test code with the same rigor that they treat development code. Doesn't Buff Depot do some sort of, well, anything from its constructor? Yeah. Yeah, this is not a good idea. This should be something that's saved around, especially because this never changes. Oh, why did I do things this way? I feel good about this, despite that I keep groaning, because this is the kind of thing that's been in the back of my mind for a while, that I've needed to change this. This code has a lot of assumptions that are no longer true. We make a new one here anyway. It wasn't ever necessary. This is going to be a throwaway. You could always pass something in. Yeah, fine. Okay, well, let's do this. I guess this stuff is needed. So now we copy paste all of this. So shared code comes from here. So all of this, these, actually. There. Oh, I forgot that one. Oops. Okay, and then these are going to come from what exactly? Okay, so 1, 2, 3 server source. Okay. Well, this should be exactly the same code I just had. All I did was combine two files into one. So let's save and hope that it works. Delete this file. Okay, let's try it out. So first of all, let's open up this. This is clearly failing on me. This is not allowed before super. Yeah, that's not a problem. Because I don't have a super call. So now if I type something like 5 and then rebuild, it should work. It's not working. Sakes, thanks for following. How did I do what? Column selection on same words? Oh, that's multiple cursors in Sublime. That's actually incredibly useful. So actually, I think Boldor, you should check out this blog post I made. At the bottom of this blog post, you'll find a video. In this video, I talk about a lot of the things that you find me doing here. So I write out a function, I do a whole bunch of other stuff. I'll show you this quickly so you don't have to watch a video. But like, let's say I wanted to change arena params in multiple places. So Control D by default is select the same thing you already have selected with another cursor. So I can select all of these and change them all at once to like oops, Boldor or whatever. So I can change it back to arena params. And so there are a lot of things you can do that'll save you time that you don't even realize that you want. And that's why that video is helpful. Because let's say you've got something like I've actually had this before. Let me show you a real world example. So in here, I've had things where I'm like, landmines are doing too much damage, and this is not a science, right? I haven't finished the game. Or like Time to Live, I'm like, oh, landmines aren't lasting long enough. So I say, well, let's just double the amount of turns that they last. And so I multiply them all by 2. And there, I'm done. Like, you look at that and you think either, oh yeah, that makes sense to me, or wait, what did he just do? And the thing that I did was like, okay, select time to live, select it in all three places, move over to here, multiply them all by 2, and then evaluate the selection so that I actually get that value out of it. Because you wouldn't want to leave it as just times 2 everywhere. So yeah, I think that blog post is pretty helpful. What's the sub count up to now? We've got these people. So these people subscribed today, and you're the only person who subscribed yesterday. It's pretty good. Alright, so what am I doing wrong here? I apparently have a super call somewhere that I don't even realize. No, I don't though. Why is this failing? This is not allowed before super. I don't have super in this entire file. Oh, extend. Oh, whoops. Yeah, got Weedley. He just dropped in today for the first time in like 2 weeks. He's been busy. So like I said, this should ideally work the same way it just did. Let's try that out. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Cool. So what replay did I just get? Select ID from replays. 3. So if we rerun replay 3, we should see everything I just did. Then this next turn is going to play out in super speed. So there. Nice. And yeah, Bulldor, let me know what you think. Also, if there's ever anything you want me to cover in something like that, let me know that too. Usually if people ask me a question, I'll just try to answer it during the stream. But I'm open to other topics about blog posts. People have suggested things before too, like, Adam, you should write tutorials. And I thought, okay, 1, I don't have that kind of time, I think. And 2, what am I writing a tutorial on that doesn't already have a set of tutorials out there? And how would I be any better than they are? So those are the kinds of things I would consider too. So this is a shared class. So this is actually a client class. Gotta be careful about this. I think, and Ice John, thanks for following. Also, I think I missed someone. Yeah, Pat. Thank you too for following, Pat. Should write a tutorial on being a Twitch streamer. I've actually, I don't know if that's sarcastic or not, but I've actually thought about writing something about being a development streamer. I just don't know where I'd post it exactly. But yeah, I'll consider that. Consider doing a blog post on being a development streamer. Hang on, what was the username of that guy? He came into chat. There's another one of his friends is a streamer. Tricky Train. Okay. Wait, yeah, so I have a serious question, EJ. Would you read... Oh, I guess I need to type this out. Would you specifically read about being a Twitch streamer? Any information I read, to be honest. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I might do that as the topic of my next blog post then. We'll see. We'll see. Because blog posts usually take me a very long time. So combined game server and a simulation server. I did this, although there still isn't really a huge reason why I did it. At what time are the account servers online? I'd like to register. Sakes, I was hoping to have this online on Friday. While I could technically have the game online then, I don't think it's going to happen. There's been so much that's needed to change in the game. Man, I've been behind. So part of this, and I don't share too much about what goes on in my real life, but there's something that's going to be coming to a close relatively soon, tomorrow, and I should get some more time in October to work on this. So I'm really hoping I can catch up then, because I'm just so far behind on all this stuff. Okay, Death Eater Gaming says, what are you making? I will show you in just a sec. Yeah, okay, so let me show you. I'm making a game called Botland. And I'm going to go through this relatively quickly because I've gone through this a few times today now. But in this game, you make bots. So I won't show you how to make them, but you can customize the cosmetics. And you can customize what functional stuff they have. So you've got a bunch of normal weaponry and defense stuff. You can have shields, you can have reflect, whatever else. And then after that, you can write their automation if you want to. If you don't want to, that's totally fine. Just never press this button, create new script, and you will just have a script that knows how to work. But if you want to do this, you've got a bunch of sort of pre-made mini scripts. I call these snippets that do things very straightforwardly. So if will lasers hit in any direction, then fire lasers in any direction, that'll work. So you could change this if you want to, hey, I only want to fire my lasers to the right. If those don't work, then I want to fire my missiles in any direction. So maybe you do something like this. And maybe there's a reason why you want this strategy. I don't know. I'm leaving it in the hands of users to figure out whether they want something like this or not. And then afterward, you can say things like, okay, then pursue an enemy, then maybe shield myself. And so by the time you're done with all of this, you might have built up a script that looks like this. And this is a much bigger script. You could view it as JavaScript if you want to and modify it here. So I could say something like, if x is less than 5 and can move right, move right. I could just, like I said, ignore all this altogether. And so once you're done with all of that, you go and you make a defense out of these bots. So your goal is to protect your own CPU. So you make a defense, you can set these things up however you want, and then you can test it out. So you can see, what would this do against other players? And so I'm testing it out and I'm like, okay, cool. This seems to be working pretty well. I know this is all playing out very quickly and I'm covering this quickly. But then once you're done with that, you save your defense and now you are there sort of in the world for people to attack. When they attack you, you're not actually present in the game. Only the attacker is present. So it's very much like Clash of Clans in that regard. And then, yeah, you climb the leaderboard, you get more items unlocked. So maybe you unlock, let me show you. So yeah, you start with these green items over here, and as you go through the game, you can get any of these other items in these few columns. And then these ones in blue are towers. I'm not even going to explain that now, but there's ways you can progress through the game. There's stuff you can buy. You can get new cosmetics so your bots can look totally different. And yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. Definitely be interesting to see what people do. I think it's time for Adam's stream journey. Are you planning on using this as a portfolio piece, or are you hoping to market it as a product? Yeah, definitely to market it as a product. And there's a monetization command I have over here. You can read about what I plan on selling in the game. I don't want the game to be pay to win, and I don't think you should have to spend money to play the game. So what I'm saying is free to play, not pay to win. Those are my two major tenets. And then what you can buy are two different things: the in-game money and cosmetic items. Vampiric laser. I always thought vampires hated light. They don't hate light, they hate sunlight, right? I don't think there's any problem with artificial light in vampires, unless there's some kind of vampire canon I don't know. CANON, I mean. Not like something that shoots vampires. Oh, that would be pretty deadly. If the vampire doesn't hit you, it's going to bite you. Okay, so this has been done. I'm just not totally sure why exactly I did this. I guess the goal here is to get the client code closer to what the game server is doing when they simulate a game. They have this concept of a throwaway arena. Well, thanks, Death Eater Gaming. Yeah, I've been working on this for a year and 20 days, and so it doesn't look like I've put in that much work into here. I know that if this were, Unity or something, I'd have 3D graphics and lighting effects and all this other stuff. But I've rolled most of this stuff closer to Scratch than something like Unity would be. I can't say I did it all from scratch. I'm using libraries, definitely. But a lot of the logic that you see here, the infrastructure that's not visible here, that's a lot of that's written by me. Vampire pitcher, forest vampires. Alright, I think this is fine for now. I think, in fact, I should probably check this in and then work on this part. Then what was the original goal? Instantiate only one arena for the client. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was the original goal, so I guess let's work on that goal first. Assert is defined but never used. So cool, we're looking good. Let's check it in. Might be interested in that link, but you're probably beyond that point in your streaming career. I'll take a look at the link probably at least. I might just skim it. I might not read it. I don't know. Okay, so this is something that I think is sometimes a bad idea and sometimes a good idea, but I tend to not do as much market research as I should. When I started streaming for development, I had not watched any development streamers other than Vive once just to figure out that it existed. I didn't even stay and watch him. And then I thought, well, whatever I do now is going to be something I came up with. And that way I'm not like ripping off on someone's stream ideas or anything. I think there are pros and cons there. And the obvious cons are that you might fall into the mistakes that someone else has made and you could just learn from them. Okay, so yeah, these are mostly just copy pasted. So the game server has been subsumed by the simulation server. That. Here's where I've got to come up with a really convincing reason as to why. Yeah. Because there wasn't any real difference between the two, and game server was only being used by the client, by the simulation server anyway. Yeah. Okay. Done. Game server main has very similar code. So this is not the next most important thing. This is the next most important thing. Let's just move this up here for now. Get rid of the code where game server creates its own arena. Huh. Yeah, Hideo, although I think there is a point where you need to look at what other people are doing. So for example, I like going back to Hearthstone because I actually play Hearthstone. Hearthstone really opened up the door for online card games. It's not like card games are new ideas, and it's not like Hearthstone really did anything like super revolutionary, I think. But it was an accessible, casual, polished card game. And now you see a lot of other games popping up that are in that same market. I think it's Hearthstone that proved that there's a ton of money to be made there. And so now I think it would be a mistake if Blizzard didn't go play all those other games and figure out what are they doing well, how can we improve. And so that's the point where I feel it becomes a setback for you to not look at other people's works. So I still haven't really watched many programming streamers. And part of it is if it wasn't for market research, it's not something I just tend to enjoy. I like watching gaming streamers. But at this point, am I hurting myself at all by not taking some better ideas or something like that? Not necessarily taking, I guess. I don't know. I'm not trying to talk about plagiarism here. But things as simple as even, and this is something people have suggested to me before, of like, hey Adam, have you thought about putting a border around your webcam? That's something that you might just never come up with yourself. And maybe it's a minor thing. It's not like that's a trademark of someone's stream. I'm going to stop rambling now and move on to figuring out how to do this. So this is now a simulation server. And this should be unnecessary. Rather, okay, so main is what's going to keep track of this, but that can't happen anymore. Of the remaining arena. I wrote main should do it, but I don't really know why. Main owns the simulation server, and the simulation server owns the arena, so well, I guess the so comes over here, so the simulation server can own the arena. The arena that it owns should be the client version. The client version should extend the servers. No, this is such a gigantic change. I think the right way to do this. So right now, here's what we have right now, so that people can kind of follow along a little bit. We have a shared arena, which is the base class. This is an abstract base class. You don't ever instantiate this. But then the client inherits from that, and the server inherits from that. And that made sense in the old system. That way the server could keep track of things that the client doesn't even necessarily need to know about, like code, for example. Well, now there's no reason for there to be a different, there's no reason for there to be like a server version. Antimatter tape, I think that's correct. Yeah, I think that's correct. So what I'm thinking of doing is this. Combine server into shared, then keep client where it is, and add rendering logic. Yeah, I think that's what makes the most sense. Unfortunately, this is a massive change. Hey Tiburon, thanks. Yeah, it's been a pretty amazing day. I'm as impressed now about the support as I was when I started the stream. I just find it incredible. I'll see you, Spike. And thanks for joining in. I find it incredible that people are still here after this amount of time, and that some people have a follow age of 12 months. Just crazy. Oh, Spike, I won't be online tomorrow. I'll be online on Friday. So my stream schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday from 9 to 5. So it's this, 9 to 5. And it is currently 3:21 for me. So I've been streaming for what? Yeah, 6 hours, 46 minutes today. So I'll be online for another like hour, hour and a half. I'll probably stop at 8 hours because, like I said, I have to go running tonight, and I gotta drive before I can do that. Wait, what? Antimatter tape? Why are chat messages going into the database? The way I suggest doing this, and I don't know anything about your system yet, is only commit chat messages to the database after a certain amount of time has passed. So, like every 5 minutes, commit all uncommitted chat messages to the database. That way, you're batching these calls instead of every time you get a message, commit it. But then again, like I said, I don't know anything about your code. Yes, Mike, it's definitely late for you. So have a good night. How do you get partnered anyway? Yeah, there's a form. And as a creative streamer, it is much, much easier than as a gaming streamer. So as a gaming streamer, you're going to need 500 concurrent viewers on average for a decent amount of time. So if you just sort of hit 500 once, they don't necessarily consider you. But yeah, Hideo linked in the sign up form. All right, see you, Spike. Bashing would be a good idea, but it's also on a Raspberry Pi 3, so that might contribute to the speed. Actually, Raspberry Pi 3 shouldn't be too bad for something like that. Also, I don't know if EJ is still here, but I've been thinking about, this is still just generic enough, but about that blog post about how to be a streamer. And one of the things that I just wrote down as a sort of an outline idea was be genuine, which is something I try to do, but I actually wrote in parentheses after that it's debatable whether you should even do that. A lot of streamers have a persona that's different from their regular personality. And I think that can be successful too. So I guess you have to figure out what you want your persona to be. Oh, all right. See you, sakes. And yeah, like I said, I'll be online on Friday. Yeah, there's so many people who tune in from European time zones. Okay. So what I'm going to need to do is put all of the server arena's functionality into the shared arena class. Then, yeah. That way the client can have all of that and more. Is there anything that would violate this principle? Is there any function in here that let's search for this. Why does it take me so long to do? I don't know. Whatever. There are a lot of functions here. Get attacker state. Yeah, none of these seem server specific to me. Debug concede. In fact, some of these can be moved into the client after that. So I have two completely separate classes. Replays should be moved into the client probably, since it's just a rendering thing. I mean, this is why I made a new branch, was so that I could test all of this out. Do I even have any changed code right now? No. So I could just do this and then see if I like it. I don't think it would take that long. It's still scary. All right, let's try it out. I don't know how I feel about this. Make wall assemblage. Got to be a better way to do some of this, though. Artillery shell system, for example. And Game King, thanks for following. Records. When did you get partnered? I got partnered about 22 hours ago, maybe 21 hours ago. So not very long. And how long did the process take? About 2 weeks. So when you submit an application, I think you get an email saying like it'll take up to 7 business days. And I think the first 2 times I applied, it was 7 business days. And this time around, I think it was like 4 business days. And then there's more process after that. But then, yeah. So all in all, about 2 weeks, I think. All right, 19 hours ago, I don't know, whatever. Oh, antimatter taste, just trolling. Man, I'm still really worried about this. Still really worried about this. Guess all this makes sense. All right, well, copy paste. Everyone's best friend. Yeah, Hideo, I was thinking the same thing. I filled out the last bits of paperwork, and then what, it was in a day, I think, because they said it would take 2 to 3 business days, and it took what, less than 1, or maybe slightly more. I don't remember. Anyway, it took less than 2. That's for sure. Copy paste never causes code problems. Well, a lot of what I'm doing is actually one of the good uses of copy paste, which is just relocating things. I guess that's more cut and paste. But yeah, everything in this class, 2,000 lines of code. Let's go just copy paste that down here. Done. Like I said, I'm not happy with having a file this long, and I don't even know if I want to kind of keep this the way it is. But we will get to that point. Yeah, TwitchCon's really soon. So here's how we can make this a little bit easier on ourselves. Watch this. So if we go import, no, if we search for, oh, here, okay, check this out. Okay, so we search for from, we do Alt F3, delete all of these, and then delete all of these. Okay, cool. Now what we do is we figure out which ones we need to add to here. Well, I guess this is how I could do things. This is not the right way though. Tile needs to be added, not component names, not constants, not indexer names. This wasn't as impressive as I wanted it to be. There was actually something else I wanted to do, but I didn't do it. All right, so here are the new ones. So everything here needs to be added. And these paths need to eventually be correct. Tipper on. All right. So let's go figure out where all of these should come from. I did this in a bad way, didn't I? These are the only ones that were still there. So what are the shared one? Component names, constants, indexer names, and entity util. These are the only shared ones. So everything that's not that needs to be moved over there. Yeah, all right. That's a much better way of doing things. Okay, now just a bunch of paths have to change. So where we used to be in the game server, now we are in shared code. So let's get all the shared ones of these together. So now all of this turns into just dot slash. All of these go to server code, which is a bad idea. To game server. Yeah, I don't think I like that. Yeah, Game King, you can use it as a bot. It's actually, I think, a pretty good idea for a Raspberry Pi because you don't really care if it maxes out on CPU. I don't think these should be here. Yeah, like this, for example, simulate game phase. This doesn't need to be here. Okay, this code will just go away now. So game server arena, so import dot star game, no, it wouldn't be there, it'd just be arena. Let's just search for that. This needs to go away. It'd just be dot slash. Oh man. Arena base. This is in game server. This is gonna be deleted. That's fine, I guess. This is just gonna be done away with. So now let's delete this file. There. Oh, million levels. Really, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. And don't give me points either. You realize I can make infinite of them if I wanted to. And hey again, Zancro. Yeah, if I were your parents, I wouldn't give my kid money for something like this probably. I'd be like, wait, what? You wanna give money to someone who you watch programming on a website? And Zancro, thanks for following. All right, so we got this. Once I have two completely separate classes, replay should be moved into the client. So then the next part is get rid of the code where this creates its own arena. I guess it's really reconcile the code where simulation server creates its own arena. I'll just pretend there's a star next to my name. Tiburon, it was all a sham. All right. So I said that the arena or the main should not have its own arena. It should just be one arena where everything happens. And that shouldn't happen here. Oh goody. All right, let's try to tackle this one thing at a time. This is the wrong file. What am I doing? Yeah, this. How many references are there to this? 23. Not too bad. I guess there needs to be a dispose function for this. Yeah, there does. Dispose. So client arena has a dispose function, right? Yeah, we just need to call that this.arena.dispose. Oops. Man, what is wrong with me? Alright, so we'd call that instead. This dot simulation server. What if Botland had a general chat channel? People could chat while doing their battles. Yeah, that's something that I was thinking about. And I might do that, but I think this needs to be carefully coordinated. So I think just adding chat to something is not necessarily a good idea. I think there needs to be some more interaction on top of that. So I'll need to think about that. But yeah, Tiburon, that's one of the things that I have written down. Have you thought about making different map layouts? Yeah. Nice, Hideo. So Observer Ward, map layouts are going to be something that I'll leave up to the players. So right now you just have bots, and you'll eventually have towers that you can put down too. And then you'll be able to place walls and pits. So walls will be something that nothing can travel through, and pits will be something that projectiles can travel over, but bots can't. So I think if the question is like, oh, would you be able to carve out parts of the map? No. And would there ever be different terrains? No. All right, million levels. See ya. But trust me, I've thought of the impact about terrain and maps. I've thought about it pretty thoroughly, I think. So yeah, I think having some walls, some pits is okay. And yeah, kind of leave it at that. Okay, so this dot arena needs to be totally done away with. Client arena params. Why do we have this? Yeah, actually that's pretty necessary, isn't it? Arena params. This will be client arena params. Where's the simulation server? Okay. Well, there's that. So now we're down to 19 matches. Just 19 matches. And if this just miraculously works when I'm done with all of this. No, there's no end to that sentence. It's not going to miraculously work. Building stuff adds enough variety to supplement that side of strategy. Well, yeah, some people have argued that. No, I don't need to bring this up either. I need to. Sorry, I'm trying to buckle down and actually like get this thing done because I have about an hour left. So this is not. Oh, this is actually a very silly way of doing things, isn't it? So we could just change this to simulation server. And that's pretty hacky. Same thing here. In fact, all of these things can be changed to that, I guess. Yeah, we already have that code there. This dot arena. Yeah, delete that. Because we have set up title screen arena, right? Yeah, we do. What's that? No, that could stay there. Set is in replay mode. Don't need that. Update game logic. That's questionable. That should be masked by simulation server, which does not have an update function, does it? No. And then render. I'm going to need to fix all of this. Lines of code that look like this should not exist. these things are gonna need to change. Fact. Yeah, this is not gonna work. None of this is gonna work. Well, at least I know. Adam and Hack both have 4 letters. Coincidence? Alright, I'm a little scared to run the game. There's a ton of redundant code, that's for sure. And then even once this is done, it's gonna be. So instantiate only one of these. Change pub subs to a direct function call. Change most pub subs in the client arena to a direct function call. The current flow is that everything goes through a server router. I think it should still do that actually. I don't know, I just contradicted myself within a to-do message. Wait, Hideo, do you actually watch it more than once? And yeah, antimatter tape. I think generally, if you go into a store buying a cable, actually, if you've heard of, there's a Chinese website called Deal Extreme. I don't know what the quality of the products is from this site anymore, but maybe try it out. You can usually get free shipping from China. I don't know if I'm gonna have to do this. All right, let's try this out. Will this even work? So I refresh the page and nope, it broke. Yeah, that was bound to happen. Can I read property call of undefined? Set up entity component system. What am I binding this to? What? Okay, never mind. Never mind, Tiburon. Oh, this isn't even. Wait, what? This isn't even caught? It says unhandled rejection. I apparently don't rethrow unhandled rejections. Maybe I should. Or, oh wait, no. Did that already happen? Is that why? Aha! Here it is. So this makes a new arena. Git constructor, call into that, call setup entity component system in the base class. So shared arena is going to have setup entity component system, and that's done here. And this is based on something that we don't have, or what? What's the error here? Setup. That's weird. Or no, I'm not sure. I think this might be me trying to call a function from that same function and just infinitely recursing. Oh, you know what, Tiburon? I just heard about a site yesterday. What's it called? Good Guide? Yeah, this. You might be interested in these in this site. It apparently rates. I haven't used this site before, but someone showed it to me yesterday. It rates something based on health, environment, and society. So health for something like this might be, yeah, it's good for you. And environment might be it's good for the environment. And society is the part we're talking about here. Hey, Shao? Is that how you pronounce your name? Shao? Let me know how to pronounce your name, but hey. Huh. Set up entity component system. So I still don't really know what's going wrong here. Can I read property call of undefined? Oh, there we go. So it can't find it in the arena prototype, set up entity component system. That can't be possible. Because I definitely have this. And I have it here too. Oh, whoops. Oh. That was silly of me. Never mind. I know what's going wrong here. Oh, that was a bad idea. And Chris, thanks for following. Half of the cores are probably potatoes. What if they're hyper potatoes? What if they're better at simulating floating point operations than your actual CPU is? How fast can an ALU and a potato add numbers? Alright, so when I combine these, I actually did this wrong. I need to go through each function with super and get rid of it completely. Yes, quantum potatoes. How much is this? This is actually $217. It can't be that bad, right? Otherwise it wouldn't have people. Oh, it doesn't have any reviews. Never mind. It could be that bad. That's the dumb kind of potato. So anywhere that we see super in here is wrong. And we see it in here 7 times. So it's wrong 7 times. Let's unravel this at the beginning. Antimatter tape. That can't be real, right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Chris says, I'm new here. What are you working on? I'll give you either the super fast rundown of it or a video with the longer rundown. And you get to pick. Oh, actually, no, you don't get to pick. I broke the game. Okay, so you only get the video then. Sorry, Chris. Normally, I would give you a demonstration, but I am in the process of fixing things. Or really, I should say I'm in the process of breaking things. There's not very much fixing going on right now. So previously, this used to call into this function and then tell the client about it. Now there's no concept of telling the client. So I need to remember that there's no client to tell about this stuff. When we call wipeout all entities, for example, we used to tell the client to also do this for itself, but now we just need to do it and not tell the client since we have the same data structure. Antimatter tape. What was this? Hang on, let me find this. Yeah, so antimatter tape, if you haven't seen this, you'd probably really like this service. Look at the pricing on this. Storage per terabyte, $1. Okay, so we can just get rid of this. So is wiping out all entities was set to true. Why? For no reason? For no reason. Well, let's just delete this whole function. Cool, looks great. So that's 1 out of 7. We are now 14% complete. 14.2857%. Now let's move on. Mark entity dead. Oh, what did the super function do? Oh, a whole lot of things apparently. What did the derived function do? Oh, it told us that a bot died. Yeah, so it's this stuff that I've got to do. I have to lump this into the parent call. Right, if it was a landmine, update landmine trackers. We called the super function first, then we did this stuff, right? Yeah. So this should be here. And this can be anywhere. This is not good. Yeah. Let's try that. Hey, Jath. Okay. So we have we can delete this entire function, I think. Yeah. Now we're like 44% complete. Let's just try to complete the. Oh man, none of this is gonna be easy. All right, I guess we can just change this to this. That should be easy enough. Modify entity life now. Oh, these don't even have the same. Oh man, no, this isn't gonna be that easy. I take it all back. Let's just call it the superclass, which is the one with the fewer arguments. Oh, I never actually looked at this site. And since I never looked at it, I just assumed this was the. Oh, that's interesting. How did that even just happen? What? Oh, it's there in the background. I just can't see it because of the angle I'm viewing my monitor. So I thought this picture appeared out of nowhere, but it's there. You can see it. You see that? I'm hacking the internet right now. All right. Well, going back over to here. Yeah, I'll have to check this out later. I didn't realize it was satire. I just thought it was the name of something else. Had I read it and not realized it was satire, that would have been different. But not realizing satire just based on the name, I don't think that's a bad thing. Okay. So set up entity component system. You could die between the indexing time and processing time. So I've got to do this. Yeah, this one's straightforward. Cool. So now what do we have? 3 calls left. So modify entity life. The derived class had intended target entity. And what did the base class have before? Who even knows? It had this stuff. So source entity, target entity, damage source, amount, intended target entity. Oh, what does this even do? So this is it. This is the last bastion of the super calls. Unfortunately, it's also the hardest one. So the entity that we're taking in is the one that we're going to modify its life. I should put these functions next to each other. That would help me out a lot. I just need to consolidate these into one function somehow. You merge classes and have problems with supercalls. So I merged a child class and a parent class. Just make a class its own parent. I mean, that's what I did. And so now there's a super class, or there's a super call. That means it's trying to call itself, which is obviously not possible. Well, not in the way that I did this, at least. You can call yourself if you want, but not via super. So yeah, these two functions have different signatures though. Which means that anywhere from the client that I try to do this is going to be wrong. I could just make these two different functions. Maybe they are two different functions. Maybe I call it modify entity life 1 and modify entity life 2. Oh, what a bad idea. And yet I'm actually honestly considering doing that for now. Okay. Let's just do this really quickly. If we do it faster, then no one will notice. Done. All right, now anywhere that we called modify entity life, we need to change this from having 2. We need to say like, what do we call this? I don't know. Sure, fine. How many matches do we have? 23. That's not too bad. So we'll just go through all 23 of these, and anytime there are more arguments, we'll just pass in the number 2. It's bulletproof. Oh, this is so bad. Alright, we're almost done. The pain will end soon. There, we're finished. I know, Tiburon. But it's done. There. Now the whole game should just run. I doubt it, but let's try this out. And what? Mini pies for 50 cents? Are those hand pies? Also, does anyone actually use the term hand pie? I had never heard this until my last job, where people celebrated Pi Day. Pi Day was not March 14th. It was just like every Friday they felt like eating pie. So they brought in regular pies, and then they brought in those ones that came in little plastic packets that you could hold in your hand, and they called them hand pies. But I'd never heard that term before. Is that a thing? Cherry hand pie. Apparently it is a thing. Huh. It sounds to me like a pie made out of human hands. That would probably not be as tasty as the ones I actually had. Alright, so this is totally broken. And, yeah. Well, what do we do? I don't even know. So Player Depot set my... Oh. Oh. This is the server version of Player Depot. That's not allowed to exist. Player entered arena. Don't Google image search hand pie. I'm guessing you could get banned. Well, now I have to. I'll just do this off screen. Wait, how could I get banned? I'm only seeing images of pies. Did you not put a space? No, what? They're still just images of pies. What, is there something wrong here? How can I get banned from this? What kind of wacky thing are you looking at, Tifra? I'm really curious what images you're seeing that I'm not seeing. And I also wonder how that's even possible. Didn't Google... is it like a safe search thing maybe? I don't know. Anyway, all I get are pies. That's totally fine. So this function doesn't exist. Oh. Okay. No, well, it's just pies. It's pies all the way down. So player entered arena. So we even use the my player object. Player depot get my player. Is this used anywhere? In a function that's never called, and what? In another function that's never called? Server set spawner. Is this published? No, it's not. No, so none of these are ever called. So get my player is never called. What about dot my player? This is probably used. Oh. Well, we won't be able to create landmines. What about this? Tap handler? Darn it. It's going to be difficult. Yeah, we need this to exist, don't we? But it can't. So we have a different player depot. Well, let's do it. Simulation server. Because I never even saved that. Simulation server has a player depot in here somewhere. Something has a player depot. This is now wrong. Right? Yeah, this has to be... This is, what am I doing? This is dot slash player depot. Right? Player depot, yeah, exactly. Yes, that's what I intended all along, everybody. It was only a ruse. Oh, it's still not working. What's wrong this time, though? Something else is not a function? Yeah, serialized network. Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. Because now it's a client player. Client player doesn't have serialized network. No, Tiburon, that's not the issue here. The issue is that this is exactly why this refactoring effort is supposed to be hard. I had a client version and a server version of something, and now I don't need two separate versions. Well, no, I had three separate versions. I only need two now. This is very problematic, though. There are all sorts of problems that result from this. Mostly due to the use of server versus client classes. Yeah, Tiburon, I did that once to a coworker of mine. There was just a little bit more backstory to that made it interesting. So in Windows, I sent this guy an email and I said, hey, did you know in Windows if you try naming a folder con, it actually doesn't work? Because it says the specified device name is invalid. You can try this on your own machines. I'm not like making this up or anything. Same thing. You also can't name it null, N-U-L. Those just don't work because those are reserved device names. So I told the guy this, and he tried it out, and he was like, "Oh, ha, that's cool." Well, then when he went to lunch that day, I snuck over to his machine, and I changed his background to something that had folders named null on his desktop. And so he thought he did it. So he didn't think anything was weird because he thought, oh, that's just a side effect of what Adam told me, right? So he thought, oh, it'll fix itself when he restarts his computer. It went the entire summer. This is for an internship I had. The entire summer before I finally told him, hey, I just changed your desktop background. And he thought it was funny. He took it in. He took it well. I would have been mad probably. So you need to trick people into thinking they did it. So the newest problem that I'm running into here is that I have a client player object and I'm trying to serialize it over the network. But that's only in the server class. Also, I guess this guy even locked his computer usually. I don't know how I did this such that I think he had like a 1 minute timeout and I had to like sneak over to his cubicle or something. But those details escape me. Okay, so what is this problem and what's the best design around this? I think everything on the client should just extend the server. Yeah. An indication that it should extend classes on the server. It used to be the case that a client would never have to serialize a player object. It's actually still possibly the case, isn't it? Alright, see you, Hideo. Thanks for subscribing. And yeah, thanks again. Man. It's crazy. Yeah, Tiburon, there are always weird ways you could get around lock screens. Like going to help and then trying to print and then going back to the C drive and right clicking and like opening up command prompt somehow. I don't know how that would have worked. What's in the shift right click menu for, there's no open, well now there's open command window. I don't know if that was always there. But then yeah, you'd have a command prompt, you could run arbitrary executables. I like your background, Spearman. Wow, apparently new folder in Russian is way more characters than it is in English. Huh. That trick doesn't work since Windows 98. Yeah, but it existed at one point, and if you relied on that for security, then too bad. So why am I even serializing a player object here? Let's go find out. Add as allowed player is what's doing this. How do we even know this is your player object? Get my player means that this thing needed to be set at some point. Do we have a set my... Oh, yes, we do. Hang on just a second. I apparently have to check messages on my phone. Oh, wait, what? Hang on just a second. Okay, I apparently have to leave like as soon as the stream is done. This does not give me much time. Also, this is only ever done here, is it not? Player entered arena. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. I think I bypassed this in certain cases where I shouldn't be. No, I always use this the correct way, apparently. But yeah, no, I do. Okay, cool. Alright, sorry about the whispering. I am now done, I believe, with the whispering. So I just need to write myself a big honking note. Check messages after stream is done. Then hurry up. Okay. Yeah, Adam to crash and start up now. I wonder if there's a way to get around that, like a safe mode or something. Yeah, this isn't going to be a very straightforward fix. In fact, how long have I been online for? Let me see. 7 hours, 40 minutes. I know for sure this is going to take longer than another, probably at least 2 hours. I would normally stay in the stream for 20 minutes more. Let me see what I can do about this. That sounds like typing. Ho, ho, ho. 11 kazoos. I still shouldn't really have... I still shouldn't really have to serialize a player object, though. There's only one player depot. No. Oh, man, I don't know. This is one of those things that it's like, I got to reevaluate all the decisions I made. If I were redeveloping this thing, I wouldn't have made these. Studio condenser mic so expensive. This was cheap as free because I borrowed it from a friend and just never gave it back to him. I told him about it after like a week. He said he's not using it, so I could keep it. But I do plan on paying him at some point. Hey, Crazy Miner. This particular microphone, I don't think it was $100. On Amazon, this microphone is $41. And yeah, I don't think that's expensive as far as microphones go. I know they can get pretty expensive. I think, yeah. Okay, so the one that Antimatter Tape linked in is double the price. Yeah, I think these problems are pretty enmeshed in the code base. Now you know what happened when Adam doesn't have a mic one day. And yeah, antimatter tape you probably did. I just picked the first ones that I found on Amazon. And same thing, I got a pop filter too. That way when I say P and S, you don't hear puffs of air too much. Our mount is called a shoulder. Yeah, I think there's too much to do at this point. And I know it might seem weird to say like, well, I'm not going to do any of it right now, but I don't want to start something new as far as this goes and then be so in the middle of it that when I come back I'm like, god, I got to repeat all these steps and remember what I was doing. And I found out I need to be somewhere in an hour. So I think I might get going now. Like I said, I've been online for, what was my uptime when I just checked it? Yeah. So I've been online for almost 8 hours. I guess that's all you guys are going to see today. So I will start my very long outro. I have a lot of people to thank today. I want to thank everyone who subscribed, everyone who followed, everyone who was just watching and who was here. Today was the first full streaming day that I was a partner for. This happened almost a day ago that I became a partner. Almost a day ago. So I am going to go host someone. Oh, whoa, Benny's playing Mario Kart 64. Still, I think we're going to go with Caleb today. Where's ZFG? ZFG usually stops streaming around now, though. Although, he seems to have started a new run. No, let's go with ZFG. Okay, cool. So, yeah, thanks again to everyone. I will see you guys on Friday. I won't be streaming tomorrow. And on Friday, we might
Linkus,
enable
it should
cheers
be the same
so I can be
as
more of a
N64.
sellout. Oh, whoops. It's actually playing the sound from his stream. Sorry. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will see you guys later. Goodbye.